1988. I started as an independent producer. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. How dare you, little boy Shiping, bully me like this? The day after the press screening, Farewell My Concubine premiered at the Lumiere Cinema. However, the time was still very late, at 8 o'clock in the evening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone went back to their rooms to rest after dinner. The premiere in the evening still had to deal with the audience and reporters. Chen Shiping went back to his room and took a shower. After the shower, he was much more energetic. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the hotel after the movie yesterday. Today, he was busy preparing for the premiere in the evening and had no rest. Just when Chen Shiping changed into clean pants and put on a shirt, there was a knock on the door. Chen Shiping walked over to open the door while buttoning his clothes. After the door opened, Gong Li leaned against the door and stared at Chen Shiping with a smile of scrutiny. Chen Shiping subconsciously looked down and saw that the door was closed. Gong Li couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled, pointing at Chen Shiping and said, "You buttoned your shirt wrong." Chen Shiping looked down and was about to button it again, but Gong Li took the initiative to help him. Chen Shiping was a little embarrassed. Was this too presumptuous? Gong Li also reacted at this time and felt very embarrassed. However, her excellent performance ability made her look calm. After finishing the work seriously, she even helped Chen Shiping to straighten his collar. "You men are all careless." Gong Li smiled and said, "You have to meet people later. You can't embarrass yourself." Chen Shiping hummed, and her nose moved slightly, and she smelled the perfume on her body again. "Girl, you smell so good. What do you want to see me for?" Chen Shiping felt that she had watched too many striptease shows in the past few days, which was a bit wrong. There was no way. Who let this be a French feature? It was not appropriate to come here without understanding the local customs and customs. Gong Li noticed that Chen Shiping was a little unnatural, and she felt a little funny. Director Chen also has unnatural moments. "A domestic journalist friend wants to interview you." Gong Li smiled and asked, "Do you have time for an interview?" Gong Li personally came to the door to button up, and Chen Shiping couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. The domestic people are very concerned about Farewell My Concubine's participation in Cannes. From the time Chen Shiping left for Hong Kong and then to Cannes, the media has been following the report. The reporter saw Chen Shiping standing in front of the window with his back to him in the room and immediately raised his camera to take a photo. This is lonely and invincible. It is difficult to understand the realm of a top boss in the literary and art world like director Chen. After taking the photo, the reporter put down the camera, and Gong Li also walked behind Chen Shiping and took the initiative to introduce him. The reporter saw that Gong Li and Chen Shiping were both dressed very formally, and standing together gave a sense of deja vu of a talented man and a beautiful woman. He couldn't help but take another photo. He felt that Gong Li and Chen Shiping stood together more harmoniously than with Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yimou looks like his second uncle in the village, and it is really inappropriate to match him with a beauty like Gong Li. However, there are very few great directors and partners in China who are extremely well matched. Either the director is too ugly, or the partner is not very beautiful. For example, Zhang Yimou and Chen Cage. The reporter's thinking is very divergent. When thinking of Chen Cage, he couldn't help but think of his miserable situation in Cannes last year. Chen Cage has been to Cannes twice, just like Chen Shiping, but one failed twice, while the other succeeded directly. It seems that the second time will be easy for him. Today's European media are collectively praising the film. The popularity of Farewell My Concubine has surpassed that of Basic Instinct. However, the topics discussed by the reporters are a bit strange. They are all discussing gender recognition and homosexuality, and they are all very enthusiastic. I really don't understand their thoughts. Shouldn't they discuss the film itself? Did these reporters receive money from the competitors of Farewell My Concubine? This domestic reporter may not think that the money received by European and American reporters was given by Chen Shiping, but at this time, he came to his senses. He came to interview Chen Shiping. Why think about these messes? so he smiled and asked, "Director Chen, can I interview you for a while?" Chen Shiping glanced at the time and said, "Of course, but it can only be 10 minutes at most. It will be too late for the premiere." The reporter immediately said excitedly, "10 minutes is enough." After sitting down, the reporter couldn't wait to ask, "I heard that Farewell My Concubine cost a total of 30 million yuan, and now some film companies have bought the copyrights of many regions. Is this true?" "It's true. Many film companies want to buy it." After watching the movie, film companies in the United States and France have offered $4 million to buy the copyrights of the two countries, but I didn't sell it. Why not sell it? $4 million should be able to make back the cost. The reporter asked curiously. According to the current exchange rate, it is a sure thing to make back the cost of selling overseas copyrights. When it is released in China and Hong Kong, it will be pure profit. Of course, I will wait until the movie wins an award. By then, I think it should be more than 4 million. Chen Shiping is really not in a hurry. 4 million is just the cost of the copyrights of the United States and France. This price is really high. However, this is also due to Chen Shiping's current fame and the large-scale production of Farewell My Concubine. Otherwise it can't be bought at this price. Director Chen is very confident, the reporter said with a smile, but the popularity of Instinct is also very high. Many European and American media say it is the favorite to win the championship. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "It's just an erotic film. It's just a Hollywood propaganda method. It's far inferior to Farewell My Concubine." The reporter quickly wrote it down in a notebook and asked a lot of questions. After Chen Shiping chatted with the reporter for a while, he went to attend the premiere. The Lumiere cinema can accommodate 3,000 people. When Chen Shiping and his friends arrived, it was full. The same screening, but the difference is that after the movie, 3,000 people stood up and applauded together. Thousands of people applauded for Farewell My Concubine for more than 10 minutes. This is the first time for a Chinese language film. Chen Shiping was also shocked by the scene. Gongli and Zhang Guoran were so excited that they covered their mouths and didn't know what to say. They need to calm down. They should play a game of Mahjong to lose some money in the evening. Blankboard. Gang. Zhang Guoran happily opened the gang, then touched another card, rubbed his fingers carefully, and his eyes immediately lit up. Zhang Guoran touched it carefully again, and after clearly feeling the lines on it, he excitedly slapped the card on the table. The gong is blooming. I won. Zhang Guoran stood up excitedly and stretched out his hand to Chen Shiping and the others, saying, "Give me money. Haha, I finally won once." Chen Shiping smiled and took out the money and said, "It's a good omen. There will definitely be gains at tomorrow's award ceremony. I'll lend you my good words, but give me the money first." Zhang Guoran took the money he won from Chen Shiping and smiled from ear to ear. At the award ceremony the next day, as expected, there were no accidents. When the winner of the Best Actor was announced, Zhang Guoran excitedly stood up from his chair, hugged Chen Shiping excitedly, and spoke a lot of Cantonese. Chen Shiping smiled and patted his back, watching him go on stage to receive the award. Gongli sat next to Chen Shiping and couldn't hide the envy on her face. I don't know what she was thinking of. She turned her head and said to Chen Shiping, "Last time you also sent Jiang Wen to the Best Actor, and Liu Xiaoqing lost. It's the same this time." Chen Shiping was speechless. What did Gongli want to say? Can't I support actresses? Although Gongli didn't say it, the expression on her face said it all. Just wait, I will send you to the Best Actress throne next time. Hearing Chen Shiping's harsh words, Gongli couldn't help laughing and said intermittently, Did you also tell Liu Xiaoqing and Tao Humin? Haha. Chen Shiping. Damn it, you still don't believe yourself. When Yu Hua is alive after writing it, you can see if I will find you to act. Chen Shiping snorted and ignored Gongli, who was laughing. Zhang Guoran on the stage had already stepped down at this time, and the host had begun to present the jury award. The jury award was given to a movie called Little Thief, which was a surprise. After listening to it, Chen Shiping sighed deeply. It seems that there will be a W keg. Is this the fate of Farewell My Concubine? When the Best Film Award was presented, a W keg really popped out. Chen Shiping was very dissatisfied with this, but the judging power was in the hands of others, so he could only accept it. After going on stage, Chen Shiping took the trophy and said to the audience, "It seems that I'm not as happy as the first time to get this award for the second time. In short, thank you to all those who have worked hard for Farewell My Concubine. Without you, there would be no movie. Thank you." After that, Chen Shiping went down the stage, and this time he still did not thank the film festival. But the people in the audience cheered and applauded, as if they had expected that Chen Shiping would not thank the film festival. It was like Chen Shiping vented their anger for them. "I come here every year, and you don't give me awards every year, but you still have to come with a licking face. They need someone like Chen Shiping too much." However, the organizers of the film festival were helpless, and they thought Chen Shiping would change this time. After all, it has been 3 years, and he should have grown up a little. Who knew he was still so rebellious? After stepping down, Chen Shiping threw the trophy into Gong Li's arms and said, "I will definitely give you one next time." Zhang Fenggai couldn't help but say, "Director, please let me touch it." Zhu Feng couldn't help but say, "I haven't touched the golden palm either. This is not worth much. A WKG is boring. Wait until the end of the year to go to the Oscars." Chen Shiping said indifferently. Zhu Feng was stunned, then nodded and said, "Go for the Oscars." Zhang Guoran won the Best Actor award at this time and couldn't help but speak for Cannes. Who said Cannes is not worth money? Oscars are not worth money. Chen Shiping laughed and said, "Oscars are indeed not worth money, but public relations cost a lot of money, so it becomes valuable. Spending so much money on public relations for Oscars, people should not blow Oscars up to the sky. Otherwise, how can they make the money back? To put it bluntly, the film festival is just a business. Who should thank whom? Farewell My Concubine won the award based on its strength and proved the value of Cannes with the quality of the film. They should thank each other. Cannes didn't thank Farewell My Concubine, so Chen Shiping naturally wouldn't thank Cannes. Mutual achievement is something that neither party has to give. Sell the film and go home. Chen Shiping sold the overseas copyright of Farewell My Concubine. Zhu Feng, the investor, needs to recover the funds, and Chen Shiping also needs money. The director's share cannot be less. Chen Shiping and Zhu Feng returned to China with 2 trophies and $9 million. Zhu Feng was very generous and gave Chen Shiping a share of $1 million, which was far more than the 10% share. If the box office in the 2 sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong and Macau is profitable, after returning to China, there will be more share. This is not counting the initial $2 million production costs. This wave of direct profit, not a penny was spent, and the net profit was 8 figures. After returning to China, Chen Shiping looked at Tao Human as soon as he got home and said, "Do you like villas, or do you like super big villas?" Tao Human, having money is not enough for you to show off, right? You don't have to clean the villa when you buy it, right? You are tired of sweeping the courtyard of a courtyard house, and you still want to buy a villa. Okay, save it for your son, just in case he turns out to be a spendthrift. Chen Shiping sighed. Tao Human couldn't help pinching him and said, "Your son is a spendthrift. My son is not your son." That's not necessarily true. Who knows if you have any illegitimate children? Chen Shiping also felt that he would have an illegitimate child in the future, a very strange feeling. But it doesn't matter, it's still important to appreciate Xiao Beike's dance. Take it off, there are only 2 of us, why are you shy? Chen Shiping couldn't help shouting as he watched Tao Human dancing. Get out. Watch it if you want. If you don't take it off, I'll do it myself. With a sizzle, the thin dance costume broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Tao Human subconsciously covered her chest, and before she could say anything, she was thrown directly onto the bed by Chen Shiping. Tao Human lay on the bed, grabbing the sheets with both hands, and her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but frown. After humming a few words, she took the initiative to arch her waist to cater to him. Isn't life like that? No matter how successful you are outside, you still have 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and a bed when you go home. When you are well fed and well fed, you will think about 6, which is the fundamental desire and pursuit of human beings. After Chen Shiping won the grand prize again, he was still warmly welcomed back to the factory, but no one seemed too excited. Chen Shiping went abroad 3 times and won awards all 3 times. He was used to it. It was normal for the factory director to win the award personally. What was there to be excited about? The factory was not excited, but the outside world was going crazy. Foreign film producers took the initiative to release the news and bought the copyright of Farewell My Concubine for $9 million, and they also praised the excellence of Farewell My Concubine. The film magazine hosted by Cannes even used a full 4 pages to report Farewell My Concubine. This is really the first time for a domestic film. The whole society was going crazy, and it felt that Chen Shiping went abroad to win glory again. It was very impressive. The employees in the factory did not react much, but the directors in the director's room were so worried that they kept smoking. Do you think Chen Shiping is the son of Cannes? How come he won the award every time he went there, while Chen Cage failed twice? Not only Chen Cage failed, but Zhang Yimou also failed when he went there. Alas, it's frustrating to compare yourself to others. At least Chen Cage and Zhang Yimou went there. I've been making movies for more than 10 years and haven't been nominated yet. Teng Wenji said at this time. Foreign film festivals are actually like that. I have participated in them several times and won awards. Old Teng, what is the level of the film festivals you participated in? What is the level of Cannes? Can they be compared? Yes, each generation is better than the previous one. We are all the 4th generation, and we can't compare with the 5th generation. Teng Wenji. This group of people is hopeless. You are all scared by Chen Shiping. At this time, the door of the director's office was suddenly pushed open. Mei Juan walked in and looked at Teng Wenji and couldn't help but gloating and said, "Director Teng, the director asked you to go over there. He said that your script was too bad and he wanted to teach you how to write a script in person." Teng Wenji was so angry that he couldn't help but slam the table. Chen Shiping, you kid, how dare you bully me like this? Chapter 202, The Ugly One is playing with flowers. In the busy production department, documents were piled up everywhere. Scripts, storyboards, location photos, actor information. There were all kinds of messy things everywhere, and you had to be careful when walking. The busy people in the office were either making phone calls or calculating production costs. Chen Shiping was also communicating with several producers about the preparation of the film. Mei Juan led Teng Wenji in at this time and shouted to Chen Shiping, Director Teng is here." Teng Wenji was a little puzzled. Why did he bring him here? Chen Shiping heard Mei Juan's voice, but did not turn around and shouted directly, "Let Director Teng find a place to sit by himself." Looking at the office, where he could hardly move, Teng Wenji didn't know where he could find his own place. There was no place for him to stay here. Teng Wenji simply stood there, thinking that he would go to his office to chat after Chen Shiping was done. But it was too abrupt for him to stand here. "Old Teng, make way, don't stand here." Teng Wenji moved his feet to make way. "Director Teng, please make way. It's not easy to carry things. Please forgive me." Teng Wenji moved to the corner again. Chen Shiping finished explaining what he wanted to explain, then turned to look at Teng Wenji. "Hey, why is Director Teng standing in the corner by himself?" As soon as Chen Shiping spoke, everyone in the office turned their heads to look over. Chen Shiping walked over and said, "If you can't write a good script, you don't have to stand in the corner. Everyone should learn from Director Teng. Look at his attitude. This is called knowing shame." Teng Wenji's face turned red at this time. "You are the one who was punished. You are the one who is ashamed. Who can't write a good script? It's the screenwriter who wrote it. It's none of my business." Chen Shiping saw that Teng Wenji's face was red with anger, so he waved his hand and said to everyone, "Okay, everyone, go and do your own things." Director Teng's face is red with shyness. Some people in the office couldn't help but want to laugh. They didn't expect that Chen Shiping was not only good at scolding people, but also very good at being sarcastic. Teng Wenji covered his chest and felt that he couldn't breathe. With a red face, he shouted, "Chen Shiping, you bully." Chen Shiping's face suddenly turned cold at this time, staring at him straight and asking word by word, "What do you want to say when Director Teng called my name?" Teng Wenji opened his mouth and swallowed the unfinished words. His face flushed purple. No one in the production department sympathized with Teng Wenji. It was this old shameless man who spoke ill of the producer every day. Without the producer, how can you directors get by? You deserve to be scolded. If you want to make a movie in the future, you must be blocked. Chen Shiping snorted and looked at Teng Wenji and said, Director Teng, I read your script. The production department can't pass it. You go back and rewrite it. The script was written by the screenwriter, not by me. After Teng Wenji said this, he felt a little relieved. Chen Shiping reached out to Mei Juan, and Mei Juan immediately handed over Teng Wenji's script. In that faraway place, Chen Shiping sighed and continued, the name is good, but the plot is old-fashioned, without any connotation. It can't win any awards, and it has no commercial value. It's not worth filming at all. I heard that director Teng has even selected the actress. Everyone in the production department knew what kind of person Teng Wenji was. When they heard Chen Shiping's last sentence, they couldn't help but sneer. Finding a lover for yourself, and using the factory's money to do favors. What a thing. Do you think you are the factory director? You can win the palm d'or or two at a time. In the contemptuous eyes of everyone, Teng Wenji felt a little short of oxygen, and was about to lose his balance. Damn you, Chen Shiping, only arrange for your wife to act, and don't let others arrange it, right? Teng Wenji saw Chen Shiping walk up to him in a trance and directly slap the script into his arms. The factory doesn't have the money to make this kind of movie, and the script is not up to standard. Director Teng should go back and revise it. Teng Wenji calmed himself down, feeling that staying any longer would only bring humiliation upon himself. He took the script and walked out. He tripped and stumbled out of the production office. Outside the office, Teng Wenji was holding onto the wall before he could stand still when he heard a laugh behind him. Teng Wenji's hand was holding the script and his mustache was shaking. What kind of ugly guy is this? Another curse came from the office and Teng Wenji threw the script in his hand and turned away in anger. Teng Wenji didn't go anywhere else but went directly to the factory director's office on the second floor. When he arrived, he went in without knocking. Song Heng was on the phone, and when he saw someone coming in without knocking, he was about to scold him, but was interrupted by Teng Wenji. Old Song. Chen Shiping is too much. You must give me an explanation today. Song Heng quickly covered the phone, looked at Teng Wenji angrily and said, shut up, can't you see I'm working? After scolding, Song Heng hurriedly said to the person on the other end of the phone, sorry, boss, there was an accident. I understand what you said. I will ask Shipping to go to the bureau later. Oh, okay, that's it. Song Heng said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Teng Wenji was angry at this time. Seeing that Song Heng hung up the phone, he couldn't help shouting, old Song, do you know how Chen Shiping talked to me just now? Do you know how to talk to me now? You don't even knock on the door when you enter my office. Song Heng couldn't help scolding. Teng Wenji snorted and sat opposite Song Heng and said, I was confused by Chen Shiping. Okay, just tell me what happened. Song Heng said bluntly. Teng Wenji immediately exaggerated the situation, but only said that Chen Shiping had a bad attitude and was sarcastic, and did not mention his own embarrassing things. He is a young man. I took care of him as the factory director, and I didn't say anything to him in front of so many people, but he didn't give face to the old senior at all. Teng Wenji said angrily, I don't care about anything else. My movie must be approved by me, otherwise how can I live in the factory in the future? Song, you didn't say anything after listening. If I give you an approval, what will happen to Chen Shiping's prestige as a factory director in the future? Song Yu was a little upset. If he had known, he would not have agreed to his wife. A lot of trouble. Just when Song Yu didn't know what to say, there was a knock on the office door. Chen Shiping came in with a document and asked with a smile, Director, you are busy. I'll take 2 minutes of your time. I have something urgent to deal with. No problem. I'm chatting with Director Teng. Song Heng immediately stood up and said, it's about the set design branch. This matter is more important. Let's go there first and talk about it later. Song Heng walked out 2 steps and looked back at Teng Wenji and said, I have something else to do here. Let's talk about your matter later. After that, he went out with Chen Shiping. Teng Wenji sat alone in the office and smashed the desk in anger. In the courtyard of Beijing Film Studio, Song Heng smoked a cigarette and took a long breath. He couldn't help but nod at Chen Shiping and said, can't you be more tactful? Why make it so ugly? You are causing trouble for me. What if he approves it? It's not a big deal. You didn't agree to this trouble first. You really can't open this loophole. The producer-centered system has just been stabilized, and he's trying to use the back door. He was even against it before. What's his intention? Have you ever thought about it? Chen Shiping looked at Song Yu, who seemed to be thinking about something, and continued. Besides, if you give him a loophole, other old directors will come to you. Will you let him go? What's the difference between that and before? You can use public money as you want, and find yourself a mistress. Besides, his wife knows about this. He's still looking for you to use your connections. You're so generous. Song Yu didn't know how to answer what Chen Shiping said. He really didn't think deeply about these things before, and just relied on the friendship of his old colleagues. He took another puff of cigarette, before changing the subject and asking, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chen Shiping handed over a document and said, "It's really about the scenery branch company. Funds are really tight now." Looking at the document handed over, Song Yu turned his head and said, "I'd better talk to Leo Ting. You can handle this matter." "Okay, then you're busy," Chen Shiping shouted to his back with a smile. Song Heng couldn't help but look back at Chen Shiping and cursed him with a smile. Then he shook his head and went upstairs. Chen Shiping stood in the sun and stretched, and the document in his hand was blown by the wind to reveal a corner, all blank paper. It's not easy for the set design department to be short of money, just attract investors. The local government also participates in the investment and then finds investors to put up some money, and the bank approves some loans, which is a good problem. The brand of Beijing Film Studio is now so valuable that it is easy to get a loan. What's more, when it was in Cannes, the movies brought by the studio sold a lot of money. Half an hour later, Teng Wenji came out of Song Heng's office. He was walking towards the director's office, and when he passed by an office, he heard the gossip just now, and he was laughing while talking. Teng Wenji was so angry that his eyes turned red. He had to make this movie, otherwise he would lose face. As a fourth generation director, Teng Wenji still has some ability, plus his family has a good background and knows many friends. It's just that sometimes people forget about you, and it's not that easy to find someone to pay for you to pick up girls. Teng Wenji approached several people, but when they asked about the situation, they all refused. You were ejected by the Beijing Film Studio, and you offended Chen Shiping. Can you get the studio logo if you invest? Exclamation mark. Can you get the movie released smoothly if you get the studio logo? Exclamation mark. If Chen Shiping doesn't like the script, wouldn't I be a complete idiot if I invested money? Teng Wenji didn't expect Chen Shiping's influence to be so great now, and he couldn't understand why his former friends started to avoid him. You don't have to worry about making money when you make a movie yourself. Unified Purchase and Sales. Unified Purchase and Sales have been cancelled for a year. This matter has spread to the Beijing Film Studio, and Teng Wenji hasn't been to work in the factory for several days. At first, he could find excuses to attract investment, but so many days have passed, and he hasn't attracted any investment. If he goes back to the factory, he will really become a joke. No, now the whole circle knows about it, and I don't know how many people are laughing at me behind my back. Run away. You must run away. Leave the Beijing Film Studio. Go back to the Xi'an Film Studio, or go to the Shanghai Film Studio. Anyway, you can't stay in the Beijing Film Studio. Teng Wenji went to the Xi'an Film Studio as soon as possible, but he had just left the Xi'an Film Studio not long ago, and it was not easy to go back now. So he went to the Shanghai Film Studio again, and the Shanghai Film Studio was willing to accept him and give him money. But when applying for the transfer, it was stuck. Chen Shiping looked at the application in his hand and directly clenched it into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Want to leave? Absolutely impossible. Either you get laid off directly, or sit on the bench in the factory until you die. Chen Shiping, I'm not done with you. Teng Wenji was so angry that he smashed the cup at home. His son was startled and stood beside him and whispered, "You can also make movies with the money of the Shanghai Film Studio and the Beijing Film Studio. It's the same. You know shit." Teng Wenji cursed angrily. But this is the only way now. Teng Wenji sat on the sofa and called Shanghai Film Studio. After a few words, he was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone. Damn, Shanghai Film Studio also regretted it. They also said that you can't come. The studio is short of funds, and it's not easy to invest in you. Otherwise the people in the studio will have opinions. Fuck the opinions. Teng Wenji's beard was running wild with anger. He wanted to drink water and found that he had smashed the cup. What are you looking at? Go pour me a glass of water. Teng Wenji shouted to Teng Huateo. Teng Huateo silently got up to pour water and was speechless to his father. You are bullied outside. Why do you go home and act wild? Chen Shiping didn't care about Teng Wenji's affairs at all. An ugly old deng would annoy him for a few minutes at most. Chen Shiping is now busy watching the rough cut of Saving Mr. Cheng. The movie was shot very quickly, and the rough cut was also edited over time. However, Chen Shiping was not very satisfied after watching it. He turned to Cheng Long and said, "Do you think it's boring?" Cheng Long glanced at Li Xiaohong and saw that she didn't react, so he nodded slightly. Chen Shiping smiled and said, "The rhythm is too slow. The editor still edited it according to the old way." Chen Shiping really ignored the editing. The editors in the factory are good, but they are still a little immature in editing this kind of commercial film. Chen Shiping looked at Cheng Long and said, "Do me a favor and lend me an editor. It's just right for the editors in the factory to learn from him." Cheng Long smiled and said, "No problem." Li Xiaohan didn't object from beginning to end. The director only has the right to suggest and guide editing. The right to make the final decision is still in the hands of the producer. If the producer is not satisfied, he has to re-edit it. Li Xiaohan felt a little sad in her heart. The director's power is getting smaller and smaller. However, this time, filming to rescue Mr. Cheng really made her feel relaxed. She just had to take care of the filming. She didn't have to worry about the troubles before and after the movie, the preparation, the post-production and the distribution. After the movie is released, there is a share of the box office revenue. Compared to the past, it is easy and profitable. Cheng Long couldn't help asking, "Can we shoot the next movie now?" Li Xiaohan also looked at Chen Shiping at this time, wondering if she still had the right to continue filming. Chen Shiping coughed and said, "Yes, the production department will communicate with you about the specific work." Hearing the word "you," Li Xiaohan immediately put her heart at ease. "I said that no one in the factory has succeeded in shooting a crime film except her." The movie shot by Li Xiaohan is actually quite good, and the perspective is very delicate. In some places, it is shot with more depth than male directors. The most important thing is that Cheng Long is in charge of the shooting of Police Story, so the movie will not be bad. After these two police and gangster films are finished, Chen Shiping will also focus on The Deer in the Cauldron. Wang Jindu called to ask when he can bring the girls to the mainland. If you don't know, you might think he is a groom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 What a Thin Waist. In the distribution department of Beijing Film Studio, Chen Shiping looked at the box office data after the May Day holiday. Das Aber was released on May Day, but Chen Shiping didn't have time to pay attention to it at that time, and then he went to Cannes. After returning, he was busy dealing with that old toad Teng Wenji, and he didn't pay attention to the box office situation last month. The box office of Das Aber is far behind that of Party A and Party B, but after the whole May Day, coupled with the simultaneous efforts of distribution and publicity, it also achieved a box office of 68 million. Xia Gang's title as a comedy director has been preserved, and the box office poison that Chen Hong is worried about will not happen. But Zheng Yu is really popular now, the highest grossing male actor in the mainland. People in the circle are saying that if you want to make money, you have to hire Zheng Yu. And Zheng Yu has good acting skills, and he can match well with female stars. He has a wide range of roles, and can play many roles. Zheng Yu is really getting a lot of film offers now, but this old guy has also started to pick them up. He won't act if the money is low. He won't act if the script is not good. Zheng Yu knew very well that the reason why Party A, Party B and DASA had such high box office was mostly due to Chen Shiping. If someone else were to lead the movie, it might not work. In order not to damage his own brand, Jeyu would rather be more picky now. Chen Shiping has been back for several days, and Chen Hong has always wanted to see him. The last time Chen Shiping came back from Cannes, she didn't grasp it, and she has always felt uneasy. This time Chen Shiping came back from Cannes again, but he didn't come to see her. The trophy was supposed to be given to her, but she hasn't seen him yet. Chen Shiping really doesn't have time to see Chen Hong now. He's busy. On the road from Beijing to Chengdu, green smoke kept floating out of the window of a black car. Chen Shiping sat in the co-pilot, looking at Jiang Wen, who never put down his cigarette, and asked, "Why are you smoking so hard now?" "I'm holding it in while writing the script," Jiang Wen said hoarsely. Chen Shiping couldn't help but said, "Or I can write it for you." "No need," Jiang Wen replied immediately. "I guarantee you'll be satisfied with what I write. You have to trust me," Chen Shiping said earnestly. Jiang Wen shook his head and said, "You can't write that flavor. You're not from the big compound." Chen Shiping, "The big compound is great. Now when you see me, you have to call me Director Chen. If you don't let me write the script for you, then why did you come to Chengdu with me?" Chen Shiping asked, puzzled. Today he came to Chengdu to see the scenery. The scenery here is pleasant and the geographical environment is suitable. There are mountains, water, forests, and grasslands. It is the best to build a film and television city. The key is that Chengdu is remote and has not developed yet. It will not be planned as the first batch of key tourist cities until 1998. It is not far from the capital, and the local government also welcomes the Beijing Film Studio to build a film and television city. These days, investment is being attracted everywhere. If someone comes to invest in building a film and television city, it will be welcomed with open arms. However, Chen Shiping didn't make such a big fuss this time. He just came to check the progress by himself. Jiang Wen looked at the scenery outside, threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, and said in a low voice, "I have a question that I can't figure out, and I want to ask you." "What question?" Chen Shiping was quite curious about what questions Jiang Wen could ask him with his personality. Jiang Wen asked directly, "How to be a director? Is the answer simple or complicated?" Chen Shiping looked at him and asked. Jiang Wen stepped on the accelerator and said, "The real answer." Chen Shiping was startled by him and grabbed the handlebars and said, "It's enough to be able to tell a story and tell it clearly." "What about art?" "That comes after telling the story clearly. You have filmed many plays and should understand that a director tells stories. You can think of movies as writing, and the shots are Chinese characters. You must first shoot a shot clearly and clearly. With this foundation, you can then consider word formation and link 2 or even 3 shots into a group of shots. After learning to form words, you have to make sentences, then paragraphs, and finally a novel." Jiang Wen scratched his hair and said, "So I have to learn to write first." Writing is not difficult, and forming words is not difficult, but it is difficult to combine all the words into a novel. Chen Shiping looked at him seriously and said, "I believe you can tell a good story. What you are worried about now should be how to write beautifully, which is what you call art. What kind of pen to use for writing, what color of pen, what angle of shot to use, and what color tone should be, these are all decorations for words and stories. The most important thing is that you have to understand what kind of story you want to tell, what kind of words you want to write, and how to tell the story so that everyone can understand it, and write beautiful words so that everyone likes it." Chen Shiping thought of Chen Cage when he said this. Many of the movies shot by this old guy are only understood by himself. The pictures are so beautiful, the characters are so clever, but the story is not clear. He may understand it, but he can't shoot it clearly. The only movie he shot clearly won the Cannes Film Festival. But now he has no chance. Jiang Wen is the kind of director who likes to nitpick. If he were asked to write a novel, he would probably like to nitpick as well. After Chen Shiping finished talking about the story, he began to talk about the language of the lens and the scheduling and management that a director should learn. Regardless of whether Jiang Wen understood it or not, he kept talking about it until he reached Chengdu. After arriving in Chengdu, Chen Shiping pushed open the car door and got out to get some fresh air. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Wen, who was still sitting in the car, and asked, "Get out of the car. What are you doing?" "Let's go eat." Jiang Wen was sitting in the car, tapping the steering wheel with his hands. Suddenly, his fingers paused, and he leaned over to close the passenger door. "I have an idea. I want to go back to Beijing and ask someone to pick you up later." Chen Shiping. Looking at Jiang Wen, who was driving away with a foot on the accelerator, Chen Shiping silently raised his middle finger. "Damn you. If it weren't for the face of the rich sister, I would have beaten you up." Chen Shiping snorted, turned around and walked 2 steps, and suddenly turned back and cursed. "Jiang Wen, my wallet is still in the car." Chen Shiping rummaged through his body and only had the $2.80 left from the breakfast he bought in the morning. This little money was enough for a meal. "Jiang Wen, you are a psychopath." Chen Shiping cursed Jiang Wen while eating buckwheat noodles. "But this stuff is delicious. How did the noodles from Shaanxi become a specialty of Chengde? It's really strange. Just like the best Anhu flat noodles can only be eaten in Changchun." After Chen Shiping finished eating, he sat there and waited for a while before a car stopped at the door of the restaurant. The director of the set workshop of Beijing Film Studio came in. To be more precise, he should be called the manager now. "Why does the director eat this? You should have told me earlier, and I would have arranged it." Chen Shiping waved his hand and said, "No need to be so troublesome, just go to the construction site." "Okay." Half an hour later, Chen Shiping arrived at the construction site and put on a white hat on his head. After walking around with his hands behind his back, Chen Shiping was quite satisfied. After spending nearly 10 million yuan, it is still very effective. In the future, this film and television city will also be a major source of income for the factory. The creation of TV dramas is about to reach a peak. If movies are added, it will not be a problem to support this film and television city. Very good. When will the scenery for the deer and the cauldron be arranged? Chen Shiping turned his head and asked. Soon. After communicating with the art workshop, it will be done in 3 days at most. Chen Shiping nodded and said, then I will arrange to hold the opening ceremony here in 4 days. Don't make any mistakes for me. Guarantee to complete it on time. After Chen Shiping turned around again, he returned to Beijing. Looking at Tao Human, who drove to pick him up, Chen Shiping really wanted to go back and strangle Jiang Wen. You drove my car away and then made my wife run so far to pick me up. Tao Human couldn't help laughing while sitting in the co-pilot. Seeing her bright smile, Chen Shiping's anger also subsided a lot. Our director Chen has also had this day, and his car was robbed by Jiang Wen. Tao Human covered her mouth and smiled and said, it will definitely spread tomorrow. Chen Shiping's head was full of black lines, and his mood was not beautiful again. Jiang Wen's glorious deeds have one more, and his own embarrassing deeds have one more. It's a big loss. I must punish him when I shoot the sunny day. If he doesn't call him dad, I will never give him money. After returning to Beijing, Chen Shiping called Liu Xiaoqing and asked her to take good care of her little wolf dog. Don't be so nervous all day long, and don't just go back to Beijing without caring about anything. When you think of something, you are enlightened. Then you can't leave your master in Chengde. Chen Shiping shamelessly gave himself the title of master. Anyway, if anyone in the circle says that Jiang Wen robbed a car in the future, he would say that he taught Jiang Wen to direct. Who is afraid of who? Let's hurt each other. However, people in the circle don't dare to make fun of Chen Shiping now, not to mention that he is in a high position and has great influence. Just saying that Chen Shiping just won another golden palm can make these people shut up completely. Now the audiences across the country are waiting for the release of Farewell My Concubine. What kind of movie is the movie that the Americans spent $9 million to buy and shocked Cannes? This is so curious. The audiences are waiting for the release, and Zhu Feng is also waiting for the release. If Farewell My Concubine had not only been released in Cannes, it would not have been released in other regions. Even in Hong Kong, Chen Shiping stopped the film from being released ahead of schedule. The mainland market is much bigger than Hong Kong now, so it is impossible to release it in Hong Kong first. The problem that was holding up the release was still the review, but Chen Shiping was unwilling to change it. Even if it was changed, Farewell My Concubine would still be Farewell My Concubine. Now the leaders of the film bureau are waiting for Chen Shiping to come. The day after returning from Chengde, Chen Shiping went to the film bureau to throw a tantrum. Changes are impossible. I won't delete any shots. Did I shoot anything excessive? No, right? Town was released and loved by audiences all over the country, so what does that stuff in Farewell My Concubine matter? Chen Shiping looked at the leaders and said honestly, we can't always avoid this and that. Some problems are not as serious as we think. The audience also has a sense of right and wrong. What is good and what is bad, they won't understand if they don't show it. We have to analyze it based on the specific situation. The leader of the film bureau couldn't help laughing and said, I called you here to let you report, not to let you criticize me. Seeing the leader laugh, Chen Shiping was not so worried anymore. Farewell My Concubine is indeed an excellent film, and we also want it to be released. The leader paused and said, I called you here today not to ask you to cut, but to tell you that you can't publicize it as widely as before. It's better to be low-key. There have been enough news about the award before, so don't publicize it before it's released. Chen Shiping smiled and said, don't worry, I will definitely pay attention to this. Thank you very much for your support. You were not like that just now. The leader smiled and said, we support you very much and have great expectations for you. Otherwise you would go and keep Xian Zhuangseong company now. Chen Shiping smiled awkwardly. Xian Zhuangseong is very miserable now. He has planned to take the movie to participate in foreign film festivals privately next year. Okay, let's not talk so much. I can't answer the questions you asked. When you stand in a different position in the future, you will understand the reason. After the leader finished speaking, he skipped the topic of Farewell My Concubine and asked about the recent situation of Beijing Film Studio. After Chen Shiping reported it in detail again, he chatted with the leader for more than 10 minutes before leaving the film bureau. If it is not stuck above, Chen Shiping will prepare to set a time for the release. National Day is a good choice, when the mainland and Hong Kong will be released simultaneously. A day later, Wang Jin brought people to Beijing. This time he brought a lot of Hong Kong female stars. Qiu Shuzhen, Yuan Jiaying, Chen Dering and Sandra Ng. Sandra Ng is here to play Wen Xiaobao's mother. She is obviously about the same age as Zhao Xingxing, but because Sandra Ng is not very good looking, she seems to play his mother. Speaking of which, Zhao Xingxing and Sandra Ng have also played husband and wife. The audience acceptance of Hong Kong is quite high, and they will not be affected by the screen CP. There are many female characters in The Deer in the Cauldron, but there are not many roles in this movie. After all, Wei Xiaobao has 7 wives, and one movie cannot be filmed, so only the key ones can be filmed. The original role of the Queen Mother of Zhang Minimum can no longer be played by her. Even if Yang Sheng doesn't want face, it is impossible to invite Zhang Minimum back to play the fake Queen Mother. But even if he is invited, Zhang Minimum is not very willing to come back to act. Acting is not as fun as speculating in real estate. House prices are rising every day. If you buy in the morning, the price will go up in the afternoon. Since Zhang Minimum is not here to play the fake Queen Mother, this role will naturally fall to Jiang Wenli, who Wang Jin has recently taken a fancy to. Jiang Wenli is indeed beautiful and has good acting skills. She also has the potential temperament of a strong woman. It is no problem for her to play the role of the queen. Standing next to this group of Hong Kong stars, she is even more outstanding in temperament. Yuan Jiaying and Chen Dering are too young and have debuted for a short time. They are still a little worse than Jiang Wenli. As for Qiu Shuzhen, it is hard to say. She has a kind of quirky vitality and looks good. But to be honest, Chen Dering is the youngest. She is only 18 years old this year. In the private room of Shangri-La Hotel, Wang Jin took the initiative to wink at Chen Dering and said, Dering, your Mandarin is good. Sit next to Director Chen. If there is no room, squeeze in. Chen Dering blushed, raised her glass, walked in front of Chen Shiping, and sat directly on his lap. Director, I'll toast you a glass. Chen Shiping naturally put his hand on her waist and felt it. What a thin waist. I don't drink. And, please get up. Chen Dering looked down at the hand holding her waist and fell into confusion. Chapter 204 You are so good at twisting. Okay, get up. Chen Shiping patted Chen Dering's thin waist, which was quite smooth. Chen Dering glanced at Wang Jin and stood up when she saw that he didn't respond. Chen Shiping said at this time, you don't need to do this. When you come to the mainland, just film well. Several people at the dinner table smiled awkwardly. So why didn't you touch me just now? Wang Jin suspected that Chen Shiping didn't like Chen Dering's type and looked at Yuan Jiang and said, "Aying, you also toast the director." Chen Shiping saw what Wang Jin meant. This is not giving up. So he covered his hand and said, "I said I don't drink." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Qiu Shuzhen took the initiative to smooth things over and said, "Director Chen, it's so boring not to drink. I toast you a glass, okay?" Chen Shiping glanced at Wang Jin and found that he was smiling without the slightest displeasure on his face. "TSK, Fatty Wang must make me make a mistake tonight." Chen Shiping looked at Qiu Shuzhen who was holding the glass, chuckled and waved to her. "You like to play, right? Then come on, let's see who can't stand it first." Now it was Qiu Shuzhen's turn to be embarrassed. She secretly glanced at Wang Jin, and seeing that he didn't react, she gritted her teeth and walked over. "Director Chen, you want to have a drink with me? It's really an honor." Qiu Shuzhen sat directly in Chen Shiping's arms, and her hand touched his shoulder. Chen Shiping put his arm around Qiu Shuzhen's waist, pinched it gently, and then looked at Wang Jin and said, "Director Wang and Miss Qiu have worked together many times. What's the relationship?" Wang Jin immediately smiled and said, "Just friends." Qiu Shuzhen felt a little uncomfortable and twisted uneasily. In summer, people wear less, and Chen Shiping was wearing silk trousers, so he stood up immediately. Qiu Shuzhen immediately felt something pushing her up, and her hand holding the wine glass was a little unstable. Chen Shiping didn't feel embarrassed at all, and said with a sigh, "TSK, Director Wang is really generous and fat. No wonder he does things so generously." Wang Jin smiled modestly. He was just very excited when he saw Xia Gang's Big Slap got more than 60 million at the box office. Big Slap is a comedy, but its commerciality and comedy effect are not as good as his movie. Wang Jin felt that if his movie received such great help from Chen Shiping, it would definitely get a higher box office. At that time, the director's share would be very generous. The box office in Hong Kong and the mainland combined is conservatively estimated to be over 100 million. Qiu Shuzhen saw Wang Jin's expression and knew that he was determined to curry favor with Chen Shiping. She would become a gift tonight. Thinking of this, Qiu Shuzhen felt a little angry. When she looked at Wang Jin, she deliberately twisted a few times in Chen Shiping's arms. "You fat guy, you are so angry." Chen Shiping felt his head sinking in. This time, Qiu Shuzhen really couldn't get up. Otherwise, it would be a big embarrassment. Damn it, why is she twisting like that? And so accurate. Chen Shiping gently pinched Qiu Shuzhen's butt with his hand on her butt, trying to make her quieter. But Qiu Shuzhen misunderstood and twisted a few more times with a red face. In her heart, she complained that Chen Shiping was good at pretending just now, but now he has been taken down by me. The young Chen Dering saw Qiu Shuzhen's E's and E's, and then she realized that Chen Shiping actually liked to flirt. It was still because of her youth that she missed such a good opportunity. Before coming to the mainland, the boss Kyung Gyo hinted that she should have a good relationship with Chen Shiping and said something about learning from her senior sister Lin Qingsha. She failed the boss's trust and expectations. Chen Dering was thinking about going back to practice how to twist her buttocks at night, and she must seize the opportunity next time. Chen Shiping is really confused now, and it's getting more and more confused. Why can't Qiu Shuzhen stop dancing the Huzuan dance on her body? Chen Shiping whispered in Qiu Shuzhen's ear, "Don't move, be honest." "Oh, then have a drink." Qiu Shuzhen bit her lip and put the wine glass to Chen Shiping's mouth. Chen Shiping raised his hand and pulled down her wrist. He said he didn't want to drink, but he didn't understand. How can you drive at night after drinking? The lever is soft when you drink too much. Wu Junru, who was sitting opposite, had a tut-tut expression all the time, feeling that she had eaten another super big melon. It's just that this melon is not easy to share with others, otherwise it will be banned in the mainland. Now Hong Kong movies have to rely on the mainland to make money. But the most excited person is not Wu Junru, the melon eater, but Jiang Wenli. Great, it turns out that Director Chen is this kind of person. Will I be silenced after seeing this today? No. Will I be considered one of our own in the future? Jiang Wenli sat there motionless, for fear that Chen Shiping would notice her. If she were asked to sit on his lap and toast, she would have to decide whether to go or not. She is not so twisted. Fortunately, Chen Shiping only let Qiyu Shuzhen sit on him for a while and then let her get up. Jiang Wenli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't continue to eat melons or what. Director Wang, stop testing me. I will support your film. Chen Shiping raised his wrist to look at his watch and made an excuse, saying, I have an appointment, so I won't accompany you for dinner. You can enjoy your meal. There are too many people today. Even if you want to be corrupt, you can't do it so openly. Wang Jin immediately stood up and said, then I won't delay your work. Shuzhen will see you off. Chen Shiping immediately said, no, I'm leaving. How can that be? Wang Jin thought about it and said to Chen Darren, you and Arzen will see you off together. Chen Shiping almost took back his foot just after stepping out of the private room, but he still walked out firmly and left without looking back. Just touching him is fine. If he really took Qiyu Shuzhen and Chen Darren away, the meaning would be different. Chen Shiping walked so fast that Qiyu Shuzhen and Chen Darren could not see him when they chased him out. The two women looked at each other and felt helpless. Is this man really not tempted? He can even hold back like this. No wonder he is so powerful. Chen Darren looked at Qiyu Shuzhen and asked, what should we do now? She had never encountered such a thing before, and she was a little confused, mainly because she was worried that Wang Jin would scold her when she returned. Qiyu Shuzhen brushed her long wavy hair and said with a smile, let's go somewhere to play and come back tomorrow morning. Chen Darren immediately understood. This was a smart move. Just do it. Go out and play. In this way, Wang Jin would not know the specific situation. He couldn't go back and ask Chen Shiping in person. In the private room, Jiang Wenli was really curious whether Chen Shiping would take Qiyu Shuzhen and Chen Darren away, so she ran out under the pretext of going to the bathroom. She ran all the way downstairs and saw Qiyu Shuzhen and Chen Darren got into a taxi and left. Jiang Wenli frowned slightly. What did this mean? Where is Chen Shiping? Where did he go? Just as Jiang Wenli was wondering, Chen Shiping's car came out of the underground garage and stopped in front of her. Why did you come down too? Don't you want to eat? Chen Shiping looked at Jiang Wenli alone and said, get in the car and I'll take you. Jiang Wenli didn't know how to explain. She couldn't say that she came to spy on you. It's over. She didn't eat her meal and was going to be eaten. Why are you standing there? Get in the car. It's a lot of money to take a taxi from here to your home. Chen Shiping urged. Jiang Wenli opened the car door and got in. From what Chen Shiping meant, he should really take her home, not want to eat her. After the car door closed, Chen Shiping suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Wenli, which scared her. Well, I can't shake my butt. Jiang Wenli blurted out. Chen Shiping was speechless. What was this little head thinking? I want to ask where you live now. Didn't you graduate? What's shaking your butt? Who wants to see it? Chen Shiping really had no interest in Jiang Wenli. When he saw her, he always thought of the buck-toothed Wenli in the movie Lichen. You treat me as your buddy because I'm ugly, right? I don't think I'm ugly, I'm just a little weird thinking of that face and that classic line. I really don't have any thoughts. The fire that Chen Shiping had just raised because of Qiyu Shuzhen dissipated at this moment. Sometimes having a good memory is not all good. Damn it. After sending Jiang Wenli off, Chen Shiping stepped on the accelerator and disappeared in the alley. Jiang Wenli looked at the disappearing taillights of the car, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. What on earth did she say just now? But Chen Shiping didn't have any thoughts about her at all. Could it be that he just liked Qiyu Shuzhen who could shake her butt? Actually, I'm not incapable of it. It's a pity that there is no chance to say it again now. Let's go home and practice. Chen Shiping drove home in a flash. When he got home, Tao Human was still a little surprised. Why did it end so early? Tao Human leaned over and smelled it and said, you didn't drink. I also prepared milk for you. Chen Shiping was glad that it was too hot in the summer and he was blown by the wind all the way when he drove back. Otherwise, the strong perfume on Qiyu Shuzhen would definitely be smelled. At this time, Qiyu Shuzhen suddenly sneezed and said to Chen Darren, who was sitting opposite and eating lamb skewers. Tell the boss to order another 10 skewers. Chen Daring nodded immediately. The lamb skewers were so delicious. So she turned around and ordered 20 skewers in a sweet Taiwanese dialect. The boss, who was grilling, felt that his bones were crispy and immediately picked out the 20 largest skewers and grilled them. "Where are you going after eating?" Chen Daring asked curiously. Qiu Shazin thought for a while and said, "Go back to sleep after eating and sleep until tomorrow noon. I have to exercise when I go back, otherwise I will get fat." Chen Daring touched her small waist and said. Qiu Shazin rolled her eyes at her and lowered her head to continue eating. The next afternoon, the crew of the Deer in the Cauldron set off for Chengde. Chen Shiping looked at Zhao Xingxing, who was going to take the same car with him, and asked, "Why didn't you come to dinner last night? I don't like that kind of occasion." Zhao Xingxing explained, and then he didn't know what to say. His personality is very different from that on the screen. It seems that most excellent comedians are quiet in real life. Well, except Jeyu. Chen Shiping had to take the initiative to bring up the topic and said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Zhao Xingxing hesitated and said, "I have a conflict with Yang Sheng. I hope you can help me." Chen Shiping was surprised that Zhao Xingxing would take the initiative to find him. This saved a lot of effort. "Of course, I admire you very much, but you have to tell me your demands first." Chen Shiping raised his hand and put it down again while sitting in the back seat. There was still an animal missing in his arms. "Why hasn't my Hachiko come back yet? If it doesn't work, just give birth to a baby and send it back. Damn dog thief you Hua." Zhao Xingxing spoke slowly about the things between himself and Yang Sheng. The main problem was the salary. 3 million per film. 10 films were signed, but Zhao Xingxing's salary was already 3 million. Zhao Xingxing's dramas outside of Yang Sheng have already reached the level of tens of millions. But in Yang Sheng, it is still 3 million per film, which made him difficult to accept, and Yang Sheng was unwilling to increase his salary. Last year, Zhao Xingxing brought 200 million box office to Yang Sheng, but the salary he received was completely incomparable. After listening to Chen Shiping, he asked, "Besides The Deer in the Cauldron and The Legend of the Condor Heroes, how many more films do you need to make?" 4 more. Zhao Xingxing explained to Chen Shiping, "The penalty for breach of contract is not much." Chen Shiping thought silently for a while. He must fulfill the contract after signing it. This is a rule and a law, and it cannot be changed. The penalty for breach of contract must be paid, but the penalty for 4 films is not a small amount. It is nothing for Chen Shiping to pay the penalty for breach of contract for Zhao Xingxing. The key is whether he can earn the money back safely in the future. Zhao Xingxing is a good person and his screen image is very popular, but he really loves money. Chen Shiping pondered for a while and said, "I can help you pay the money. I will help you solve the problem with Yang Sheng, and I will not trouble you in the future, but how will you repay me? I can make a movie for you, as long as the salary is normal." Zhao Xingxing said immediately. Chen Shiping smiled dumbly. "What do I want then? Wouldn't it be better to just invite you to film? How could Yang Sheng refuse?" "You could still refuse. This is a loss-making business, which is very different from what Chen Shiping thought. I'll think about this matter. You should finish filming these 2 movies first." Chen Shiping closed his eyes and rested. There is no rush to solve Zhao Xingxing's matter. Let it sit for a while. What kind of mess are the conditions offered? It's just a trick. Soon the car arrived at the film and television base in Chengde, unfinished. The actors from Hong Kong were stunned by the green mountains and clear waters in front of them as soon as they got off the car. There are large grasslands as far as the eye can see, and horses can be vaguely seen running on the grasslands. The horses on the grasslands were borrowed by the local government of Chengde from neighboring Inner Mongolia. They will definitely be used for filming in the future, helping enterprises solve difficulties and generating income at the same time. Why not? Anyway, those horses are raised wherever they are raised. Wang Jin walked to Qiu Shazin at this time. From that night till now, they just had time to talk. "Yuan, what's it got to do with you?" Qiu Shazin was still angry. She rolled her eyes at him and walked towards Chen Shiping with her waist twisted. "Director Chen, it's so beautiful here," Qiu Shazin said as she came to Chen Shiping's side and started chatting with him in a low voice. She also put her hands on Chen Shiping's body, and from time to time she covered her mouth and laughed secretly and looked back at Wang Jin. "Fatty, if you have the guts, come here." Chen Shiping didn't understand and thought that Qiu Shuzhen was pushed over by Wang Jin again, so he frowned and looked at him. Wang Jin felt a little strange, but when he saw Qiu Shuzhen standing behind Chen Shiping and sticking out her tongue at him, he had a vague answer in his heart. Is this blaming me for talking to Qiu Shuzhen just now? It will be yours after you have a good sleep. But Qiu Shuzhen looks like she deserves a beating. You've climbed up the social ladder, right? You wait for me to climb up the social ladder too. Chapter 205. Knocking on the door at midnight. At the entrance of the half-built film and television city, Chen Shiping led the crew inside. There were many workers busy in the film and television city, covering the unfinished parts with curtains. Tomorrow is not only the opening ceremony of the Deer in the Cauldron, but also the opening ceremony of the film and television city. The leaders of the local government will also attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. With so many Hong Kong stars, it is a very good publicity opportunity. The film and television city must be a hit. Let all the practitioners in the film and television industry in the country know, and let all the people who dream of becoming actors in the country know. In the future, this will be the largest film and television base in the country. This is also what Chen Shiping boasted to the Chengde government at the beginning. Otherwise, how could they approve so much land without paying? The film and television city is very busy. Some scenes will be put into use tomorrow, and everyone is busy making sure that there will be no mistakes. Chen Shiping led everyone to the built part, pointed to the yellow tiles and red walls and said, "These scenes are restored 1-to-1. Even if Kangxi really came, he couldn't tell them apart." Chen Shiping made a small joke, and everyone behind him laughed. However, the actors in Hong Kong have never seen such a great scenery, and it is so big. Hong Kong also has such ancient building scenes, but they are all small and dilapidated, and many of them are built in the studio. The outdoor scenes are basically in the wild, otherwise it is impossible to shoot. It can be seen from the costume movies in Hong Kong that the outdoor scenes are all in the wild, with at most 1 or 2 ancient buildings. It is really because Hong Kong is a small place with expensive land and no money to build a film and television city. This also means that it is difficult for Hong Kong's film industry to develop. There is no way to form industrialized production, so it can only be small scale. Many costume dramas are built in the studio with simple interior scenes, or a yard is built with foam. They are demolished after filming. Because the studio space is limited and the usage rate is very high, it is impossible to keep this kind of building for a long time. This is also the reason why Hong Kong costume movies look fake. The house looks light and has no weight at first glance. From the color and texture of the wall, you can see that it is foam. This is also one of the reasons why Hong Kong film companies come to the mainland for co-production. The mainland is very economical in labor and production costs, and there are good scenes to use. After filming, you can also earn money from copying. Why not? It's so beautiful. Is there an imperial garden inside? I really want to see what the emperor's imperial garden looks like. Qiu Shuzhen asked curiously while grabbing Chen Shiping's clothes, not caring about other people's eyes at all. Chen Shiping shook her hand away twice but failed, and he was a little speechless. What kind of love potion did Wang Jin use on you? But you have to be like a dog skin plaster. Chen Daring especially admired Qiu Shuzhen's boldness. If it were her, she would not dare to approach Chen Shiping. If what happened last night was accidentally exposed, Wang Jin would scold her to death. Maybe he would be angry and send her back to Taiwan to develop. She finally came to Hong Kong to shoot 2 movies, and she didn't want to go back in disgrace. Kyung Yeo hasn't written the script for her yet. If she goes back in disgrace, she will probably sit on the bench. But now it's really a headache. Should I take the initiative to stick to him like Qiu Shuzhen? I want to go, but I don't dare. In the end, I can only follow behind him step by step, like a little maid accompanying the master and his wife. Wang Jin was not in a very good mood. Qiu Shuzhen just ran away. But he was only depressed for a while. There are many beautiful girls. Jiang Wenli is very beautiful. I wonder if they can develop this time during the filming. Wang Jin turned his head and smiled at Jiang Wenli. Jiang Wenli nodded without changing her expression, but she was disgusted in her heart. Fatty Wang was sweating all over, and he had no appetite just looking at him. Fatty Wang was uncomfortable. It was so hot that he was exhausted after walking a few steps. Although this is a summary sort, he was too fat. Seeing that Chen Shiping was very enthusiastic about taking a few girls to visit the garden, Wang Jin was really a little overwhelmed and sat down in a corridor to catch his breath. Fortunately, Chen Shiping planned to go back to the hotel after a short walk, and Wang Jin thanked God in his heart. Chen Shiping was actually annoyed by Qiu Shuzhen, and he chatted like a minor bad all the way. The key is that he didn't speak Mandarin well, and people who listened to him felt dizzy. If she continued to chatter like this, when they returned to the hotel, Chen Shiping would have to make her open her mouth and stammer. The accommodation environment in Chengdu is still good. After all, it is a summer resort, and the conditions of the hotel are very good. After all, the capital is nearby, and many cadres will come here to escape the summer heat. There are many sanatoriums and many high-end hotels. In the hotel, everyone was arranged a room, and Chen Shiping was finally able to take a breath. After walking all the way, he was sweating, so he simply took a shower. He also had dinner with some local leaders in the evening. Speaking of which, Chen Shiping's current level is not low, but it is different after all, because he is born half a head shorter. If he works in the general administration in the future, it will be different. But this is difficult, and Chen Shiping has not thought so far. It is enough to do a good job in China film. The level of hearing and certification is already very powerful. As for the general administration, it is completely another level. At dinner in the evening, the local leaders were still very polite to Chen Shiping. After all, he was considered the god of wealth. Besides, the Beijing film studio is not a local enterprise, so the attitude towards it cannot be compared with that of ordinary enterprises. Chen Shiping did not bring the crew members with him. They were all unruly and liked to imagine things. Who knows what they could do? Moreover, this meeting was to discuss the affairs of the film and television city, so they could not bring those people to talk about business. In a private room of the hotel, the crew members sat together for dinner. The people from Hong Kong could not help but ask Jiang Wenli about the job levels of these enterprises in the mainland. They were very curious about which one Chen Shiping belonged to, manager, businessman, or both. Jiang Wenli herself had not studied it, so she simply told them. Qiu Shuzhen asked curiously, who is more senior, Chen Shiping or that Mezang? This question confused Jiang Wenli. She really didn't know how to compare. The factory director is a little bit behind. No, 2 or 3 levels behind. Jiang Wenli was a little confused. Qiu Shuzhen nodded and said, I heard people say that Chengdu is very big, more than 10 times bigger than Zhangjiang. Chen Shiping is very powerful. Jiang Wenli, girl, that's not how you count. How stupid. But talking about these things is too far away. Jiang Wenli took the initiative to bring the topic back and said, anyway, in the literary and artistic circles, the factory director is definitely awesome. Everyone nodded. That was true. This was what they were most concerned about. As long as they knew that Chen Shiping could suppress them and could still control them in the future, that was enough. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Qiu Shuzhen knocked on the door when she passed by Chen Shiping's room. She went back to her room when she didn't hear any sound from inside. The 2 rooms were not far away. Qiu Shuzhen also kept an eye on the movement outside. It was not until after 9 o'clock that she heard the sound of Chen Shiping's door opening in his room. Qiu Shuzhen immediately jumped up from the bed, ran to the mirror to check her condition, and then opened the door and ran out. Chen Shiping heard the movement and immediately took a quick step into the room. The door was slammed shut. What a joke. What kind of place is this? If someone sees him, he will not be able to survive. Qiu Shuzhen looked at the closed door and reached out to knock. Director Chen, I have something to talk to you about. No time. Tomorrow. Chen Shiping said and paused. Don't knock. It's easy to disturb others' rest. Be careful of being scolded. Qiu Shuzhen tilted her head and felt that Chen Shiping had something to say. She hesitated and turned back. It's really difficult to deal with. Can't you be more direct? He obviously reacted to me, but he was attracted to me through his clothes that day. Besides, he is not an honest person. What is this guy pretending to be? If you have the ability, don't touch my butt that day. Chen Shiping was lying in the room to rest, thinking about the story of body patriarch knocking the monkey's head. But it's 12 o'clock now. It seems that it's better to go to bed early. Chen Shiping wrapped himself in the quilt, covered his head and fell asleep. The next morning, when Chen Shiping opened the door and came out, he saw Qiyu Shuzhen, who was full of energy and wearing delicate makeup. Chen Shiping couldn't help sighing and went downstairs to have breakfast. Qiyu Shuzhen looked at Chen Shiping's back and muttered, "Strange, why are you sighing so early in the morning?" After breakfast, everyone rushed to the film and television city. Soon it was 8 o'clock, and all the famous and influential newspapers in the mainland were invited by Chen Shiping to come. Reimbursement of travel expenses. Who wouldn't come? What's more, this is big news with selling points. No reporters came when the film and television city laid the foundation stone. Only local newspapers came to report. Now that it is open, it has achieved results, so it is natural to promote it well. Chen Shiping and some local leaders took turns speaking on the stage in front of the film and television city square, talking about the prospects and plans. It can accommodate up to 20 crews to start work at the same time, and at least 50 film and television dramas will be shot here in the next year. It will continue to expand in the next 10 years to build it into the Oriental Hollywood. Chen Shiping also talked about the construction plan of the future film and television city. From the Qin and Han dynasties to the Tang and Song dynasties and now the Ming and Qing dynasties, exclusive film and television cities will be built. And he said that he would communicate and cooperate with CCTV to build a water margin city and create the fourth classic TV series. At the same time, Chen Shiping also announced some filming project plans in the next 6 months. For example, Zhao Xingxing's The Deer and the Cauldron Part 2, the martial arts champion Sukiya and many ancient costume martial arts movies. After talking about it, many people were excited. The booming development of the film industry in the past 2 years has made many people excited. Maybe the Oriental Hollywood is really going to appear. After the things about the film and television city were finished, the press conference for the opening of The Deer and the Cauldron also began. The actresses of Hong Kong dressed up beautifully and followed Wang Jin and Zhao Xingxing on stage, and the reporters in the audience quickly pressed the shutter. Chen Shiping was a little speechless. You are only interested in celebrities, right? However, the first movie in the film and television city has such a luxurious lineup, which also shows everyone Chen Shiping's determination to run the film and television city well. The reporters were very enthusiastic about these stars and raised their hands to ask questions. Ask them how it feels to come to the mainland, what are their expectations for the first time to shoot in the mainland, etc. These people are still very serious in front of reporters, and their answers are flawless. After the press conference, the crew of The Deer and the Cauldron officially started filming. There was no shooting task on the first day, just starting up. However, Wang Jin wanted to burn incense and pray for a smooth start and a big hit of the new movie. Chen Shiping looked at him and said jokingly, "It's useless to pray to God, you might as well pray to me. The mainland doesn't believe in this, don't do this when you come to the mainland in the future." After Chen Shiping said that, he asked someone to tear off the red cloth on the table and waved his hand to let Wang Jin start filming. On the high platform with tables, chairs, and benches in Yichun Courtyard, Zhao Xingxing, wearing a tiger hat, held a large bowl of saliva and told the story of Chen Jin and of the Xiandahu. Chen Shiping looked at Zhao Xingxing's state at this time, and the difference between him and his real life was really big. One was extroverted, funny, and nonsensical, and the other was introverted, silent and loved money. Sitting in a chair and watching Zhao Xingxing's high spirits, Chen Shiping was also thinking about how to help him solve the problem of breach of contract and how to make the money back. It was impossible to help him pay all the compensation unless he signed a contract with Guan Zilin's company, and it must be a long-term contract. But Zhao Xingxing would definitely not be willing to do that. Although Chen Shiping wanted to poach Zhao Xingxing and cut off Yang Sheng's financial resources, he didn't want to spend so much money himself. Help him pay part of the compensation and let him pay the rest himself, and also make 2 films for Chen Shiping at a low price to make up for the breach of contract. Chen Shiping didn't need him to sign a contract as long as he didn't lose money. The goals of the two were very similar. One wanted to get rid of Yangsheng, and the other wanted to kill Yangsheng, and they just had to pay a little. Director Chen, are you free tonight? It wasn't Qiu Shuzhen's turn yet, and she came over to harass Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping glanced at her and asked, you are also an artist of Yangsheng, right? Qiu Shuzhen nodded and asked, yes, why are you asking this? Oh, nothing, just asking. Chen Shiping was halfway through his words when he saw Zhao Xingxing waved to him after shooting a set of shots. Qiu Shuzhen wanted to ask something else, but Zhao Xingxing had already run over. Zhao Xingxing knew why Chen Shiping wanted to find him, glanced at Qiu Shuzhen and said, sorry, I have something to talk to Director Chen about. You guys chat. Qiu Shuzhen left tactfully, but she didn't go far, standing in the distance secretly observing the two of them. She knew about the conflict between Zhao Xingxing and Yangsheng, and was even more curious about what Chen Shiping meant by what he said just now. Was he deliberately hinting at something? Why does this person always speak strangely? Can't he just say it directly? I'll say it straight. Chen Shiping looked at Zhao Xingxing and said, I can help you pay part of the liquidated damages. You helped me shoot 2 films. I don't want you to sign a contract or a film contract, and I won't restrict you. Zhao Xingxing was very unhappy when he heard that he had to pay for it himself. If he was willing to pay for it himself, why would he come to Chen Shiping? Chen Shiping looked at him and said, there is no free lunch in the world. I have already seen you as someone I think highly of by helping you solve Yangsheng's worries. Don't be greedy. Now it was Zhao Xingxing's turn to hesitate. He looked at Chen Shiping and said, I'll think about it. Chen Shiping shrugged and said, okay, the choice is mutual, but you don't have much time, and there are people who are more active than you. Zhao Xingxing followed his line of sight and looked at Wang Jin who was walking over. Qiu Shuzhen secretly observed and found that Wang Jin also ran over. Thinking that Wang Jin wanted to curry favor with Chen Shiping, and thinking that there was something wrong with these people, plus Chen Shiping's inexplicable words just now. Qiu Shuzhen suddenly understood something. They want to change jobs. I'm going to tell Shota. Chapter 206 I want to expose Chen Shiping's corruption. People are very strange creatures. Sometimes, if you don't push them, you don't know how much potential you have. Hesitant personality? Then push them. Zhao Xingxing wants to get rid of Yangsheng and make money, but he doesn't want to pay the penalty. There is no such good thing in the world. However, Chen Shiping thinks that Zhao Xingxing may also want to use himself to defeat Yangsheng. You don't want to raise the price, so I'll find someone to stand up for me. If you don't raise the price, I'll leave. Chen Shiping doesn't care what Zhao Xingxing thinks. From the moment he took the initiative to speak, he had only one way to go. Otherwise, he can't bear the consequences of forcing Yangsheng and playing tricks on himself. Wang Jin ran over at this time and said to Zhao Xingxing, go and touch up your Macube and continue shooting later. Zhao Xingxing didn't want to talk too much to Chen Shiping in front of Wang Jin, so he turned around and touched up his Macube. Director Chen, did he talk to you about Yangsheng? Wang Jin said straight to the point. Chen Shiping did not hide it and nodded. Yes, what? What do you think? Yes. Wang Jin took the initiative to say, I also want to develop in the mainland. Chen Shiping smiled and said, Yangsheng treats you well, why do you want to leave? No, I'm not leaving Yangsheng, I just hope to develop in the mainland more in the future. Wang Jin took the initiative to explain, Yangsheng has always helped me, I can't betray it when I become rich, it's too disloyal. Chen Shiping nodded slightly. Wang Jin was indeed down and out at the beginning, and it was Yangsheng who supported him all the way. Wang Jin's situation is different from Zhao Xingxing. Zhao Xingxing had already started to rise when he joined Yangsheng. In Zhao Xingxing's eyes, it was he who helped Yangsheng develop, not Yangsheng who helped him. Zhao Xingxing and Wang Jin have completely different views, so their demands are also different. Chen Shiping knew from the beginning that Wang Jin was such a shrewd person that he would not easily betray Yangsheng. It's good to develop in the mainland. I support it. Chen Shiping said, looking at the time, I have something to do in Beijing. I'll go back first and come back in a few days. Wang Jin frowned when he saw that Chen Shiping was unwilling to have a deep chat with him. He didn't understand what Chen Shiping was thinking. Is it necessary to choose one of the two? But Yang Sheng has taken the initiative to bow his head now, and there is no fundamental conflict with Chen Shiping. There is no reason to kill him. This is too overbearing. Qiu Shuzhen on the other side saw Chen Shiping was about to leave and immediately followed him. Director Chen, are you leaving? Qiu Shuzhen followed Chen Shiping's fast pace and pretended to be curious and asked, why did Zhao Xingxing and Fatty look for you? Chen Shiping stopped, smiled and said, it's a commercial secret. I have something to go back to Beijing first. You stay here to film. Qiu Shuzhen looked at Chen Shiping's back as he left, and she already had the answer in her heart. Fatty Wang must want to run away. As for Zhao Xingxing, she could guess it without thinking. But Qiu Shuzhen didn't expect that Fatty Wang actually wanted to run away. Yang Sheng treated him so well, it didn't make sense. Qiu Shuzhen was a little conflicted about whether to tell Shota that the fat guy sent her out to pave the way for himself. She really wanted to strangle him. Chen Shiping had already driven back to Beijing at this time. There were too many things to do in the film studio, and Chen Shiping would not waste too much time on a movie like The Deer in the Cauldron. He would just change a producer to keep an eye on it, and then let Shi Nansheng go to supervise. Jiang Wen's movie was what Chen Shiping valued. This kid locked himself up for more than a month to write the script. After talking to him a few days ago, he suddenly got inspired. I don't know how the movie is going. Jiang Wen has finished writing the script. He never had the confidence to be a director before. He always thought that he had no experience and had only been an actor. He wanted to study and further his studies before returning to filming movies. But after talking with Chen Shiping that day, he suddenly understood a truth. Directing is like writing a novel. Just knowing the words is enough. Talent is innate, and experience is never the most important thing for a director. Time will give anyone experience, but it won't give you talent. Jiang Wen was locking himself up to figure out how to turn words into pictures. He needed imagination, and he needed to turn words into movies in his mind. But the process of imagination made him very painful. He had too many ideas, and he always thought of them 1 second, and overturned them the next second. Liu Xiaoqing came to bring food to Jiang Wen at this time. Seeing that he was sitting alone in the room, and sweating all over, he went over to wipe his body. What's wrong? What problems have you encountered again? Didn't you figure it out after meeting with Shiping? Jiang Wen raised his head and pointed at his head and said, here, there are too many ideas here. I'm in the entanglement of continuous construction and destruction. Liu Xiaoqing couldn't help but say, it's useless to think, you have to go and shoot. Things in your mind are blurry, but the lens will not lie. Jiang Wen was stunned for a moment, thought for a while and asked, where is Chen Shiping? I want to see him. Where can Chen Shiping be? He is still driving back to the factory. It's too boring to drive alone, but his mind is also thinking quickly about what movie to shoot in the future. Domestic directors always have an idea that commercial films should also have the texture of art films. Even if they are shooting commercial films, directors want to win awards at film festivals. A film that cannot win an award is not a good film. This idea is good, but in the booming film market, such creation is too slow. Just like Sunny Days and Farewell My Concubine, both art and business are parallel, and few directors can balance the relationship between the two. Mainland directors can never change this problem, but Chen Shiping now needs a large number of commercial films to fill the market. If the directors in the factory are not good, he can only go on stage to demonstrate to them himself. If it is a big film, Chen Shiping is not at ease to hand it over to others. Even if Zhang Yimou comes, he will be worried. After all, Zhang Yimou is not so mature at this time. Chen Shiping thought all the way, and it was almost time to get off work when he returned to the factory. After running to the production department to assign someone to go to the crew of The Deer in the Cauldron tomorrow, Chen Shiping went home. After returning home, he saw Jiang Wen with his hands behind his back in the yard, looking up at the ginkgo tree. The laughter of Liu Xiaoqing and Tao Human came from the kitchen. Chen Shiping's footsteps caught Jiang Wen's attention. I'm back. Jiang Wen seemed a little reserved, wondering if it was because he was going to ask for money later. Chen Shiping nodded and put his briefcase on the stone table in the yard and shouted to the kitchen, "I'm back. Sit down." Chen Shiping looked at Jiang Wen and smiled. Jiang Wen didn't know how to start talking after sitting down. In the past, actors were asked to act by others. Now it's a director who has to take the initiative to ask for money, which is a bit awkward. Chen Shiping smiled and felt that he was still a little immature and had not become the domineering director he later became. "Are you ready?" Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Jiang Wen nodded and said, "The script has been written. I'm asking if you are ready." "Ready. Okay, come to the factory tomorrow." At this time, the gauze curtain in the kitchen was also pushed open, and Tao Hu Min and Liu Xiaoqing came out and said with a smile, "It's time to eat. Let's talk while eating." The appearance of the two women also eased the embarrassment between Jiang Wen and Chen Shiping. The two men were together, and their personalities were a bit strong, and the aura was not right. Moreover, Jiang Wen felt inferior this time, and felt a little uncomfortable. However, after sitting at the table and drinking 2 glasses of Tao, the chatterboxes of several people opened up. They did not talk about work, but some interesting things in the circle. After finishing the meal, Jiang Wen went out to smoke on the pretext of going out, and Liu Xiaoqing took the initiative to say to Chen Shiping, "You have seen a version of the script before. How much investment is needed?" "I have a lot of money here." Chen Shiping smiled and asked, "Sister King, aren't you afraid of losing money?" "It's okay if I lose money, not to mention that you are here. I'm not afraid." Liu Xiaoqing laughed and complimented Chen Shiping. After all, Chen Shiping is different now than he was 5 years ago. Chen Shiping calculated and said, "I estimated that normally 5 million is enough, but considering that Jiang Wen is a director for the first time, add another 3 million. So much." Liu Xiaoqing was a little stunned. Normally, a movie with a budget of 5 million is already a big production. Chen Shiping directly asked for 8 million, which was a bit too scary. "It's not much. I'm worried that it's not enough." Chen Shiping thought of Jiang Wen's personality and couldn't help saying, "It's not wrong to prepare a little more. It's just that the studio can't pay all the money. I'll find some investment from Hong Kong. Beijing Film Studio is not a sucker. If it gives so much money to people outside the studio, people will gossip about it." Liu Xiaoqing took the initiative to say, "Then I'll pay 1 million, so you don't have to be embarrassed." "No problem. The studio will pay another 2 million, and I'll take care of the rest." "Then is this movie still considered the studio's?" "It's a co-production. Otherwise it's not easy to operate." After chatting for a while, the matter was settled. The next day, Chen Shiping received the script handed over by Jiang Wen. When he arrived at the studio, the co-production department approved it in less than 10 minutes and transferred it to the production department. The production department saw that the name of the person in charge was Chen Shiping, and they approved it without even reading the script, and then officially established the project. However, this matter still attracted the attention and criticism of many people in the studio. 2 million is given to outsiders for investment. Isn't the factory short of funds? That's right. This is Jiang Wen's first time as a director. He should give the money to his own people. I heard that the project decided by the factory director was found by Liu Xiaoqing. It was Liu Xiaoqing who invested in the factory director, so the factory director was able to shoot Zhu Sangun. Repaying a favor? Everyone in the factory thought that Chen Shiping was repaying a favor, and they couldn't help but complain a few words in private. The directors in the director's room were also discussing it. When Liu Teng was rejected before, I thought Chen Shiping was so fair and selfless, but he suppressed dissidents. Didn't Liu Xiao's script fail? These are all excuses. What kind of script can Jiang Wen, an actor, write? Chen Shiping is abusing his power for personal gain. Shh, stop talking. Be careful that you will end up like Liu Teng later. Teng Wenji also knew the news and was immediately furious, but he soon calmed down and thought it was an opportunity. Chen Shiping was abusing his power for personal gain and using the factory's money to repay his favor. At that time, he was also said that he made the movie to find a mistress, and you are also messing around. Go and complain. You must complain. Otherwise, I can't swallow this breath. but it's definitely not okay to find Song Heng. He loves Chen Shiping more than his own son. Go to the bureau. I don't believe that no one can control you, Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping was also in the bureau at this time. He came to the meeting and took Jiang Wen's script for review. Not long after, the people in the review department of the bureau read the script and officially approved it. This script is good. Leo Chen, you wrote it for Jiang Wen, right? The director of the review department said to Chen Shiping with a smile. Chen Shiping groaned and said, he's very arrogant. I said I would write it, but he refused. But the script is really good. Haha, Jiang Wen is also a man of character. Who said he wasn't? I'm very optimistic about him. Your vision is definitely right. I'm waiting to see the finished film. I hope it won't be like Farewell My Concubine, where the finished film doesn't match the script. Chen Shiping smiled awkwardly. There was nothing he could do about it. Why was he exposing someone's shortcomings? On the other side of the bureau, Teng Wenji was criticizing Chen Shiping in his leader's office. Leader, Chen Shiping is abusing his power for personal gain. He refused to give my script to others, and Shanghai Film Studio said it would invest in me. The leader looked at him and said, then it would be the same if you asked Shanghai Film Studio for investment. Teng Wenji was choked and said angrily, something happened later. I'm talking about Chen Shiping's problem. Leader, you have to investigate him. I suspect he has embezzled a lot of money behind the scenes. Then why don't you collect evidence and give it to Ji Wei? Teng Wenji was puzzled. Why did the leaders in the bureau treat Chen Shiping like his own son? If he had evidence, why did he come to the bureau? Let's not talk about the corruption, just talk about the investment in Jiang Wen. He just wanted to repay Liu Xia King's favor. What kind of movie is this that costs 8 million? I don't think the 2 million from the factory is right. Give it to Ji Wei if you have evidence. Teng Wenji wanted to curse. What kind of leader is this? I'm leaving and never coming back. The world is so big. Is there no reasoning? Exclamation mark. When Teng Wenji came out of the leader's office, he bumped into Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping looked at him unexpectedly and immediately understood why he came here. So he shook the file in his hand and said, Director Teng, what a coincidence. Teng Wenji snorted and left without even looking at him. If it weren't for his age, I would have punched you. Looking at Teng Wenji's back as he left, Chen Shiping couldn't help but curse, you jumping clown. However, he had heard a lot of rumors in the factory, especially from the directors in the director's office, who had their projects rejected. This matter really needs to be dealt with, otherwise it won't be very nice. Even Song Yu had talked to Chen Shiping about this in a roundabout way. After all, he will take another step up next year, and it is not good for these rumors to appear at this time. Chen Shiping sighed and had no intention of going to the leader's office to get a cup of tea. The key is to go back to the factory and solve this matter. Isn't it said that he abuses his power for personal gain? Then show them this script and make them convinced. If you are still not convinced after reading the script, don't blame Chen Shiping for being rude. Chapter 207 Who is in favor and who is against? Exclamation mark. In the large conference room of the Beijing Film Studio, people from the director's office and the literature department sat together for a meeting. Everyone held a copy of the script of Sunny Days. Chen Shiping sat in the first seat, looked at the puzzled people and said, there have been a lot of rumors in the studio these 2 days. I don't want to explain too many. Let's talk after reading the script. Everyone understood at this time that Chen Shiping was trying to shut them up. Jiang Huoyan thought that Chen Shiping's trick was quite good. You have read the script, and you can still say it's not good in front of Chen Shiping? If you have the courage, you won't gossip behind his back. Since the script is good, who would say anything after reading it? When people ask you, you have to say that the script is really good and the director has a good eye. Jiang Huoyan was quite emotional and felt that Chen Shiping was becoming more and more mature and his methods were becoming more and more powerful. Directly use open conspiracy to break these rumors, unless the person who can't think of it wants to go to war with Chen Shiping head on. Chen Shiping picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He looked at them and said, why are you all standing there? Read the script. The directors who came this time were all those who had opinions about Chen Shiping. They were put together and attacked. As for the Department of Literature, they were just here to wave the flag and shout. Who in the Department of Literature would say bad things about Chen Shiping now? The department finally had a big leader, and they couldn't wait to praise him. What's more, the status of the Department of Literature has risen rapidly. It has jumped from a retirement department to a key department on par with the director's office. In the past, the directors in the factory either looked for screenwriters from outside or adapted novels. The Department of Literature is in a terrible situation. All the seniors are taking care of the retirement. Chen Cage's mother is also in the Department of Literature. At the beginning, she told Chen Shiping that young people came to the Department of Literature to take care of the retirement. Now most of the people in the conference room are Chen Shiping's people. He wants to see who dares to say that this script is not good. Chen Shiping doesn't even need to refute it himself. Those people in the Department of Literature can help him fight back. Jiang Wen was also in the conference room, but he was a little unconfident. All the directors and screenwriters present here are more experienced than him. If the script is recognized, it will be fine. If not, it will really cause trouble for Chen Shiping. His heart is beating fast now. He regrets asking Chen Shiping for investment. He should have asked someone else earlier. However, looking at the expressions on the faces of the people in the conference room and Chen Shiping's calm and unconcerned look, Jiang Wen tasted something and seemed to have nothing to worry about. Chen Shiping is a good guy. Jiang Wen was a little convinced. He had to be convinced. Not to mention the achievements in movies, he couldn't compare with him in terms of means. Half an hour passed quickly, and when the last person put down the script, the conference room became lively. But only 2/3 of the people were lively, and some were silent. It's just that no one said the script was bad, and they were all discussing some plots in the script. Everyone has a youthful time. The time of the 1970s seemed like yesterday. At this time, someone looked at Jiang Wen and said with a smile, "Jiang Wen, the script is well written, but directing is different from acting. How about I shoot it?" As soon as this was said, someone immediately followed up. "The script is really good. It would be great to shoot it yourself. And it's an investment of 8 million. Such a big deal really doesn't want to be missed." As for Jiang Wen, who the hell cares about him? Director, the script is good, but writing a script and being a director are two different things. It's too risky to give such a large investment to Jiang Wen. "That's right, I think we can find another director to shoot it." Jiang Wen was stunned. These shameless people, are they treating him as a fool? I can't stand it. Jiang Wen slapped the table and stood up and said, "I'm here to do it." "Okay." Chen Shiping interrupted Jiang Wen slowly. "He hasn't become a director yet, so don't make yourself surrounded by enemies." Jiang Wen felt uncomfortable because his words were held back. Why didn't he let himself finish speaking? He had already thought of the lines. Chen Shiping put the cup in his hand on the table, looked at Jiang Wen and asked, "Jiang Wen, are you confident?" "Yes." Jiang Wen replied immediately. "Then I will set 2 goals for you, 50 million box office, and then go to the film festival to win the best film. If you dare to promise, I will invest in you." Everyone in the conference room exploded. Who dares to make such a military order? Jiang Wen was also shocked. It was good enough that the movie could be made, and 50 million box office for a best movie. Is Chen Shiping too confident in himself? Or does he plan to let him help him shoot it later? Wouldn't he become a tool like Kishan? Seeing Jiang Wen silent, Chen Shiping knew that he had not yet established confidence in himself. He always felt that he was not confident enough because he had not learned directing. "Since you don't dare, then make an offer and tell me how much the script costs." Chen Shiping pointed at the directors who were trying to grab the script just now and said, "I have many people who dare to make military orders." Chen Shiping pointed his fingers one by one, and the directors pointed at bowed their heads and kept silent. "Who the hell dares to agree to your conditions? If you have the ability, why are you still trying to get Jiang Wen's script?" Jiang Wen was also stimulated by Chen Shiping's contemptuous attitude at this time, and he wanted to snatch his own script. "I promise you, if you can't do it, I will pay you back later." "Okay. Then it's Jiang Wen." Chen Shiping supported the table with both hands and looked at everyone, saying word by word, who is in favor and who is against. The meeting room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone bowed their heads and stopped talking under Chen Shiping's gaze. Then adjourned the meeting. I don't want to hear any bad words again. Chen Shiping turned around and left the meeting room. After he finished speaking, Jiang Wen looked at his back and whispered, "So fucking domineering." After the meeting, all the rumors in the factory disappeared. Chen Shiping's prestige in the factory was also completely established, and all the discordant voices disappeared at once. Even the director's office would not say anything privately. In the past, they would sympathize with Teng Wenji, but now no one said anything. The matter was resolved just like that, and Chen Shiping didn't spend much effort. If you can't do such a small thing well, what kind of factory director will you be in the future? The Sunny Days project was officially finalized. The production department also began to busy itself with preparations. The first step was to select actors from all over the country. It's hard to find young actors, and it's even harder to find young actors with good acting skills. But Chen Shiping had a candidate in mind. Regardless of whether he looks like Jiang Wen, he is definitely not inferior to Ziyu in terms of ugliness. And he also has small eyes, so he is somewhat similar. The most important thing is that his acting skills are very good. Chen Shiping has seen Zhang Yuan's Band movie and quite liked his performance in it. In the screening room of the Beijing film studio, Jiang Wen looked at the young actor on the screen and frowned and said, "He doesn't look like me." Chen Shiping pointed at the screen and said, "Look how similar your little eyes are. You are carved from the same mold." Jiang Wen, you're calling a deer a horse, right? I was much better looking than him when I was a child. If you don't believe me, call him over to show you. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Okay, I'll take him home and show it to my mom. Your mom won't pay, so what's there to show her? In the end, the actor for Mahjong was decided to be Huang Heibo, a child star, and his acting talent is much better than that boy Ziyu. Ziyu doesn't even know where he's peeing right now. It's too much trouble to find him. Chen Shiping never considered him from the beginning. Huang Heibo is really no worse than Ziyu in terms of acting skills. However, the actor for Mahjong was found, and other child actors also had to be found, and the national auditions haven't stopped yet. As for the other female lead, Chen Shiping didn't bother to do that. He just called Shanghai Film Studio and borrowed Ningjing. Jiang Wen was helpless. Why did he think of asking Chen Shiping for investment? What he said didn't count. He didn't even discuss such a big thing as the female lead with her. You've decided on the male lead, but the female lead has to be me, right? Jiang Wen said very dissatisfiedly. Chen Shiping looked at him and asked, "Do you have a suitable candidate?" "No, but don't worry, we can find one slowly." Jiang Wen frowned and said, "Ningjing is not suitable at all. Ningjing has been in the industry for several years and is quite popular. Jiang Wen has seen her plays and is completely different from the heroine he imagined. She doesn't have the feeling of Dasami." Chen Shiping looked at Jiang Wen and said, "Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you will be obedient." "Why are you so confident?" Jiang Wen felt that Chen Shiping was too confident, or should I say arrogant. This is his movie. How come Chen Shiping knows it better than himself? "Do you dare to bet?" Chen Shiping was too lazy to talk nonsense with Jiang Wen. It was still early for the filming. It was not tiring to keep arguing like this. Jiang Wen was really unconvinced. "Let's bet." When a man is asked whether to bet or not, he can only say bet. How can I understand my own movie less than you? If I say Ningjing is not suitable, then she is not suitable. Win. No, this plot is wrong. Jiang Wen looked at Ningjing, who was disdainful and angry at him, and he couldn't say 1,000 words in his heart. "Have you seen enough? Can you give me a straight answer? If Director Chen hadn't asked me to come over, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you." Jiang Wen couldn't help but touch his head and walked around Ningjing. His eyes looked at her waist, buttocks, and legs again and again. Ningjing felt a little uncomfortable when Jiang Wen looked at her. "Are you choosing an actor or a wife?" Jiang Wen couldn't help but say, "My dream lover when I was a child was my wife." "Then she is unlucky enough to know someone like you." Ningjing couldn't help but retorted. Chen Shiping walked to Jiang Wen at this time, patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, remember to be obedient in the future. I have something to do and leave first." Jiang Wen, although he didn't want to lose, Ningjing was really suitable. especially when scolding people. It was exactly the same as Milan in his heart. The feeling of heartbeat. On the other side, Chen Shiping, who had left, had already taken out his phone and called Liu King. Sister King, if you have nothing to do, please come to the crew more often and help me keep an eye on Jiang Wen. Liu King was busy making money outside and was a little puzzled when she received the call from Chen Shiping. You are the producer, why should I keep an eye on you? Don't you know that I will only spoil him? Something is wrong. Chen Shiping would not say this for no reason. Shipping, are you hiding something from me? Liu King pressed. Chen Shiping smiled and said, no, by the way, Sister King, do you still remember my dog? It was seduced away by someone. I'm so angry. Liu King understood and said unhappily, what are you talking about with me here? What happened to Jiang Wen? Nothing, I was just auditioning an actress today. Chen Shiping paused and said, Sister King, I have something else to talk to you about. After that, Chen Shiping hung up the phone. The reason for investing in Jiang Wen was because of Liu King. Although Chen Shiping was optimistic about Jiang Wen, he didn't like his personality. If it wasn't for Liu King coming to him, Chen Shiping wouldn't have been so active in helping. Why bother with that? Since it was because of Liu King, Jiang Wen couldn't mess around. You kid, are you worthy of my Sister King? I spent money on you, did things for you, slept with you, and used her money to hook up with other people. Liu King, who was far away, looked at her mobile phone, was silent for a long time, and finally ran to the next stop. Making money is important. She doesn't believe that Jiang Wen will let her down. Jiang Wen is a human being, and there is a fundamental difference between him and Chen Shiping's Hachiko. Chen Shiping missed his dog very much at this time. Yu Hua will not come to Beijing until next week, so he has to wait a few more days. After finishing the preliminary work of Sunshine, Chen Shiping was temporarily free and finally remembered Zhao Xingxing, who was filming in Chengde. I don't know if he has figured it out. There has been no movement for so long, and that silly girl Qiu Shuzhen probably didn't tip off Yangsheng. This surprised Chen Shiping. He thought she would complain. If she complained, Wang Jin and Zhao Xingxing would be nervous. How could they film peacefully in Chengde? Chen Shiping was a little disappointed. He didn't know if Qiu Shuzhen was too smart or too stupid. How could she resist complaining? It seemed that he had to find another way to kill Yangsheng. If it didn't work, he could spend some money to invest in a film company for Zhao Xingxing and Wang Jin. It's not as pleasant to work for others as to be your own boss. It would be best if a company like Yangsheng disappeared. During this period, the Hong Kong film industry was not peaceful at all. After the Taiwanese investors left, they used various means to force the actors to film. Chen Shiping heard a lot of news in the mainland. The Hong Kong film industry was most seriously invaded by gangs in the past few years. But its existence is to give those people a reassurance and a safety signal. Chen Shiping sat in his office, turning the mobile phone in his hand. I got tired after playing for a while. It's too heavy. But he picked it up again, just after putting it down, and called Cheng to inquire about the progress of filming The Deer in the Cauldron. What? Almost finished? It's only been a few days? Chen Shiping knew that Wang Jin was a quick shooter, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It's only been less than a month. The producer on the other end of the phone was also a little speechless and said, it's almost finished. It will be finished in a week at most. They shot too fast, but the quality is good, not that rough. Okay, tell me when it's almost finished, and I'll go over. Chen Shiping thought about going over when it was finished, giving Zhao Xingxing and Wang Jin a chance to take the initiative. Otherwise, he could only use official means to make Yangsheng's movie lose money. Alas, that would not have a good impact. People would say he was a mountain eagle in the future. Chapter 208 The Sloppy Puppy is back. In Chengde Film and Television City, the crew of The Deer in the Cauldron was shooting the last set of shots. Chen Shiping had just arrived at the Film and Television City. When he arrived at the set, he could already hear everyone shouting that the filming was successfully completed. Damn, Wang Jin finished shooting a movie in 1 month and 8 days. But this is not the highest record. The fastest movie was shot in a week. When the happy people saw Chen Shiping coming, they subconsciously lowered their voices and became uneasy. It was like a child who secretly played games at home and saw his father come home. Chen Shiping looked at them and smiled, and the atmosphere became cheerful again. Wang Jin walked over and said, "Director Chen, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I just came to take a look. I didn't want to delay the filming of the crew." Chen Shiping said with a smile, staring at Wang Jin and said, "What are you going to shoot next? Let's talk about it after this one is released." Wang Jin said with a smile, "There will be no financial pressure this way." Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "It will take too long to recover the funds after the later promotion and then the release. Let's shoot the next one first." Wang Jin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Shiping to be so anxious. So he said, "I need to communicate with Yang Sheng. The company's funds are tight. We have invested in several movies this year." "Okay, as soon as possible." Chen Shiping acted indifferent and asked, "Have you considered the idea of developing in the mainland?" Wang Jin hesitated and said, "I don't want to leave Yangsheng. It's okay, we are all working together." Chen Shiping said with a smile, "To be honest, I admire you very much. Your commercial films are very good. I've recently conceived a script. When you finish filming the second one, come and direct it for me." Wang Jin was overjoyed and immediately said with a smile, "Okay, no problem, I will definitely come." Chen Shiping chatted with Wang Jin for a few more words before leaving. It's okay if Wang Jin doesn't want to leave. He's loyal and deserves recognition. But don't blame Director Chen if you get into trouble in the future. Some fruits are beautiful but poisonous. On the other side, Zhao Xingxing saw Chen Shiping coming and guessed why he was here. He also thought about it and agreed to Chen Shiping's conditions. If he continued to film for Yangsheng, the salary he would lose from several movies would not be much less than the penalty for breach of contract. The most important thing is that, after cancelling the contract with Yangsheng, he will have time to make other movies. A movie can earn tens of millions of yuan in salary, and at most 2 movies can make up for all the losses. And with the relationship with Chen Shiping, he may be able to make more money. Zhao Xingxing also wants his salary to reach 30 million one day, just like Chenglong. Chenglong's box office appeal is in Asia. Although he is not popular in Japan and South Korea, if he adds the mainland, he will soon be able to increase to 20 million. Zhao Xingxing can calculate such a simple account. No one in Hong Kong is willing to help him, and no one dares to help him, otherwise he would not come to Chen Shiping. If you have the opportunity, you must seize it. It's good that you can think it through. You made a very wise decision. Chen Shiping smiled and patted Zhao Xingxing on the shoulder and said, "You are going to shoot Sukiya in a few days, right? Prepare the money before that, and I will help you to cancel the contract with Yangsheng." Zhao Xingxing immediately nodded and said, "Okay please, Director Chen." It is also good news that he has won one of Yangsheng's 2 trump cards. However, Wang Jin still has the ability to attract money. To defeat Yangsheng and give a warning to Hong Kong's social film companies, some tricks are still needed. Let's use some tricks on the 2 films, The Deer and the Cauldron and The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The film is not well made, but censorship is a common thing. Yangsheng has invested so much money, and it cannot be released in Taiwan. Relying only on the local box office in Hong Kong, it will lose all its pants. However, it is better to make a few more movies, to stretch Yangsheng's capital chain to the tightest, and then give him a fatal blow. Chen Shiping came here in a hurry this time, to give Zhao Xingxing and Wang Jin a chance. Now that he has dealt with it, he plans to go back. He also has to go back, to get a script and let Wang Panzi continue to shoot, so as to pull up Yangsheng's capital chain. Qiu Shuzhen looked at Chen Shiping's back at this time, and was very curious about how Wang Panzi and Zhao Xingxing chose. She struggled for a long time these days, but finally didn't tell Xiangta, because she knew that she was not smart, and Wang Panzi and Zhao Xingxing, who were so smart, took the initiative to curry favor with Chen Shiping, which must have a reason. I should have gone with them, otherwise if Wang Panzi and Zhao Xingxing left Yangsheng, Yangsheng might even go bankrupt. Seeing Chen Shiping was leaving, Qiu Shuzhen ran over to get close to him. She deliberately acted very intimate, pulled Chen Shiping's arm, and said in a coquettish voice, "Director, you are leaving, can you take me with you? The crew will not leave until tomorrow, and I want to go to Beijing early." Chen Shiping shook his hand and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it. I don't have time to play house with you. Qiu Shuzhen looked at Chen Shiping's serious expression and didn't dare to flirt with him everywhere. She bit her lip and whispered, "Are Wang Panxi and Zhao Xingxing going to leave Yangsheng?" Director Chen, I'm also very popular. Why don't you take me in too? Who told you that they are leaving Yangsheng? I told them that we should shoot the second part in a row. Chen Shiping looked at Qiu Shuzhen with a smile and said, "You want to leave Yangsheng? Does Zhang to know?" Qiu Shuzhen, this plot is wrong. Miss Qiu, you don't want to either. No. Director, whatever you want. If you don't want to, go back to where you came from and don't hang around in front of me. Chen Shiping interrupted Qiu Shuzhen directly and left. He really had no interest in Qiu Shuzhen. It was okay to flirt with her to relieve boredom when bored, but he was not interested in taking it a step further. There were many good-looking people. Wasn't the 18-year-old Chen Daring better than Qiu Shuzhen? But he had no interest in Chen Daring either. Now he just wanted to do business. Song Heng would retire next year, and when he took over, he would have to let go and do a great job. The deputy and the principal were different after all, and many things had to take into account the feelings of the people in the factory, which was very troublesome. After returning to the capital, Chen Shiping called Yangsheng and talked about the second part of The Deer in the Cauldron. At the same time, he asked Yangsheng to prepare the funds for Sukia, and the factory was going to start preparations. By the way, I also wrote a martial arts script. Are you interested? I admire Wang Jin very much and plan to continue to ask him to be the director. Chen Shiping paused and said, but the investment may be relatively large, about 20 million. The factory does not have that much money at present. If you want to invest, you need at least 18 million. If you are under great financial pressure, I will go to find Mr. Zhu. Yangsheng was so happy when he heard this. Chen Shiping took the initiative to find them for cooperation, and he wrote the script himself. What does this show? It shows that we are one of us. This time, the act of actively giving money has worked. What does it matter if the investment is large? It will definitely be earned back. The company's current funds can still withstand it. The Deer in the Cauldron has been filmed. After a while, it will be released, and the funds will be recovered. At that time, it will be a huge profit. The key is that this is an opportunity to truly enter the mainland market. Thinking that the mainland market is so large, Yangsheng would never hesitate and immediately promised Chen Shiping that he would prepare funds as soon as possible without even reading the script. After Chen Shiping hung up the phone, he couldn't help but curl his lips, feeling that he was not bad at acting. The four films together have an investment of more than 30 million. Yangsheng will lose a lot of money. When Yangsheng can't bear it, Chen Shiping can do whatever he wants. The Hong Kong film industry is too chaotic. It must be controlled and cleaned up, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with in the future. It can't be done after 1997. Chen Shiping doesn't have that patience. Hong Kong is a very important part of his future plan. It must be sorted out as soon as possible. Many things that are not convenient to do in the mainland can be done in Hong Kong. If Chinese language films want to go abroad, Hong Kong is a very important bridgehead. Soon, Yangsheng transferred all the funds. There is no worry about Chen Shiping's credit at all. That is the Beijing Film Studio. The contracts are all formal documents. It's not a scam. What is there to be afraid of? Seeing the money coming, Chen Shiping was relieved and immediately asked the production department to start preparations. The demon cult leader of the Heavenly Sword is online. Jet Li's current salary is not low. It is in the tens of millions. Half of the 20 million investment was taken away by Jet Li, and Chen Shiping didn't care about it. Anyway, it was not his own money. Zhang Minimum hasn't made a movie for a long time, so he can make some extra money for her. Or use Yangsheng's money. Wow, it's fun to think about it. The key is that the film and television city can make money again, and Chen Shiping will not lose money. Chen Shiping came to the studio in the factory humming a song, and looked at Cheng Long, who was swaying left and right among a pile of furniture, and began to appreciate it with great interest. This is the complete form of Cheng Long. Saving Mr. Cheng is just a practice work, and it does not reflect Cheng Long's value at all. After Chen Shiping watched the play for a while, Li Xiaohan came over. How do you feel this time? Chen Shiping asked with a smile. Li Xiaohang said with great emotion, I learned a lot. The action scenes are basically shot by the Cheng family class, and we are learning. Chen Shiping looked at the stunt team who were mixing with the Cheng family class, and couldn't help saying, it was originally for you to learn. After this play is finished, the factory will be considered an experienced team. The stunt workshop in the factory has become independent, and in the future they will need more action movies to support themselves. If you don't learn the technology, you will have to rely on the factory for support in the future, and you will never have any development. After the special effects branch matures, you can make a big movie in the future. The domestic film and television industry seems to be flourishing, but the foundation is not solid, and it is supported by so many audiences across the country. But without a steady stream of good movies, the audience will be lost sooner or later. Watching movies is the same as watching TV. Why should I spend money? Just like some future movies, there is no sense of cinema, no big scenes, no exciting plots, and the pictures look almost the same as TV. In the end, they all focus on tricks outside the plate, feelings, opposition, and boxing. It is the sadness of Chinese language movies that such movies get high box office. What kind of things are those later Lunar New Year movies? It's unbearable to watch. Chen Shiping doesn't want to be reborn and let the audience watch that kind of movie in the future. Complaining about domestic movies and chasing after foreign blockbusters must never happen again. Chen Shiping looked at the Cheng family who were very skilled in the action design and could not help but turn his head to Li Xiaohang and said, it's okay to shoot slowly and spend more money. Learning experience is the most important thing. Li Xiaohang smiled and said, since you said that, I will shoot slowly. I will definitely make a classic action movie and let these Hong Kong people see our strength. Haha, that's right. We should take the attitude of art films to shoot commercial films and polish each shot slowly. Chen Shiping and Li Xiaohang smiled at each other. Chen Long came over and asked, what are you laughing at so happily? I said you are funny. Chen Shiping joked, just pay attention to safety. If you fall, the factory can't afford to pay. Chen Long laughed and said, I have insurance. If something happens, the factory will not pay. Chen Shiping could not help but say, which insurance company is so bold that it dares to let you buy insurance? It's an insurance company in Hong Kong. We have cooperated many times. Chen Long explained with a smile. Chen Shiping and Chen Long chatted for a few more words and then left. All departments in the factory are busy making movies. The independent workshop is now developing steadily. Chen Shiping is also going to do something big. But before doing anything big, he has to go to welcome Yuhua. The main thing is to see his dog. He hasn't seen it for more than a year, and he misses it so much. Soon Chen Shiping arrived at the house that Yuhua rented in Beijing. As soon as the car stopped, a dog barked in the yard. Chen Shiping had just opened the car door and hadn't gotten out of the car when a little white dog pounced on him. Hachiko jumped into the car, scratched Chen Shiping and barked non-stop, and licked Chen Shiping's chin with his tongue. Chen Shiping touched Hachiko's dog head and shouted happily, good dog, haha, did you miss me? Hachiko whimpered twice and rubbed his head against Chen Shiping's chin. Chen Shiping smiled and hugged Hachiko, opened the car door, and got out of the car. Yuhua leaned against the gate of the courtyard and looked at the man and the dog and couldn't help saying, you two have such a good relationship. It has not forgotten you for so long. Of course, you, a dog thief, don't understand this kind of relationship. We are friends who share hardships. Chen Shiping said with a smile, while rubbing Bagong's head. However, Bagong now looks more and more like the fat Yuhua. Yuhua used to be very thin, but now he looks exactly like Bagong after getting fat. Yuhua said with a chubby voice, then Bagong and I are just as rich as you. I even found a wife for him. Chen Shiping said unconvincedly, how can a woman shake the relationship between brothers? Woof. Bagong tilted his head and stared at Chen Shiping, as if to say that you threw me to Yuhua just for a woman. Chen Shiping pinched Bagong's mouth to stop it from barking. I'm hungry. Is it time for dinner? What delicious dishes are you going to make today? Chen Shiping walked in front of Yuhua and pushed him away from the gate and walked into the yard. Yuhua, whose house is this? Exclamation mark. Chen Shiping, you haven't changed at all. You're still just like a bandit. Yeah. Are you not convinced? Chen Shiping raised his middle finger without looking back and ran to the kitchen to take a look. Sure enough, he found that his old classmate Cheng Han from the literature class was cooking. TSK, the beauty of the literature class was taken down by Yu Hua. Old classmate, don't you know how to make a spoon with your bare hands? Chen Shiping said jokingly while holding the dog. Cheng Han looked back and said, I also said long live love. TSK, the sour smell of love has covered the fragrance of the chicken soup. Chapter 209. Where's my script? Yu Hua asked Chen Shiping while he was chewing on a chicken leg at the dinner table. Chen Shiping paused, smiled awkwardly and said, I'm still revising it. Are you just trying to fool me? Yu Hua looked at Chen Shiping suspiciously, wanting to pull the chicken leg out of his mouth. Not working but still eating the chicken leg. Chen Shiping quickly finished the chicken leg, threw the bone to Beigong, wiped his mouth and said, that can't be done. We're no match for each other. I'll shoot it for you next year. I remember that. Yu Hua snorted and said, it's been more than a year, and the script hasn't been finished yet. Your novel is so well written, I promise to shoot it for you next year. Chen Shiping said again. Yu Hua asked curiously, why not this year? Didn't you write the script? I have other movies to shoot this year, and I don't have enough time. Chen Shiping sighed and said, you are not in the film industry. You know how dangerous the situation is now. One wrong step, and the whole industry will regress. Seeing that Chen Shiping was serious, Yu Hua believed it about 70%. Cheng Han next to him couldn't help but say, it's not as serious as you say. Now a movie ticket costs several yuan. How can the box office go down when it's so high? Chen Shiping wiped his mouth and said, these are all illusions. There will be box office only when there are many audiences. But once there are no good movies, who will spend money to go to the cinema? Isn't it better to watch TV at home? Yu Hua couldn't help but nodded and said, you are right. The conditions of many cinemas are still very poor. The projection effect is not good, and the movies are boring. That's right, so it's difficult for me. It's not that I don't want to make a movie for you, but I really don't have time. Then what movie are you going to make? Yu Hua looked at Chen Shiping curiously. What kind of movie is worth going to the cinema, as Chen Shiping said? Speaking of this, Chen Shiping immediately became excited. Yu Hua is still very discerning. It's not bad to let him give some advice. I've thought of several movies: science fiction, car racing, crime, comedy, and spy action. Chen Shiping looked at Yu Hua and asked, which type do you like? Yu Hua thought for a moment and said, can you tell me the specific plot? Then I'll tell you. The science fiction one is called Independence Day, which is about. Chen Shiping finished talking, looked at Yu Hua and asked, what do you think? Yu Hua was silent for a while, did not answer Chen Shiping's question, and continued to ask, tell me about the car racing crime. This one is called Speed, which is about a criminal who placed a bomb in a bus. Once the bus starts, it cannot slow down, otherwise it will explode. Next, the drama is called The Truman Show, which is about the future world and a crazy director. Next, Chen Shiping took a sip of water, feeling that Yu Hua was listening to his story like an old man. But there was still one Mission Impossible left to tell. The last one is called Mission Impossible, which is about a Chinese team in Interpol. Mission Impossible movies involve some special departments, which are not allowed in China, so the background can only be changed. Yu Hua was eating peanuts. After listening to Chen Shiping, he touched his chin and thought for a while before saying, my favorite is The Truman Show, but from the audience's perspective, Speed is the best. Chen Shiping asked curiously, why? It's exciting, and the sense of substitution is relatively strong. The most important thing is that the acceptance is relatively high. Yu Hua said a little proudly. Think about it, domestic audiences are definitely not used to watching science fiction movies, and they don't understand many things. Mission Impossible is too far away from the audience, and many audiences with low cultural level will not like it. I think it's best to watch movies like Speed first, and then shoot Mission Impossible. Chen Shiping nodded, thinking that Yu Hua was right. Many movies still need to consider the cultural background and the maturity of domestic audiences. Independence Day will be popular in the Western world because they have seen too many science fiction blockbusters and have a high acceptance. Just like when The Matrix was released in China, the box office was not very high. Although the audience felt it was fresh, they couldn't understand it. Mainland audiences now have indeed not seen too many movies of this type, so it is better to slowly cultivate the maturity of the audience. You are a good kid, you should make movies. Chen Shiping couldn't help but say to Yuhua. Yuhua shook his head and said, I don't understand movies, but I understand ordinary people. In fact, the Truman Show is the same. The variety shows you mentioned are not understood by domestic audiences. Television is not popular yet. It's too far away. Chen Shiping sighed and said, in the final analysis, it is still a problem of economic development and cultural popularization. Let's take it step by step. Yuhua took a sip of wine and said, yes, the audience of Speed is the most accepting. Robbers are close to us, and the high-tech justice agents are too far away from us. Chen Shiping also knew these truths, but sometimes he was unwilling to face them. Now that Yuhua said this, Chen Shiping also felt that he had taken it for granted before. Chen Shiping raised his glass and clinked it with Yuhua and said, I'm enlightened. Let's go. Yuhua clinked his glass with him and drank the wine in one gulp with a smile. Under the table, Hachiko had already fallen asleep on the ground. It was not until late at night that the drunk Chen Shiping was taken home by Tao Human. He also took Hachiko away. When Chen Shiping woke up the next day, it was already noon. He hadn't drunk alcohol for a long time. He drank with Yuhua yesterday and got drunk. He should drink less. Are you awake? Drink this. Tao Human handed over a glass of milk. Chen Shiping took it and found that the milk was still warm. He couldn't help asking, it's been hot a few times. It's okay to drink it cold in such a hot day. Not a few times. It's better to drink it hot when you just wake up. Tao Human sat next to Chen Shiping and rubbed his temples. She didn't complain that he drank too much yesterday. It's not easy to drink with friends. What's there to say? After drinking the milk, Chen Shiping hugged Tao Human for a while. His limbs were numb and weak after the hangover. Tao Human lay on the bed holding Chen Shiping's head, watching him lying there drinking milk like a child. His face turned red in a short while. Why did he want to drink milk again after just drinking milk? He said he had no strength, but he was obviously very strong. But today, I have asked for leave from the factory, so let him stay for a while, just in time to squeeze him dry. Soon, Chen Shiping's voice of begging for mercy came from the bedroom. Don't be so fierce right at the beginning. I really have no strength. My whole body is soft. Tao Human twisted her body to feel the things in her body, snorted and said, you lied. I will punish you 3 times today. HMPH. Then I won't move. You come. Chen Shiping hummed happily a few times, raised his hand, and grabbed the round milk bowl. The two of them stayed at home all day without going out. To be precise, most of the time was spent on the bed in the bedroom. After Chen Shiping's hangover was relieved, he took the initiative to add a penalty to himself. How can 3 times be enough? 2 more times. If you don't enjoy yourself when you are young, you will only be able to look at the fields and cry when you are old and weak. After giving himself a small vacation, Chen Shiping went to work again. Chen Shiping had already finished writing the scripts of those movies, so there was no need to spend time writing them. What he had to do now was to solve the problem of investment. The factory was really out of money, and Chen Shiping had used most of his money to invest in movies or to buy properties for Guanzilin. The movie Sunny Days alone cost several million, and this money was earned from Farewell My Concubine. The money invested by the investors of the Directors Association was divided into 2 directors Z and Zuke, and the rest was not enough for Chen Shiping. He had to find other investors to invest. According to Chen Shiping's calculations, Speed and Death will cost at least 15 million. This is not counting the actors' salaries. The car explosions, subway models, airplanes, and high-speed chases in the movie all cost money. 15 million is a conservative estimate, and in fact it may cost more. In addition, we have to find actors and pay them, so at least 25 million is needed. The 5 investment shares given by the investors in the Directors Association are only 3 million each. The factory can squeeze out 1 million at most, and Chen Shiping can squeeze out 2 million at most. Adding up, it is only 6 million, and there is still 19 million investment vacant. Chen Shiping can only start to attract investment from outside. Investors in Hong Kong and Taiwan received the news immediately. Chen Shiping is going to make a commercial film himself. Invest. You must invest. Although Chen Shiping has never made a commercial film so far, every commercial film he has produced has been successful and profitable. This is a gold nugget. You must invest. Soon, the phone of Beijing Film Studio was bombarded with calls, and more than 20 investors wanted to invest in Chen Shiping. The co-production department wrote down all the offers and prepared to give them to Chen Shiping for selection. When they arrived at Chen Shiping's office, the people in the co-production department found that there were already investors sitting in the office. Zhu Feng looked at Chen Shiping and said with a smile, "Why don't you contact me directly if you need money? Why are you looking for someone else? I'll pay any amount of money." Chen Shiping took the documents handed over by the co-production department, looked at Zhu Feng and explained, "I'm not sure about commercial films, especially this kind of action blockbuster. If I lose money, I'll be sorry for my friends." Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Zhu Feng laughed and said, "Investors have full confidence in you, but you don't have confidence in yourself. If they hear it, they will probably regret calling you." Chen Shiping asked with a smile, "Don't you regret coming here?" Zhu Feng shook his head and said seriously, "I know you. You won't do anything you are not sure of, and it's only more than 20 million to produce. With your appeal, you won't lose money." Zhu Feng smiled and said, "What's more, you have helped me make so much money with Farewell My Concubine. After it is released at the end of the year, there will be more money. Since you trust me so much, I won't look at these." Chen Shiping threw away the list of investors in his hand, looked at Zhu Feng and said, "When will the 18 million be credited?" "Anytime." "Okay, let's start preparing. Let's create another miracle together this time. It's great to know a rich woman. A rich woman who is willing to invest is even better." But even if he didn't know Zhu Feng, Chen Shiping would not be short of investment now. His identity is here, and there are a lot of people willing to invest. Chen Shiping chose Zhu Feng for another reason. After working together once, Zhu Feng understood his style and would not interfere with the filming. If other investors invested more than 10 million, they would definitely be nervous and would not be able to help but interfere with the filming. No one's money comes from the wind. Soon, the independent art workshop received a task to go to the Beijing metro to seek support and ask for various data on the appearance of the subway so that they could come back and make models themselves. In addition, the stunt company also began to busy designing the flying car scenes. It happened that, while the Cheng family was filming at the Beijing Film Studio, the people from the stunt company asked them for advice every day. Chen Shiping was not idle either. He was working with art and photography to make storyboards. As for the actors, Chen Shiping didn't care for the time being. He let the production department choose the right candidates by themselves, and he would interview them in the end. Actors in the circle all flocked to the Beijing Film Studio. Not only actors from the mainland, but also actors from Hong Kong came to audition. China's most powerful director is going to make a blockbuster, and who wouldn't be excited, as long as they are actors. Moreover, the Beijing Film Studio also released the news of this casting, and only the most suitable ones were picked. If other directors said this about their movies, probably few people would believe it. But with Chen Shiping's status, if he really took a fancy to someone, he wouldn't even need an audition, he could just call them directly. At this time, Liu Xiaoqing, who had just returned to Beijing, ran to Chen Shiping's house to play with Tao Humin and mentioned this matter. "Minimum, aren't you interested in Shiping's new movie?" Liu Xiaoqing asked curiously. Tao Humin sighed helplessly and said, "I'm moved, but I can't cause trouble for him. If I ask him, he will definitely agree, but it will be bad for his reputation. How lucky is this kid Chen Shiping to marry a woman like you?" Liu Xiaoqing couldn't help pinching Tao Human's face and said, "Others envy you, but how can they know how wronged you are?" Tao Human dodged Liu Xiaoqing's clutches with a cry and said, "Why should I feel wronged? Everything is fine now. He does housework every day when he comes home and massages my feet. Can other men do that?" Liu Xiaoqing seemed to have heard some shocking gossip. He couldn't help but pulled Tao Human and asked, "Does he really do housework and massage your feet?" Tao Human boasted, looked at Liu Xiaoqing and said, "Jiang Wen can massage your feet and do housework." Liu Xiaoqing sighed and said, "He will only hold my feet and kiss them when he wants to." Tao Humin's pupils shrank, and she said curiously, does Jiang Wen like feet too? Liu King hummed and asked in return, does Chen Shiping too? Tao Humin nodded immediately, and couldn't help saying, do all directors like this? What a weird hobby. They are all perverts, the one in your family is too. What's the point of massaging your feet? He's just enjoying it himself. Haha, Sister King, you're just jealous of me. Absolutely not. If Jiang Wen is as perverted as Chen Shiping, I will beat him to death. Jiang Wen, who was far away in the Cheng Mountain Resort, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and looked at Ningjing, who was sitting opposite him, and said, don't sit so far away. Let me talk to you about the script. Ningjing immediately shook her head and said, Director Chen said you are a pervert and asked me to stay away from you. If I have an unclear relationship with you, I will be banned in the future. Jiang Wen. Damn Chen Shiping. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, The Enchantress Dao-chan. I'm a good person, not a pervert. Jiang Wen shouted silently in his heart, as if a heavy rain had fallen in this sultry summer. But Ningjing was determined not to give him a chance. Even when talking about the script, she dragged several people along. Jiang Wen, who had no chance, had to devote himself to film creation. Only restless hormones can bring endless inspiration and motivation. More than a dozen young actors receive love education every day in Cheng Mountain Resort, and they can start filming after they transform. Not far from the mountain resort, the second part of The Deer and the Cauldron is about to be finished. Wang Jin was very melancholy, as he hadn't been back to Hong Kong for a long time. He had played in all kinds of black karaoke bars in Chengdu, and there was no freshness at all. He missed the building style in Hong Kong. The most important thing is that Qiu Shazin now either rolled her eyes or turned away when she saw him. Wang Jin didn't know whether he had made a profit or a loss. But fortunately, Chen Shiping also wrote a script for him. It was also a gain. After filming The Demon Cult Leader, 3 movies will be released in mainland China, which should make millions. Thinking of making so much money soon, Wang Jin was not so melancholy. Now that he has money, he will have a big party in Hong Kong. Invite a dozen beauties to have a good time. Zhao Xingxing is also waiting for The Deer and the Cauldron to be finished. He wants to go to Beijing to meet Chen Shiping. He can't figure out why Chen Shiping wants to write a script for Yang Sheng. Is it because he cancelled the film contract? If so, Chen Shiping is really good to him. It's a pity that Yang Sheng makes money again. But he can also make more money. Zhao Xingxing thought about it and threw his worries aside. Everything is fake, only money is real. Money is really important. Chen Shiping looked at the car that was damaged again and felt his heart bleeding. In a training ground on the outskirts of Beijing, people in the stunt workshop took fire extinguishers and sprayed them at the burning bus. This is the 3rd car that has been damaged. Car stunts are too difficult. It is impossible for ordinary people to achieve the effect required by Chen Shiping. Originally, I thought of looking for stunt drivers, but Chen Shiping disagreed. He would rather spend money to let them crash cars than to find external aid. The purpose is to train the team. It is indeed easy to find external aid, but it is useless if you don't grow yourself. But Chen Shiping felt distressed when he crashed one car after another. Although it was a discarded car that was about to be scrapped, the price was not low. However, there is no return without investment. Chen Shiping is not a stingy person. At most, he can save some money in other places. Zhu Feng stood beside Chen Shiping, fanning himself, and couldn't help sighing. Another 30,000 yuan is gone. Scrap iron is still worth a lot of money. Chen Shiping said guiltily. Zhu Feng, how much can it sell for? Is it enough for you to shoot a shot? But he also understood Chen Shiping's idea and wanted to develop his own team. Anyway, the detailed financial planning has been done. As long as it does not exceed the budget, there will be no problem. At this time, the burning bus has been extinguished, and the burned car is also being cleared. The director of the stunt workshop ran over, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Chen Shiping, "Director, it's too difficult to make a bus fly 5 meters high. Even on a slope, it can't be done. Reduce weight and speed up. Find a way. If it's so easy to do, it's still a stunt." Chen Shiping said unhappily, "Don't let me down. If you can't finish it, you can go to the small car team." I promise to finish it." The stunt director wiped the sweat from his forehead. He doubted that Chen Shiping could really transfer him to the small car team. The car couldn't fly by itself, so he could only find a way to make the car fly with the help of other things. The people in the stunt workshop gathered together to discuss specific methods. Some said to dismantle the car completely, leaving only the shell and the engine. Some wanted to replace the engine with more powerful. "How can it fly? It's not a plane." Someone muttered quietly, and suddenly an idea came to his mind and shouted, "Just lift it up with a helicopter." That's wrong. The dynamics of the car will be wrong. Besides, where can I get you a helicopter? Try a few more times, but it's really hard to do a plane. What about a crane? Give it an upward force and throw it out. Crane? This may work. I'll apply for one. I'll get a new car and try it this afternoon. The stunt team is busy again. The art workshop is just as busy as the stunt team. The props in the movie are not easy to make. This is the first time they have made a subway model. It has to withstand explosions in a 1-to-1 restoration. In the end, the consequences of the explosion are presented, and there are many things involved. The selection of materials and the experiments on the explosion effect must be done several times before they can be done. The explosion group in the workshop is all numbed. In the past, the explosion scenes were all outdoors, and the fire was beautiful. Now, it's good, and the subway has to be blown up, and the effect must be realistic. This degree is too difficult to grasp. Who said that this was an era without computer special effects, so they could only use real shooting? The people in the art workshop didn't expect that the first big job after independence would be so difficult. It was still simple and worry-free to make props for the crew of the Deer in the Cauldron. Making clothes and jewelry does not require any skills. The preparation of speed was very slow, so slow that only 1/10 of it was completed. It would take at least 2 months to complete it. Chen Shiping would not watch it every day, and professional people would do professional things. The production department was also busy selecting actors. When the actor's resume was submitted, the previous works were first screened, and the screen image, market popularity, etc. were reviewed. This time, the selection of actors was even stricter than selecting a wife. Commercial blockbusters do not require too good acting skills, and the screen image and market popularity are the key. Being popular does not necessarily work. For example, Liu King is very popular, but the audience's impression of her is that of a village girl or a queen. It is very inappropriate for her to appear in a tense and exciting modern commercial blockbuster. It will make the audience lose interest and not be able to immerse themselves in the movie. The people in the production department are thinking about whether to find a newcomer to be the heroine, but they were also worried that it would not have box office appeal. The production department was in a headache. The factory wanted to promote the star system, and the first choice for the heroine would definitely be one of their own. If they really couldn't find someone, they would look for someone outside. They hadn't considered the female stars in Hong Kong who were interested yet. Mei Juan put down a pile of information with a headache. If she wasn't afraid of being scolded by Chen Shiping, she would have gone to Chen Shiping to make the decision. It was too difficult to choose an actor. The key was that this was Chen Shiping's first commercial film, and no one dared to make a decision easily. If the heroine chosen was not good, and the box office was not good in the end, he would definitely be blamed. I don't know what the director is doing. Why doesn't he give any advice at all? Mei Juan couldn't help sighing, feeling that she was about to die of worry. Mei Juan also knew that Chen Shiping was busy with so many things to deal with in such a large factory. He must be busy working somewhere now. What a diligent and good director. He has led the Beijing film studio to become the most powerful film studio in the country. The diligent Chen Shiping is now busy dealing with Chen Hang. This little girl is so determined to be the heroine of Speed. Don't act like a spoiled child. It's useless to act like a spoiled child, Chen Shiping said to Chen Hang, who was holding him tightly. Chen Hong raised her pretty face and said, "Am I not suitable? I'm not good looking." "It has nothing to do with good looking," Chen Shiping said helplessly. "You just released a movie called Speed, in which you played a woman abandoned by her husband. If I ask you to go to Speed now, the audience will be distracted." Chen Hong, who was wearing a cool dress with a low neckline, rubbed Chen Shiping's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "It will take a long time before the filming starts. I can play a similar role in the meantime." Chen Shiping looked at her and said, "The key is that there is no suitable role for you now. You still have to play Sukia. Does Chen Long have another movie? Can you change it to that one?" Chen Shiping frowned. He was going to give Rumble in the Bronx to Yufi Hong, who had just flown to the United States to film the Joy Luck Club. When the Joy Luck Club is released, she will be a familiar face in Hollywood. Chen Hong suddenly let go of her hand and sat down next to her with a pout. "Forget it if you don't give it to me. You don't care about me anyway." Chen Shiping had a headache and simply said, "Submit your resume to the production department. If you are on the final list, I will choose you." Chen Hong was about to laugh, but suddenly realized that she couldn't help but pat Chen Shiping and said, "The production department still listens to you. If you don't want to find me, how can they choose me? I won't interfere. I haven't been there for several days." Chen Shiping patted Chen Hong's hip and said, "I'm hungry and want to eat cold noodles." Chen Hong saw that Chen Shiping was a little impatient, so she calmed down and said, "Then I'll make it for you. Do you want alkaline noodles or ordinary noodles today?" "Alkaline noodles." After a while, Chen Hong finished it. "Don't mention it. Chen Hong's cold noodles are not bad." Chen Shiping ate 2 large bowls, and then he patted his belly with satisfaction and waved to Chen Hong. "Want some tea?" Chen Hong asked with a blink of an eye. "No, I'm here to talk to you." Chen Shiping usually treats Tao Human like this at home. Tao Human will come over without any explanation. After all, Chen Hong still comes too little. Chen Hong sat next to Chen Shiping, leaned in his arms and said, "What do you want to talk about? Anyway, you are not allowed to scold me." "Why should I scold you?" Chen Shiping pinched Chen Hong's delicate nose with amusement and said, "What are your plans for the future?" "It depends on how you arrange it," Chen Hong said with some melancholy. "Just stay in this yard for the rest of your life, looking forward to your coming every day, and be a husband waiting stone." Chen Shiping frowned. He shouldn't have talked about this topic just now. "Don't be so sad." Chen Shiping hugged her and said, "I always feel sorry for you. Logically, I shouldn't provoke you or let you go, but I can't bear it." Chen Hong raised her head and kissed him on the face, smiling and said, "I provoked you first, and I didn't want to let you go. Otherwise, you couldn't keep me." "Okay, you're right." Chen Shiping smiled, rubbed her hair for a long time before saying, "A heroine is nothing in itself, and it doesn't matter if you give her to me, but sometimes it's counterproductive if it's not suitable." Chen Hong's eyes dimmed, and she shrank into his arms, unable to help but say, "The last time you promised me the heroine of the love letter, someone else took it away, and this time there is no chance. I just want to make a movie of yours and be your heroine once." Chen Hong didn't know what her feelings were for Chen Shiping now. She used to think that he had a future and potential, and later he proved his potential, and she thought she could rely on him to succeed. Now that she has played the role of Das Abe, she is indeed popular all over the country, but she is not as happy as she imagined. She always thought of the past when Chen Shiping was still a young editor, and she shouldn't have pushed him. It was useless to regret it. The longer time passed, the more she could feel Chen Shiping's goodness, and the more she regretted it. Most men look for women and lovers for that matter, but Chen Shiping always spoiled her and depended on her most of the time. She could also see that Chen Shiping really liked her in his heart. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable she felt. Why couldn't Chen Shiping really belong to her? "Shiping, if I had promised you at the beginning, would you marry me?" Chen Hong stared at Chen Shiping and asked. Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment, recalling the past, and finally did not answer Chen Hong, but just hugged her into her arms. Chen Hong buried her head in Chen Shiping's arms, and after a long time she said sullenly, "I don't want the heroine anymore. I want you to accompany me for 3 days." Okay. This time Chen Shiping did not hesitate. If he couldn't even do this request, what kind of happiness could he expect? Chen Hang was silent in his arms for a long time, and then suddenly sat up, hugged him and kissed him. Chen Shiping was caught off guard by her. Before he could react, he saw Chen Hang riding on him, and lowering her head to untie his belt. Wasn't this mood changing too quickly? Chen Hang seemed to listen to his inner voice, and said in a muffled voice, "You belong to me for these 3 days. I can do whatever I want." Chen Shiping hummed, and let Chen Hang do whatever she wanted to him. But half an hour later, Chen Shiping turned his head, and looked at the dense teeth marks on his shoulder, and couldn't help it. "You're a dead mouth, right? It's bleeding. I'll listen to you within 3 days, but today doesn't count. Push it back 1 day." In the bathroom, Chen Hang panted and watched Chen Shiping take off the shower. "Why are you fiddling with that?" Chen Hang asked, while applying soap on Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "I want to unscrew this shower head." "Why unscrew it?" Chen Hang looked at the good shower head, and asked in confusion. Chen Shiping didn't explain. He just unscrewed the shower head, adjusted the water temperature, and then grabbed Chen Hang with her back to him. "I will break your heart tonight. Sing the sad song Chrysanthemum Terrace loudly." Chen Hang was puzzled, and suddenly felt a slight pain. Then she felt the warm water flowing slowly, and her stomach was swollen. Chen Hang looked back at Chen Shiping. Her face was completely blushing. She opened her mouth and whispered, "You, be gentle. Don't worry, I will be slow. The night is long and there is plenty of time." The night was long, and time slipped away little by little. The next day, Chen Shiping came out of Chen Hang's yard, wearing a hat and yawning, and went to buy breakfast. "A lot of changes have been made, almost unrecognizable, and I don't know where the problem is. Nearly 2,000 words have been deleted. Chapter 211 Yang Sheng is about to end. The previous chapter is out. This trip is free. Director, it's time to get off work. Please drive slowly." Chen Shiping nodded to the old man in the communication room through the car window, then turned the steering wheel, and left the Beijing film studio. The old man looked at the direction Chen Shiping left, and couldn't help muttering, "I haven't been home for several days. I go out to eat every day. How much money does it cost?" Chen Shiping has been accompanying Chen Hang these days. He told Tao Human that he was busy preparing for a new movie. Tao Human didn't ask anything, and said she would come back after the work. These days, Chen Hang seems to be playing house. She looks like a good wife and mother all day long, but she goes crazy at night. Chen Shiping feels that he should go to the hospital to see if he needs a shot of vaccine. This crazy girl is really cruel. What women need from men is nothing more than material foundation and emotional value. Give the material foundation, and don't ignore the emotional value, otherwise it will be difficult to last long. It's good to let Chen Hang go crazy, otherwise she will be suffocated sooner or later. When Chen Shiping drove to Chen Hang's yard, Chen Hang was carrying a bag of vegetables back. "Guess what we are having for dinner?" Chen Hang asked mysteriously, while carrying the vegetables. Chen Shiping glanced at the chicken and turtle in the basket and said, "Isn't it farewell my concubine?" "What farewell my concubine? Don't use so many interjections." Chen Hang snorted and said, "You missed one time yesterday, so I'll make up for it today." Chen Shiping. This is killing me. This is really crazy. But let him be crazy. He likes it too. In the evening, Chen Shiping was forced to drink 2 large bowls of soup, which not only contained chicken and turtle, but also a bunch of medicinal materials that were hard to tell what they were. "Where did you learn to make this soup?" Chen Hang bit the spoon and said, "Don't you know that Jiangxi's clay pot soup is very famous?" Chen Shiping said, "Oh, I forgot that Chen Hang was from Jiangxi. No wonder the sauce for the cold noodles was so good. Drink it. Come in with me after you finish it." Chen Hang licked her lips and said. Chen Shiping hummed and sat there, not wanting to move. He had just finished his meal. Could he take a break? But his opinion was not important, and he was directly pulled away by Chen Hang. When Chen Shiping got up the next morning, everything was different. He lay on the bed, patted Chen Hang and shouted, "Go buy breakfast." The fried dough sticks from the shop at the entrance of the alley next to him. Don't buy soy milk from his shop. Go to Li Ji at the end of the alley and buy 2 sesame cakes. Chen Hang sat up in a daze, feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this her own line? "Today is the 4th day. It's your turn." Chen Hang felt like she had been dreaming for several days. Looking at Chen Shiping, who was like a big shot, she couldn't help but reach into the quilt and squeezed it hard before jumping out of bed. Chen Shiping curled up in the bed and shouted, "Chen Hong, you're done." "Yeah. I just played. Haha." Chen Hong's arrogant laughter came in, and Chen Shiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But after a few days, she became radiant, cheerful, and generous again, and did not evolve in the direction of the poor Yeo heroine. After eating breakfast and kissing Chen Hong goodbye, Chen Shiping went to work. The factory has been very busy these days, and Chen Shiping still has a lot of things to do. The 2 parts of The Deer in the Cauldron have been filmed, and the post-production is also very fast. It is estimated that it will be completed in another month. By then, Chen Shiping will become a mountain eagle. But before that, he must first get Zhao Xingxing's film contract. The liquidated damages for 4 movies are tens of millions, which is an astronomical figure in this era. Chen Shiping had to ask Guan Zilin to sell 2 houses before he could pay, but he could earn it back later, so it was not a big deal. Zhao Xingxing's ability to attract money is still good, and he can earn back the money with at most 2 movies. After The Deer in the Cauldron was finished, Zhao Xingxing took time to return to Hong Kong and prepared the part of the liquidated damages he was going to pay. He was so heartbroken that millions of dollars were just given away, the salary for Yang Sheng to shoot 2 movies. But the next movie can earn tens of millions in salary, which can make it all back in one go. Otherwise, if he keeps working for Yang Sheng, it will take 3 movies to earn tens of millions. Zhao Xingxing really loves money, the kind that loves it to the bone. Hong Kong stars love money, but people like Zhao Xingxing are really rare. Chen Shiping didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Everyone in this world has something they like. He likes power, so what's so strange about Zhao Xingxing liking money? When Guan Zilin received a call from Chen Shiping saying that he wanted to sell the building to get the money, he was still a little unhappy. Why pay him a penalty? You didn't even sell the building to invest in your own movie, but spent it on others. Guan Zilin really didn't understand what Chen Shiping was thinking. My own movies may not make money, it's more comfortable to spend other people's money. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Okay, don't worry about this little thing. You can invest in Zhao Xingxing's movies in the future. Guan Zilin's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I knew you would never do a loss-making business. I'm going to sell the house now. Guan Zilin wanted to hang up the phone, but quickly picked it up and shouted, have you decided on the heroine of your movie? No. Do you want to play it too? Chen Shiping asked curiously. Guan Zilin said quickly, I don't have time. I asked for someone else. Who? Chen Shiping asked curiously. Guan Zilin smiled and said, there are many, such as Zhang Manyu, Wang Zuxin, and Anita Mui who you don't like. Chen Shiping said with a sigh, okay, this time we will select actors from the mainland, tell them not to think about it. I know, then I'll go sell the house first, and we'll talk later. Guan Zilin hung up the phone, and took out his photo album to flip through it. The album contained photos of houses, with addresses and areas written on them with markers. Rosamund Kwan flipped through more than 10 pages, before stopping and picking 2 houses in remote locations. She is now a famous real estate speculator in Hong Kong, and her assets are increasing every day. In the past 2 years, all the movies that Hong Kong has found to co-produce with the Beijing film studio have gone through her company and won a portion of the investment quota. Some movies have received investment after paying money, while others have received investment without paying money at all. The boss of the film company is too enthusiastic to refuse. In this society, shell companies that can continue to operate are all very profitable. Rosamund Kwan originally thought that she loved money, but after she really had money, she found that it was meaningless. Now that she has money, she finds that she needs emotions and a sense of security. But even if she doesn't love money as much as before, she still likes the feeling of making money. Watching the assets in the account increase every day, she really feels super safe. Thinking of being able to invest in Stephen Chow's movies to continue making money in the future, Rosamund Kwan became very excited, put on lipstick in a hurry, and went out to sell the house. Chen Shiping was waiting for the funds to be in place to negotiate the termination of the contract with Yang Sheng. Giving the money was already a face-saving move. At least Yang Sheng got tens of millions of dollars in liquidated damages for nothing. If they want to do something to Zhao Xingxing later, don't blame him for being rude. Give Zhao Xingxing a skin and an official identity, such as an ambassador for the promotion of film and cultural exchanges between the two places. Let the higher-ups approve it, and the Directors Association issue it. Chen Shiping didn't want to take care of Zhao Xingxing's safety 24 hours a day. Just give Yang Sheng a title, to let him know who Zhao Xingxing is. Chen Shiping really thought that he treated Zhao Xingxing better than his boss. If he didn't make the money back for him in the future, he would break his legs. He would never make money for the rest of his life. 2 days later, Guan Zilin's funds were in place, and with the money sent by Zhao Xingxing, the liquidated damages were all collected. Chen Shiping called Yang Sheng directly. "Hello, Boss Ziyang, I'm Chen Shiping." Chen Shiping sat in the office with his legs crossed and said casually, "Zhao Xingxing found me a few days ago and asked me to be a peacemaker. It's no big deal. He didn't offend anyone. He just wanted to cancel the remaining film contract with you, and he is willing to pay the liquidated damages." "Oh, don't be angry. There are still 3 films that have been shot but not released. He is pretty good. It doesn't affect our cooperation. I just want to pass on a message, mainly because the higher-ups are optimistic about him and want to choose him as the ambassador for the film and cultural exchange between the two places." "Okay, that's it. The money will be transferred to your company's account later, and after The Deer in the Cauldron is edited and submitted for review, it can be promoted and released." Chen Shiping hung up the phone, humming a song, picked up the notebook, and started drawing stick figures on it. The storyboard script of Speed hasn't been finished yet. Looking at the stick figures he drew, Chen Shiping shook his head helplessly. After drawing so many movie storyboards, his drawing skills have not improved at all. He really has no talent for art. Drawing is too difficult. Who can draw and win awards? Just when Chen Shiping was complaining about his stick figures, Mei Juan knocked on the door and came in. "Director, Farewell My Concubine will be released next week. Do you have anything to add?" Chen Shiping said without raising his head. "No, you guys can handle it. I won't participate in the promotion. My identity is not suitable. I know. I didn't arrange any promotion for you, only the actors. If there is nothing else to tell me, I will leave first." Mei Juan was about to leave, but was stopped by Chen Shiping again. "When The Deer in the Cauldron is submitted for review, please go there and help me deliver the box of Dendrobium officinale to Director Zhang of the review department." Chen Shiping pointed to a box of tea in the corner of the bookcase and said to Mei Juan, "The review should be more careful and strict and follow the standards." Mei Juan didn't react at once. "Are there standards for review?" But seeing Chen Shiping's expression, she changed her mind and asked curiously, "The factory has invested a lot of money. It's not good if it's stuck before the review. Don't worry about this. Just do what I say." Mei Juan hummed and went out. She was still very curious about the reason. But when she thought about going to the bureau, when she was so busy, she felt that her dark circles got worse. But this kind of thing, only she can do it. Chen Shiping will definitely not show up. Mei Juan looked back at Chen Shiping's office and wanted to move her desk to the door to be his secretary. She had to do everything herself, no different from a secretary. At this time, Zhao Xingxing, who hurried back to the mainland to prepare for the filming of Sukiya, received a call from Shota. He was scolded before he even opened his mouth. Zhao Xingxing silently put the phone away. When the other party finished talking, he wanted to say a few words for himself, but the phone was hung up. Zhao Xingxing couldn't help but smile, and he didn't bother to say anything to Shota. Calling to scold people is a manifestation of incompetence and anger, which means that Chen Shiping really subdued them. But according to Shota's personality, he will probably do something else later. Soon Zhao Xingxing received a call from a friend in Hong Kong, saying that Yang Sheng had spread the word, threatened to ban him in Hong Kong. Zhao Xingxing didn't care much. It wasn't a wanted order. What was there to be afraid of? Zhao Xingxing now felt free, and he could finally take on other movies and make a lot of money. At the crew meeting of Sukiya, Chen Jiashang looked at Zhao Xingxing's face, which was usually expressionless, and smiled rarely. So he couldn't help asking, "What happened to you? You're so happy." Zhao Xingxing shook his head and said it was okay, and pulled Chen Jiashang to discuss whether they could shoot faster. This was the last movie he shot for Yang Sheng. He just wanted to finish it quickly and then take on other movies or find someone to shoot the movie himself. With Zhao Xingxing's brand here, he didn't have to worry about no one asking him to shoot a movie. Although Yang Sheng has developed very quickly, it can only be regarded as the second echelon among the film companies in Hong Kong. Jia is still there. Even if it is not easy to make movies in Hong Kong, it is the same in the mainland. Directors have gone north to develop, so it is not surprising to have actors come. As long as you can make money, it doesn't matter where you go to make movies. In the original Time and Space, Zhao Xingxing offended Yang Sheng and was silent for several years. In the end, it was Zhou Shandiro who helped him so that he could make the following movies. Both of them are Zhou Shandiro, but Chen Shiping's eagle is bigger and harder. Wang Jin, who was preparing for the demon cult leader at the Beijing film studio, also received the news and felt very complicated. Zhao Xingxing, who was scolded by Shota for a long time on the phone, did not speak in agreement. He understood Zhao Xingxing and Shota, so it was best not to say anything, but Wang Jin was a little curious about why Zhao Xingxing would pay money with his personality. Could it be that Chen Shiping helped to give it? Then Zhao Xingxing would have to sell himself in the future? Somehow, I envied Zhao Xingxing a little. Selling himself to Chen Shiping would not be Chen Shiping's profit, but Zhao Xingxing's profit. Wang Jin also figured it out at this time. Is Chen Shiping going to deal with Yang Sheng? When he poached me away from Yang Sheng, he was planning to poach both of Yang Sheng's supporters. Thinking of the fact that Chen Shiping had come to the crew specially when The Deer and the Cauldron was finished, Wang Jin suddenly couldn't sit still. That was Chen Shiping's chance for him. If I reject Chen Shiping, then he will definitely think of other ways to deal with Yang Sheng. As for what the method is, do I need to think about it? Exclamation mark. It's the movie that is being produced with Yang Sheng now. The tens of millions of investments in 4 movies will go down the drain. Yang Sheng can't bear it. When Wang Jin thought that it was his rejection that caused Chen Shiping to use this method, he regretted it very much. He won't get his share. But why did Chen Shiping choose this time to help Zhao Xingxing cancel the film contract? He should know that I can guess it, so he doesn't worry about me confessing to Yang Sheng. Wang Jin suddenly reacted, but it was too late to confess. The initiative is in Chen Shiping's hands. If he says to block you, he will block you. Chen Shiping did this deliberately for him to see. Chen Shiping must have hated me. I must find a way to solve this problem. Zen. Zen. Can you help me this time? Yang Sheng is finished. He can't enter the Taiwan market. Chen Shiping is going to deal with him. He will be the same as those third-level film companies in this city. I don't want to shoot third-level movies. Please help me, beg Director Chen for mercy. Chapter 212. I won't leave if you don't give me money. In the Beijing film studio, the Police Story 3 crew is packing up and preparing to go to Hong Kong. In the original version, they were going to Singapore to film the arrest of Guan Bei, but Chen Shiping changed the plot. The original plot was that the Hong Kong police came to the mainland for cooperation, but now it has become the mainland looking for Hong Kong to cooperate. The previous scenes were all shot in the mainland, and the later scenes of fighting against helicopters to arrest Guan Bei were shot in Hong Kong. The movie should be dominated by the mainland, and the movie plot should also be dominated by the mainland. Who is the grandfather, and who is the grandson? This must be clearly distinguished. It is the first time for the people from the Beijing film studio to go to Hong Kong to film, and they are all very excited. In the past, the Hong Kong crew came to the mainland and left after filming, but now it is the other way around. Chen Shiping is in the office explaining the precautions for going to Hong Kong with the producer and Li Xiaohang. There are so many people in the crew, how to manage and how to prevent accidents must be explained clearly. What if someone takes the opportunity to run away? Management must be strict, and attention must be paid to quality and image. Chen Shiping added worriedly, many people in Hong Kong look down on the mainland. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. Li Xiaohang nodded and said, don't worry, director, there will be no problems. That's fine. After the filming, we can also organize everyone to take a walk, but you have to pay attention to safety. Chen Shiping looked at Cheng Long and said, we are going to your territory this time. Thank you for your hard work in keeping an eye on it. No problem, it's my duty. Chen Long said with a smile. Director. The office door was suddenly knocked, and Mei Juan walked in and said, Director, the crew of Demon Cult Leader called and said they would stop filming for 2 days. Chen Shiping frowned and asked, what happened? I don't know the details. Director Wang Jin said he would come back today to explain to you. I see, you go ahead. After Mei Juan left, Chen Long smiled and said, Wang Jin is still very capable, there shouldn't be any problems. I hope so. Chen Shiping glanced at the time, stood up and said, it's getting late, let's get ready to go. After seeing Chen Long and the others off, Chen Shiping went to Song Yu's office to talk about the film technology research room. Originally, Chen Shiping considered turning the research room into a special effects technology company and making it independent, but after a careful study, he gave up. This research room has no results at the moment. It's just research, and there's no technology at all. If it goes out independently, it's estimated that it will take at most a month to go back to the factory to ask for money. Cameron has already filmed special effects like liquid robots, and the domestic technology has not yet begun to develop. At most, they can spend some time on the post-production subtitles, but the gap is so big that it makes people despair. There are too few computer talents in China, and many universities do not have computer majors. Chen Shiping is now thinking about how to make use of the technical research laboratory. In the research laboratory, let alone special effects, even the cameras and photographic equipment are not well understood. Song Xin is also very troubled. If the factory wants to develop, it must develop film technology. The research laboratory must not be closed, but it is useless to keep it open. It is not as good as the technology studied in the printing workshop during this period. Song Xin smoked a cigarette and said with a frown, you are talking to me. I'm about to retire. Why are you telling me this? Chen Shiping. Otherwise, if you give up your position now, I will not look for you. Song Heng thought for a while and said, we can't rush this matter. Let's have a school enterprise cooperation and train professional talents first. I have the same idea, but a school like Beijing Film Academy is definitely not reliable. Chen Shiping asked curiously, how much money do I give to Peking University to open a major and set up a research laboratory? At least 500,000 yuan a year, and we have to sponsor equipment in addition. Song Heng thought for a while and felt that the price should be about the same 500,000 yuan. A person's annual salary is only a few dollars these days. How many teachers can be supported by 500,000 yuan? Chen Shiping felt that this amount of money was not enough, and people would not care about this amount of money. 1 million, and sponsor equipment and research institutes in addition. Chen Shiping suggested. Song Heng put down his cigarette butt and said, okay, anyway, you know the current financial situation of the factory. You can find a way to get the money yourself. I can help you talk to Peking University. Chen Shiping curled his lips. What can he think of? If he had to pay for this money himself, why would he go through the factory? Just go directly to private investment and sponsorship, and open a company in the future. Song Heng cleared his throat and said, there are still more than 8 million yuan of funding from the higher ups that have not been allocated. Why don't you go and ask for it? No, didn't you say you were going to ask for this money last month? I'm not going to come back, so I sent you, my capable assistant, to go. It made sense, and Chen Shiping couldn't refute it. The higher-ups allocate more than 20 million yuan of special funds to the factory every year, but the money has been paid less and less in the past 2 years. The factory pays so much money every year, but gets very little back. It's simply unfair. I must go and ask for money. Chen Shiping was thinking about whether to bring a quilt with him tomorrow. If he didn't pay, he would live in the leader's office. Coming out of Song Heng's office, Chen Shiping was going to go home and study how to collect the money. He did have experience in collecting money, but he was asked to pay the money by someone, and he was also punished. You can't do this to the leader. The setting sun covered the Beijing film studio with a layer of golden light, but Chen Shiping felt that there were dark clouds above his head. It's so hard to collect debts. At the gate of Beijing Film Studio, Wang Panzi parked his car and showed his ID before he was let in. Everyone is off work at this time. Why don't you call and ask? Qiu Shazin couldn't help but say. Wang Jin shook his head and said, just go to the office. No one will call again. What's the difference? Why make a wasted trip? Qiu Shuzhen said strangely. Wang Jin parked the car and said, it's an attitude problem, you don't understand. Qiu Shuzhen was so angry at Wang Jin that her teeth itched. If you don't understand, then tell me. How can I understand if you don't tell me? Soon Wang Jin ran to the door of Chen Shiping's office with sweat all over his forehead, but he didn't wipe it off. If you don't show that you're working hard, how can you let others see your attitude? Wang Jin knocked on the door, and Chen Shiping's voice came from inside. Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, walked into the office, and immediately said, Director Chen, come on, sit down and talk. There's water over there, pour it yourself. Chen Shiping lowered her head to write and draw, and didn't even look at Wang Jin until she heard the sound of high heels, and raised her head. Fatty Wang is wearing high heels? Chen Shiping looked up, and found that Qiu Shuzhen was following behind Wang Jin. Chen Shiping put down his pen, and looked at the fat and thin figures. He almost knew their purpose. If there was a problem with the crew, the people below would definitely tell the factory. There was no problem with the crew, so what could Wang Jin find out about him? Fatty Wang was very smart, and must have seen it. It was worth giving him another chance. Director, do you think I still have a chance? Wang Jin asked sincerely, while wiping his sweat. Chen Shiping leaned back in his chair, stared at Wang Jin, and said with a smile, what chance? You are not filming in the crew, and come to me to play dumb. Wang Jin turned his head slightly, to look at Qiu Shuzhen, motioning her to say a few words. But before Qiu Shuzhen could speak, Chen Shiping spoke first. And you, didn't I tell you not to hang around in front of me, if you have nothing to do? Qiu Shuzhen couldn't hold back the smile on her face. Stinky man. Why didn't you have this attitude when you touched my butt? Wang Jin turned his head and looked at Qiu Shuzhen in surprise. Zen, didn't you have an affair with him? And you were thrown away. Qiu Shuzhen turned away from Wang Panzi with a guilty conscience. I didn't say I was involved. I just thought so. I came here today to surrender with you. Chen Shiping was too lazy to tease them at this time, and said directly, I'm glad you came to me, but I don't like your attitude towards work. Including this time, I'll give you 3 chances. You won't regret it until you find that you are at the end of the road. What do you think I should do? Chen Shiping looked at Wang Jin with interest, wanting to see what sincerity he had. Director Chen, I don't want the box office share of the 3 movies. I just want the director's salary. I won't tell anyone. Wang Jin reluctantly expressed his sincerity. If he didn't bow his head, he wouldn't get a penny, and he would have worked for 3 movies in vain. It's good enough to get the director's salary now. The 3 movies together are at least more than 3 million. Chen Shiping couldn't help laughing. People in Hong Kong are all the same. They like to get something for nothing. If I don't agree, I don't have to pay the box office share, and I don't have to pay the director's salary. Isn't it better? Qiu Shuzhen couldn't help but nod, thinking that what Chen Shiping said was right. Wang Panzi was fooling Director Chen. Wang Jin knew it wouldn't be so easy, so he simply quoted a price and said, I will not make films for Yang Sheng in the future. Director Chen can find me anytime, if you need me. Chen Shiping nodded and said, it's good that you know the separation. If Yang Sheng develops, and the society enters the entertainment industry, you will be unlucky. The Taiwanese investors left, the 3 major cinema chains collapsed, and the powerful film companies in Hong Kong all came to an end. At that time, the star directors who were forced by the society and had no choice but to seek protection from Yang Sheng, and then entered a vicious cycle. Why did Yang Sheng dominate the Hong Kong entertainment industry later? Isn't this the reason? All the stars in Hong Kong stood with Yang Sheng and helped Yang Sheng to whitewash themselves and those members of the society. One by one, those things who killed people and set fires and even sold drugs in secret, dared to come to the front. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he didn't want to say anything more to Wang Jin. He just waved his hand and said, go back and stabilize Yang Sheng. After the matter is settled, you will get the money you deserve. The rules should not be broken. You can't resist the style of the society, but become a society yourself. Unless Wang Panzi is blind. Wang Jin immediately said, thank you, Director Chen. Then I will go back to Cheng to continue making movies. Wang Panxi was about to leave, but after looking at Qiyu Shuzhen, he didn't take her with him. After Wang Jin left, Qiyu Shuzhen was anxious. Yang Sheng went bankrupt. What should she do? Wang Panxi would not protect her in the future. What if Yang Sheng forced her to make a deal? Chen Shiping looked at Qiyu Shuzhen and said, "Why are you still here? Go back to film. I will be miserable if Yang Sheng goes bankrupt. Director, please help me too." Qiyu Shuzhen said pitifully. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and looked at her and said, "Why don't you just terminate the contract? What's the point of looking for me? It's a lot of money. I can't afford it." Qiyu Shuzhen couldn't help but say, "My monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan. You don't think I have money, do you?" Chen Shiping sneered and said, "Even if I have money, why should I help you pay it back? I can. Sorry, I'm not interested and don't want to listen. Just leave if you have nothing to do." Seeing Chen Shiping like this, Qiyu Shuzhen had to lower her head and walk out. She was a little confused for a while. It seems that she has to go back to Hong Kong to find a new backer. Otherwise, once Yang Sheng falls into a trough, it must find a way to get back on its feet. By then, she will be the only one left with Yang Sheng's chips. Zhao Xingxing's film contract was terminated. Wang Panxi cut off all ties, and Zhang Minimum ran away early. Xiangta will definitely force her to shoot crazy movies, even to shoot third-level movies or accompany investors. The big shots fought, but in the end, she was the one who suffered. Qiyu Shuzhen really wanted to cry, but had no tears. When she went out and went downstairs, she saw Wang Jin leaning against the car smoking, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But Wang Jin came up and asked directly, "You didn't sleep with him that day, did you?" Qiyu Shuzhen nodded quickly and said, "I have nothing to do with him. I was just angry that you asked me to accompany him." Wang Jin slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said to Qiyu Shuzhen, "I will help you solve the problem of Yang Sheng." "Thank you." Qiyu Shuzhen ran over and hugged Wang Jin. Wang Jin frowned and said, "Don't thank me, just consider it as a return to you. From now on you will walk your single plank bridge and I will walk mine." Qiyu Shuzhen was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, opened the car door, and sat in without saying a word. She didn't say a word to Wang Jin until the car returned to Chengde. On the other side, Chen Shiping could also think that Qiyu Shuzhen would be miserable, but he also believed that Wang Jin, the fat guy, was so loyal that he would definitely help Qiyu Shuzhen. Qiyu Shuzhen was actually not miserable. There are many actors in Hong Kong who are more miserable than her. It was all caused by those lawless people. People like that shouldn't enter this circle, enjoy the spotlight and flattery, and should be like cockroaches in the sewer. Chen Shiping has not started to take action against those people yet. After dealing with Yang Sheng and finishing the things at hand, he will go to Hong Kong. The unspoken rules of the film industry cannot be avoided, but there are some things that must not be touched. Chen Shiping does not want netizens to describe the entertainment industry as a sewer in the future. But let's think about how to collect the debt tomorrow. It's too difficult to take money out of the boss's pocket. Chen Shiping set out early the next morning before dawn. When the leader came to work, he saw Chen Shiping standing at the door and asked curiously, "Shiping, why are you here so early? I was jogging in the morning and just passed by to see you. You must be up to no good. The Beijing film studio is so far away, and you're jogging in the morning. Let's go upstairs first." Chen Shiping smiled and went upstairs with the leader and took the initiative to help him carry the bag. After arriving at the office, Chen Shiping stopped hiding and began to complain. "The factory is so poor that we can't pay salaries next month. We haven't received our share of the movie yet, and the reform of each workshop will cost money. Hollywood is making special effects blockbusters, and we can't even make a flying car. I'm so worried that I can't sleep. I went out for a walk in the middle of the night yesterday and ended up here." The leader drank tea and watched Chen Shiping's performance in silence. "No matter what you say, there's no money anyway. If you have the ability, come every day." Half an hour later, Chen Shiping came out, wondering whether to come at 6:30 or 7 o'clock tomorrow. Anyway, he will come every day without money. There is another chapter to be updated tomorrow. I stayed up too late yesterday and can't bear it today. Take a night's rest and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 213. candidates for leading roles. At night, under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard, Tao Human looked at Chen Shiping, who was eating voraciously, and said, "Eat slowly. Why do you have to go to the higher ups to ask for money? The crying child gets the milk." Chen Shiping said as he ate, "The factory has developed well in recent years, but we didn't make much money. It was all taken away." Tao Human said, "You want to learn from the Zion Film Studio?" "Yes, the higher ups have been holding on to the factory for future plans." Chen Shiping wiped his mouth and said, "But there is a big difference between being assigned to China Film and reorganizing China Film." Of course, there was really no money. Chen Shiping had to go tomorrow. He had to go. The next morning, Chen Shiping went out early to collect debts. After running for 7 or 8 days in a row, Chen Shiping finally got a reply from his leader. 2 million. Is that too much? Go back and make your movie. How about adding a little more? I think the new tea from the leader is pretty good. Idiot. Okay, idiot is fine. Chen Shiping left contentedly. What's wrong with being an idiot? 2.5 million. This money is enough to train talents. Chen Shiping, who had money in his hands, came to Song Heng's office with full confidence and walked in without knocking. "Old Song, have you been to Peking University?" Chen Shiping went to make tea for himself carelessly. He took Song Heng's tea can and couldn't help complaining after taking a look. "Just drink this tea. Where's the black tea I gave you last time?" Song Heng rolled his eyes at him and said, "Drink it if you want it. If it wasn't for you asking for money back, he wouldn't even give you plain water." Chen Shiping pouted, made himself a cup of tea, sat down and said, "Guess how much money I'm going to get back?" 4 million? Song Heng asked casually. Chen Shiping touched his nose awkwardly and said, 250. "Only 250? Song Heng snorted and said, "Who asked you to drink my tea? Stingy. Why don't you take 250 back? I'm giving you the opportunity to show off in front of the leaders more." An excuse. Guess whether I believe it or not. After the two quarreled boringly for a while, they talked about business. Song Heng went to talk to Peking University in person. The relationship between Beijing Film Studio and Peking University is still good. Many people are recruited from the Department of Literature every year. After chatting with Song Heng for a while, Chen Shiping left. The cooperation with Peking University was handed over to him. Song Heng was not in charge of things every day, so he had to assign some tasks to the old director. Chen Shiping strolled back to his office, took out his good tea leaves to make a cup of tea, and called Tao Human again. "Wife, pick a can of good tea from home and send it to old Song's house." Yes, that white tea. He likes to drink this. Other things? You decide." "Okay." Hanging up. Chen Shiping hung up the phone, thinking it was great to have a good wife. Things like daily gift giving are better between women. The more the two families visit each other, the better the relationship will be. A few days later, Song Yu negotiated the cooperation with Peking University. The annual sponsorship is 2 million, and the factory will also sponsor equipment. The hardware and software alone cost a lot of money, so Chen Shiping asked Zhu Feng to buy them for her. Zhu Feng's relationship is more suitable. She is the wife of a famous Taiwanese businessman and the owner of a film company. It is very convenient to buy these things. The factory and Peking University also held a signing ceremony and invited many reporters. This matter must be publicized. Chen Shiping's name appeared on the front page again and was praised by the media as a pioneer of Chinese films. Chen Shiping attaches great importance to these praises. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, these will be the capital for his future promotion. The major film studios that have been busy with reforms in recent months were at a loss again after hearing the news. What's wrong with this Chen Shiping? Why does he always make such a big fuss? Isn't he afraid of getting into trouble if he takes a big step? Many people are not optimistic about this, but Chen Shiping doesn't care. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. Let this little seedling grow slowly, and Chen Shiping is ready for long-term investment. If 5 years doesn't work, then 10 years. If 10 years doesn't work, then 20 years. Sooner or later, China will have its own special effects blockbuster, a pure domestic blockbuster. After finishing these things, time has come to the day when Farewell My Concubine is about to be released. It was also released in Hong Kong at the same time. But Chen Shiping didn't participate in the promotion. What's more, the higher-ups didn't allow him to promote it on a large scale, so he just posted posters in the cinema. It was just published in the movie schedule information in newspapers and various places. The premiere was also very simple, and Gong Li, Zhang Fenggai and Zhang Guoran all attended. But Chen Shiping didn't go. If he was just a director, Chen Shiping would definitely show up in public, but it's different now. During this period, the newspapers are all about reforms, technological innovations, etc. Attending a movie premiere is indeed embarrassing. Different identities require different exposure. Movies can be made, producers can do it, but this kind of exposure is not needed. Chen Shiping, who did not attend the premiere, was preparing to go home after get off work. When he passed by Beijing Film Academy, he saw many students walking out in groups. They were all loudly discussing going to see Farewell My Concubine. Chen Shiping took a look and then retracted his gaze and drove home. What's wrong with not promoting it? Farewell My Concubine doesn't need to be promoted. There were already enough news in May, and it was the Palme d'Or, and big stars like Zhang Guoran joined. It was much more popular than Zhu Sangguan at the beginning. The audience also chases stars. Zhang Guoran is too popular in the mainland. When Chen Shiping returned to Dongmi and Hutong, he also met many students from the Central Academy of Drama discussing Farewell My Concubine in 2s and 3s. After returning to the courtyard, Chen Shiping couldn't help but say when he saw Tao Human, "These students are really giving me face." They all went to see Farewell My Concubine. Tao Human hummed and didn't respond to Chen Shiping. What's wrong? Chen Shiping smiled and sat over to hug her and said, "Who made you unhappy?" Regarding the TV series, after editing, the broadcast time given by CCTV was not good. Tao Human said a little depressed, "I originally wanted to broadcast it during the new year, but CCTV now plans to advance it." Chen Shiping couldn't help but smile and said, "Why do TV series celebrate the new year? They are not movies. Can't they be broadcast earlier? It's different." Tao Human said stubbornly, "Why can't TV series celebrate the new year? Just like movies, New Year's dramas are so wonderful." Tao Human turned her head to look at Chen Shiping and asked, "How come it was so easy for you to make the New Year's drama in the first place? Why can't I do it?" "Because you are not from CCTV." Chen Shiping rubbed her head and said, "I'll give you an idea. You go and tell CCTV to broadcast it after the new year, on the first day of the new year. From now on, it will be called the New Year's drama. CCTV's boutique." Tao Human thought it was a good idea and said depressedly, "What's the difference? It's not the same concept as a New Year's drama. CCTV doesn't have any TV series to broadcast, otherwise it wouldn't be advanced. They are all excuses. There are so many foreign dramas hidden in the bottom of the box. You talk to CCTV like this. Water Margin hasn't been filmed yet. Why don't you just say investment?" Chen Shiping said excitedly, "I originally planned to wait until next year to talk to CCTV. Taking advantage of the filming of Water Margin, I will build another Water Margin city in Chengde. It will just make up for the lack of Tang and Song dynasty architecture. Now you can use it to talk to CCTV." Tao Human's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Then do I represent the factory?" "No, you only represent an individual." Chen Shiping hugged Tao Human and whispered, "But you can tell them that the factory is going to build a Tang and Song dynasty film and television city, and then you say that you can invest in the filming of Water Margin. They will understand." Tao Human nodded and understood, then patted Chen Shiping and said, "Why are you talking so sneakily at home?" Chen Shiping laughed and said, "Of course you have to speak softly if you abuse your power for personal gain. Go away. What do you want to eat tonight?" Tao Human suddenly asked gently. "It's almost 7 o'clock. Why haven't you done it yet?" "Well, I was in a bad mood and didn't want to do it before." Tao Human got up and prepared to cook, but suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at him and asked, "Isn't the factory out of money? How can you build a film and television city?" Chen Shiping shrugged and said, "It will be there next year. You can go and full CCTV first and guarantee that there will be no problem. Besides, our family will have money soon, so you can invest then." "Oh, that's right. Farewell My Concubine is released." Tao Min said happily, and turned around to cook. I'll roast some ribs today as a reward for Chen Shiping. After dinner in the evening, Chen Shiping stared at Tao Min's white slippers and couldn't help saying, you must be angry today. Let me rub your feet. Tao Min took out her feet and put them on Chen Shiping's legs and said, rubbed it. It's a reward for you. Hey, I rubbed your feet and you think it's a reward for me? Chen Shiping grabbed Tao Min's feet and rubbed them angrily. Tao Min snorted and said, you don't know what you are thinking. After rubbing your feet, go get some water to wash your feet. I just bought a few pairs of socks today. Chen Shiping paused. Why rub your feet? Just wash your feet. After a while, Chen Shiping carefully wiped Tao Min's wet feet and asked impatiently, where are the socks? White cotton socks or black silk stockings? You look so impatient, you pervert. Tao Min laughed and scolded, the drawer in the room. Before she finished speaking, Chen Shiping had already run into the room. After an unknown amount of time, Tao Min was so angry that she clamped her feet together and stepped on them lightly and said, my feet are sore, why is it not working? Chen Shiping handed over a pair of white cotton socks and said, why don't you try this one instead? Tao Min rolled her eyes at him unhappily, took off the wet silk stockings on her feet and threw them on the ground and changed into white cotton socks. 1. Just wear one. Why do you have so many requirements? I will definitely step on you to death later. Tao Min snorted and put on only one sock and stepped on it with her two little feet together. It is so important to have a wife who is willing to cooperate with him. Chen Shiping feels that this little life is wonderful. Tao Min moved her little feet up and down and looked at Chen Shiping, who groaned and quickly stepped on the other end with her feet together. The heat on the soles of her feet made her face red. Why is the impact so strong today? It's so hot. After Chen Shiping calmed down, Tao Min curled up her toes and couldn't help saying, my socks are soaked. Carry me to take a shower. Yeah. Chen Shiping carried Tao Min to the bathroom. The happy night had just begun. The next day, as soon as Chen Shiping arrived at the factory, Mei Juan ran over. Director, the box office of Farewell My Concubine has just been counted. Mei Juan looked at Chen Shiping excitedly, waiting for him to ask her about the specific box office. Chen Shiping yawned and said, it's just the first day's box office. How much can it be? Mei Juan, why are you not active at all? Mei Juan suddenly lost the desire to share. The factory director was not interested at all. Now he is becoming more and more like an old cadre. 1 million box office in Hong Kong, 3.85 million in the mainland. Mei Juan said sullenly, according to the estimate, Hong Kong should be able to have about 20 million in the end, and the mainland should be around 50 to 60 or 70,000. I miscalculated. Chen Shiping said, throwing a newspaper over and said, don't you guys watch the news in the morning? Mei Juan was stunned, took the newspaper and read it for a few times, and her eyes lit up. The newspapers were full of praise for Farewell My Concubine. Almost all newspapers on the market had reported it, but some sections were larger and some were smaller. After Mei Juan finished flipping through the newspaper, she immediately asked, Director, how much do you think the box office will be in the end? Hong Kong will basically not change. In the mainland, it should be more than 70 million. Chen Shiping smiled and said, after all, it is still an art film. It won't have a very high box office like a comedy. Mei Juan shook her head and said, Director, you are wrong. I estimate it will be at least 80 million. You don't understand the current audience. Chen Shiping laughed dumbly. Mei Juan has been dealing with distributors for a long time and is a little overconfident. Then you said 50 or 60 million before. That's because you didn't see the newspaper. So many newspapers help us promote it and fill the publicity gap before the release. It must be different. Chen Shiping smiled and said, okay, then let's see how much it is. If it's 80 million, I will give you a bonus personally. Thank you, Director. Mei Juan ran away happily and had already started planning how to spend the bonus. Chen Shiping smiled and shook his head. After finishing the paperwork in the office, he went to check the preparations for Speed. The art department has already made 2 subway models and built a subway station in the studio. Now we are studying how to make the exposure photos beautiful. Chen Shiping was very satisfied with the result. It was very efficient. The stunt workshop was also making good progress. With the help of a crane, the bus was able to fly, and the entire flight posture was also very beautiful. The only thing that was not progressing well was the casting of the movie. When Chen Shiping went to the production department to ask for the list, they had just selected a group of them. There were quite a lot of candidates for the male lead. However, Chen Shiping was looking through the photos and actor information and was somewhat surprised by the selection criteria of the production department. Zhu Shimeo was on the candidate list, as well as Zhang Fengai, Cheng Daoming, Hu Jun, and Zhu Yajin, who was also a half-son of Sheng Shen. They were all tall, handsome, and well-known. Only Hu Jun was a newcomer. He looked thin in the photo and was not the same as Chen Shiping remembered. The female lead was more interesting. Zheng Shuang, Liu Bei, Zhu Qing, Zhu Fan, Chen Hong, Lin Fangbing, Fu Yiwei, and Ningjing. Chen Shiping saw Chen Hong's name appear, and he was a little amused and crossed it out. He had been played for 3 days in vain. And Zhu Fan is not suitable, cross it out. Zhu Qing's face is too round, too cute, cross it out. Fu Yiwei, cross it out. Ningjing wants to shoot a sunny day, cross it out. Let's call the rest to audition. There will be more later. Actually, I really want to update alone for a few days to sort out the plot. I rush to right after get off work every day, and I find that many lines are a bit messy. Can you support me to sort out the plot and update alone for a few days? Chapter 214 Thunderous Means. There are so many actors, it's hard to choose. Chen Shiping looked at the beautiful faces in the photos and felt a little confused. Movies don't need acting skills, but the character's temperament and image must be good. These actors are all suitable, and Chen Shiping crossed out the unsuitable ones. For example, Zhu Qing is really good looking and has a good temperament, but she has some baby fat. Zhu Qing with baby fat drives a bus at high speed and takes off, which is inappropriate, no matter how you think about it. The same is true for Chen Hong. Dio Chan is a beautiful woman with a classical temperament, who drives a bus. Zheng Shuang has a good image and is very cool to play Hu Sanyang. Liu Bei is also a standard cool honey. Lin Fangbing is more suitable. She has long legs and is beautiful. Chen Shiping likes her cover photo in a popular film magazine. She wears a silver long skirt and her long hair is fluttering, which is cool and beautiful. She has also played many suspense dramas in the past 2 years and has played big stars in movies. The audience has a very good reputation. In addition to these, there are Jiang Wenli and Gong Li who are also here to join in the fun. Gong Li had just finished playing the pregnant Qiu Chu and the Juxan girl in the 8 Great Hutangs, so it's better not to play the racing heroine. Jiang Wenli can try, she's also quite suitable. After looking at it for a while, Chen Shiping put the photo down and called them over for an audition later. As for the male actors, Chen Shiping thinks Zhu Yajin and Hu Jun are more suitable. Zhu Yajin is very popular, one of the few male actors who have appeared on the cover of popular movie magazines, but his temperament is not as good as when he was in the role of Sheng Shan Banzi. Hu Jun is tall and came from a military compound, and his spirit is very good. Now he is not as rough as he was later, which is very suitable for this role. The most important thing is that Hu Jun has a lot of sexual tension. If the movie is released overseas, it will be very popular. Chen Shiping can't just consider the domestic market, but also the overseas market. Chinese kung fu plus the Hollywood blockbuster model, not to mention rushing to the world. At least there is still a market in Asia. In the past, Hong Kong films made a lot of money in the Asian market, but now they can take advantage of the trend of Hong Kong films and take a tentative step forward. After Chen Shiping made a preliminary selection of the list, he notified the production department to send out audition notices. After the actors were selected, they still needed training. The women drove there, and the men practiced martial arts. If everything went well, the filming could start at the end of the year. The capital city at the end of the year would be beautiful with lanterns and Chinese knots decorated with lights. It would be a pity not to add some oriental cultural element when making a blockbuster. Unfortunately, there was not enough time to catch up with the Lunar New Year holiday this year, so Police Story could only be the Lunar New Year holiday. Speed can only try hard to see if it can catch up with the Spring Festival holiday. The Spring Festival holiday should also be developed well, and the film market should be made big. The audition would take another 2 days, and Chen Shiping took a rare break and prepared to go to Chengdu Film and Television for a tour. By the way, he would see how Jiang Wen was preparing. But before he left, Yang Sheng called him. The post-production of the first and second parts of The Deer in the Cauldron was completed, and it was ready to be released in Hong Kong, but there was no news from the mainland. Yang Sheng couldn't bear it anymore, and took the initiative to call to inquire. Chen Shiping answered the phone, and pretended to be helpless and said, "There are problems with the film review. There are many spoofs in The Deer in the Cauldron, including the 3 wives and 4 concubines, which have not passed the review. What should we do now, Director Chen? Don't the higher-ups give face to the film you produced?" Yang Sheng asked anxiously. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. First, Zhao Xingxing cancelled the film contract, and then Wang Jin cancelled the contract on behalf of Qiu Shuzhen, and said that he wanted to retire and prepare for marriage. Now the film cannot pass the review in the mainland. With so many things connected, even a fool would know that something is going to go wrong. Chen Shiping said patiently, "It's enough to give me face. I was scolded when I went there yesterday and asked to cut the film again. You wait for my news. I will arrange the release immediately after the film is cut and approved. The film studio is also short of funds." Guan Zilin also called to ask about investment. "I'm more anxious than you now." After hearing what Chen Shiping said, Yang Sheng's doubts were reduced. That's right. The film studio and Chen Shiping have invested a lot of money. They should not want the film to lose money. Thank you, Director Chen, for your help. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. Yes, don't worry. I will solve it as soon as possible. Chen Shiping hung up the phone after he finished speaking. What the hell is the solution? When the demon cult leader finishes filming, it will be stuck too. Just drag it on like this, and Yang Sheng's funds will be exhausted. When he is half dead, we can send someone to buy his movie and give him a buyout price for the imported copy. Chen Shiping doesn't want to make it too ugly, otherwise he won't beat around the bush. Just withhold the movie and don't release it, even if it passes the review. Chen Shiping took the car keys and prepared to go home to pick up Tao Humin to go to Chengdu for fun. But before the car drove home, Zhang called him. President Li personally asked him to go to a meeting. Chen Shiping immediately knew that it was the idiot from Yang Sheng who went to complain. Damn it. You can sue me. I'm afraid he doesn't know President Li's attitude towards Hong Kong movies. In 2 words, it's stuck. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups transfer Mr. Li to Yindu? If I hadn't held on, the higher-ups would have restricted co-productions long ago, and there wouldn't be any need for your bullshit. You can't tell who's the boss. You should have done what Mr. Li advocated, and cut off the co-productions with thunderous means. Yang Sheng, let the people in the Hong Kong film industry beat you up this time. You dare to complain? Just release the news that you're going to cut off co-productions and restrict Hong Kong films from entering the mainland market. I don't believe that Yang Sheng won't be kicked out in Hong Kong. Yang Sheng can bully celebrities, but the financiers behind many film companies are not something he can afford to offend. Chen Shiping became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and his face was still sour when he came to Zhang. Mr. Li asked with a smile, "Why are you so sullen? I haven't said anything to you yet." "Well, don't say anything. Did Yang Sheng complain?" Chen Shiping looked at Mr. Li and said, "I didn't mean to block him." Mr. Li smiled and shook his head and said, "I didn't come to you for this matter. You can handle the co-productions yourself." Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He asked with some surprise, "Did Yindu secretly acquire the cinema chain?" "That's right." Mr. Li smiled and said, "Your previous reminder was very timely, and the timing was just right. Mr. Liu acquired a lot of theaters from Debao and Golden Princess through overseas connections. Golden Princess's satellite company was closed, and Debao's Taiwanese investors ran away. The 2 cinema chains couldn't hold on. Chen Shiping knew that they wanted to play around early, so he reminded Mr. Liu and Mr. Li that they could do it. Unexpectedly, it really worked. I just don't know if Zhang also paid. Chen Shiping was somewhat happy and asked with a smile, "Is it through the relationship of the boss of Great Wall Cinema?" "You guessed it quite well. We are not at ease if we let others take over." Mr. Lee looked at him and said, now those cinemas have been transferred to Shuangnan Cinema Line, and they will be listed in a few days. This is a good thing. Chen Shiping congratulated Mr. Lee. When you return to take office, you will take over a Yindu without any shortcomings. Mr. Lee nodded, but soon became serious again and said, there will be a research meeting on the future development of mainland and Hong Kong films in a few days. You can attend it and tell us your ideas so that the policy guidelines can be determined next year. Chen Shiping was a little curious. Normally, the meeting should be held next year, and Mr. Lee will go to Yindu in the middle of next year. Why is it ahead of schedule? Chen Shiping asked puzzledly. Mr. Lee said with a smile, you are now running the Directors Association and actively co-producing. Some work needs to be prepared in advance, otherwise changes will have a big impact. Chen Shiping nodded and said, then I understand, but I think this meeting will take a few months. Mr. Lee said with a smile, let's discuss it slowly. After all, it's a big deal. By the way, do you want me to help you deal with the matter of those movies? It would be great to have your help. Chen Shiping said with a smile, I originally wanted to drag it on, but it's too troublesome to think about it. Tell me what you think. Chen Shiping smiled and told him his plan. After listening to Mr. Lee, he raised his eyebrows and said, you want to scare them first, but it's good this way. Maybe it will be easier to deal with next year. There is no way to rectify without some big moves. The position of public opinion must be taken. The bridgehead for mainland movies to enter the Asian market must be taken. If it is put in the hands of those people in Hong Kong, it will only be a waste. A group of people messed around for money, and the good Hong Kong movies were messed up. If they can't make it, they come to the mainland to mess it up. After leaving Zhang, Chen Shiping felt that his thoughts were much clearer. He still lacked training. He had less official taste and more business ideas. After driving home, Chen Shiping didn't even think about going to Chengde. Let's finish Yangsheng first. After the Deer in the Cauldron was delayed for a few more days, Yangsheng took the initiative to call again to ask. This time, Chen Shiping was too lazy to pretend and said directly, there are too many co-productions, and we need to protect the development of mainland films. You still call Zhang, why don't you call China Film? After that, Chen Shiping hung up the phone, and the other party called back soon. But Chen Shiping didn't answer. Soon, Yangsheng found Shi Nansheng and asked Shi Nansheng to come as a lobbyist. Chen Shiping answered Shi Nansheng's call, but didn't say much. He just said that Yangsheng called Zhang and caused him to be scolded. The higher-ups have been restricting co-productions for a long time. If I hadn't been emphasizing that co-productions can promote the development of mainland films, you would have been blocked long ago. You even called to complain. The Deer in the Cauldron had big problems to begin with, and now you've been caught in a weak spot. I can't do anything about it. You guys can just fend for yourself. Chen Shiping cursed and hung up the phone. He felt so good. Chen Shiping was in a good mood, but Shi Nansheng was confused. What's going on? Are Hong Kong films really going to be over? Why did Yangsheng call Zhang for no reason? You don't even know the mainland, but you dare to mess around. Do you really think the mainland is supporting you? Shi Nansheng has learned in detail about the mainland's views on Hong Kong films. There are many people who have opinions about co-productions, and not everyone supports co-productions. Now it's good. They have found an excuse. Chen Shiping can't stand it. After thinking about it, Shi Nansheng felt that there was still room for recovery, and Chen Shiping must have a way to solve it. After all, co-production and common development has always been his advocacy, and it is also the reason why he has succeeded to this day. If you give up co-production, it means you deny your past ideas, which means you have lost the struggle. How can you move up in the future? Chen Shiping will definitely find a way to solve it. Shi Nansheng comforted himself in his heart, and his mind was settled, but he was still worried that Chen Shiping would not want to care. Thinking from his perspective, Shi Nansheng could understand Chen Shiping. I'll let you make money, but you backstabbed me and caused me to be scolded by the leader, so how could I let you go? Shi Nansheng sighed, thought for a while, and called a friend in the mainland. He wanted to find out what Zhang's attitude towards co-production was. I heard about this too. Chen Shiping was scolded badly this time. I heard that he was called to Zhang and criticized severely. In 2 days, he will come to China Film to discuss the issue of co-production. This time, co-production may really be restricted. Listening to his friend's words, Shi Nansheng was completely helpless. He hurriedly thanked him and hung up the phone. This is the end. No one helped them mediate and fight for it. Co-production is really stuck. What can they do in the future? Nansen knew that Chen Shiping was the biggest hope now, but he also felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Originally, Hong Kong films were doing well and could have held on for a few more years, and perhaps they could have continued to develop healthily. But they were shattered by Chen Shiping's punches and kicks, forcing him to rely on others. The problem is that, if Chen Shiping just lets go now, won't he just die? Exclamation mark. Although he knew that all this was because of Chen Shiping, Nansen couldn't turn his face, so he could only point the finger at Yang Sheng. It's better for one person to die than for everyone to die together. At least let Chen Shiping change his mind now and fight for co-production for them in the mainland, and then slowly plan it later. Soon this news came, and the Hong Kong film circle was all stunned. What's going on? We are co-producing with the mainland in full swing, and you say you want to restrict it? After Wu Xiuyuan learned the news, he was actually a little excited and said, I knew that going to the north would not end well. That Chen Shiping wants to kill Hong Kong films. Chairman, is it useful for you to say this now? Think about what to do. That's right, co-productions with the mainland cannot enter Taiwan. What should we do with the films we invested in the future? Not only are co-productions with the mainland not allowed to enter the Taiwan market, but even films that are not co-produced cannot enter. Taiwan is now increasing the introduction of Western films to protect the development of local films. Except for the companies that can co-produce with Jaya, how can others enter? Protect local films and introduce Western films. What is going on? After watching too many Western films, you still have to watch Chinese language films. If there are no Hong Kong films, you can watch local Taiwanese films. Everyone knows that the key now lies in Chen Shiping and Yang Sheng. But what can be done to satisfy Chen Shiping? Yang Sheng's background is not clean. How can this problem be handled? Let Shi Nansheng find out Chen Shiping's attitude first. As for Yang Sheng, let him admit his mistake. Otherwise, we will all die because of him. Chapter 215 Helpless Miss Shi. Beep, beep. The call is not connected. Nansen said helplessly, I'd better go to the mainland in person. People in the Hong Kong film circle gathered together to discuss the issue of co-productions. If co-productions are restricted, a large number of film companies will starve to death. The local film market cannot support so many film companies. Although the market is not small, there are too many movies. Some big productions have no income outside the local market, and they can't even recover their costs. For productions exceeding 5 million, the box office must be 20 million to make a little money. But how many movies in Hong Kong can have a box office of more than 20 million in a year? At most 20 movies have a box office of more than 20 million, which means that Hong Kong can only accommodate 20 movies with a production cost of 5 million. But many stars pay more than this price. How can Hong Kong movies survive in this way? Companies can't open, actors have no jobs, and the entire industry will starve to death. Hong Kong movies are too dependent on the outside market. Once the policy changes, they will all starve to death. Nansen immediately rushed to Beijing to find out what the future of co-productions will be. If Hong Kong films cannot enter the mainland market, or if only a very small number of places are available, then at least half of Hong Kong's film companies will go bankrupt. The remaining half can only survive by shooting low-budget films to make a living. At that time, it will be really over. Chen Shiping was busy in a meeting at this time. The co-production of films will not have any results in a short time, so scare them first. Even if someone in Hong Kong has deep connections, it can't change the outcome. If it can be so powerful, in the original time and space, co-production will not be restricted, and imported films will not be stuck to 1 or 2 films a year. In the final analysis, the decision-making of some things cannot be influenced by Hong Kong. The key is what the attitude is inside the mainland. Chen Shiping does not have the ability to decide the future of co-production films. He is just trying to use his leadership to contribute to the development of mainland films so that he will be supported by the top. If Chen Shiping also gives up struggling, the future of co-production films will inevitably return to the original track. In the Sino Cooperative Company, Mr. Lee smiled and said to Chen Shiping, "In fact, this is related to a big problem. Sinoco restricts co-production, and China Film restricts imports. They say it is for the development of mainland films. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to defeat Hong Kong films and force Hong Kong talents to come to the mainland to develop." Chen Shiping nodded and said, "I understand, so I use another way to train my team with the help of co-production. This can develop together and promote the prosperity of the film market. Your idea is very good and effective, but some things are not that simple." Mr. Lee shook his head and said, "Moreover, many film studios have responded that their own films cannot get box office, and their own co-production projects are few. They all go to big studios. They have begun to resist co-production." Chen Shiping understands this situation. There are many film producers in China, and not all studios are the same as Beijing Film Studio. There are many people who can't make a living, and resisting co-productions to seize the market has become their only outlet. After all, without co-productions, a large part of the market and schedule will be vacated. Even if the movie is boring to death, there will be audiences going to the cinema to watch it. Listening to Mr. Lee's words, Chen Shiping smacked his lips and said, "So restrictions are inevitable, but can this time point be controlled? Not really. If the film market can continue to grow, it won't get stuck all of a sudden. Let's look at this year's market." Mr. Lee talked about this and looked at the time and said, "Let's go to the meeting. We'll talk about these things slowly at the meeting." Chen Shiping followed him to the meeting. Shi Nansheng, who came to the Beijing Film Studio to find Chen Shiping, didn't find him and could only wait in his office. But Mei Juan came over soon. "Ms. Shi, the director is not coming back today, and it's useless for you to wait here." Shi Nansheng stood up and asked, "Can I talk to you?" Mei Juan immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I'm free now." Mei Juan still has a task assigned by Chen Shiping. Otherwise, she wouldn't come to chat with Shi Nansheng. Isn't it good to be busy with work at this time? Work makes me happy. The director gave me a bonus. Half an hour later, Shi Nansheng left the factory and went directly to Chen Shiping's house without going to the hotel. "I don't believe that I can't wait for Chen Shiping to come back." Yang Sheng has now become the one who ignited the powder keg, and Chen Shiping's attitude is also very clear. Shi Nansheng knows what to do, but he still needs to ask about the coordination. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Shiping sat next to Chen Hong and ate grapes and asked, "This one is too sour, change to a sweet one." Chen Hong said, "Oh," and peeled another grape, tasted it with the tip of her tongue, and then stuffed it into Chen Shiping's mouth. "This one is sweet, right?" Chen Shiping smiled and said, "You have a sweet mouth." Chen Hong smacked her lips and asked with a smile, "Which is sweeter, the grapes or my mouth?" "Too fast, I didn't feel it. Try again." Chen Shiping said, hugging Chen Hong. Chen Hong smiled and dodged Chen Shiping's kiss. She pushed his chin with her little hand and said, "Your beard is so prickly." Chen Shiping touched his chin and said, "I forgot to shave this morning. Can you help me shave? Your razor is broken." Chen Hong leaned close to Chen Shiping's ear and whispered, "You only have a razor. Do you want to use it?" "No. How can you shave me if you shave there?" Chen Shiping immediately refused. "It's okay to wash it clean. Come on, you shaved me, I want to shave you too." Hey, we are talking about shaving. Don't even think about other places." The two of them went into the bathroom and played around. In the courtyard of Dongmian Hutong, Tao Human ate the food in small bites and said, "Nansheng, it's not that I don't help you. You can see that he doesn't go home now." Shi Nansheng smiled and said, "It's okay. I just came to see you. Is the perfume I brought you last time good? I haven't used it yet." Shipping doesn't like the strong perfume, Tao Humin said casually, but she was a little unhappy. Shi Nansheng's coming here just gave Chen Shiping an excuse not to go home. Damn man, I will torture him tomorrow to ask him what positions he used and how many times. Tao Humin was suddenly stunned and found that her tolerance had increased. After 8 o'clock, Shi Nansheng left without waiting for Chen Shiping. Tao Humin also seemed to know nothing. She was really confused about the situation now. After returning to the hotel, she thought for a while and called Zhang Minimum. She should have arrived in Cheng to film. The call was quickly connected, and Shi Nansheng immediately asked, "Have you met Chen Shiping in Beijing?" Zhang Minimum, who had just finished work and returned to the hotel, said weakly, "No, Wang Jin urged me too much, so I came to Chengdu as soon as I got off the plane." Shi Nansheng frowned and asked, "Can you come to Beijing? I need your help." "What help? You said the same thing last time." Zhang Minimum sneered and said, "Yang Sheng is in trouble. I'm happier than anyone else." Shi Nansheng, the key is not just Yang Sheng's business now. Just help me make an appointment with Chen Shiping. I will repay you. Zuke is preparing a new movie. How about giving you the heroine?" Zhang Minimum said indifferently, "Sorry, Zhao Minimum is my last role. I have to do business." After that, Zhang Minimum hung up the phone, not caring about Shi Nansheng's attitude at all. "I want to make a lot of money in business." If Chen Shiping hadn't found her this time and asked her to make some pocket money, she wouldn't continue to film. She is tired of this line. In the hotel room, Zhang Minimum took off his clothes, went to the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and narcissistically posed for a few poses. He hummed a song and went to wash himself. After filming the demon cult leader in a few days, he would go to Beijing to find Chen Shiping. Zhang Minimum was going to do business in the mainland, and the first person he thought of was Chen Shiping. It is easier to get things done with talented people, and it is difficult to get anywhere without people. Zhang Minimum believed that with Chen Shiping's help, he would definitely make a fortune in business. A night without any waves passed. When it was dawn, Chen Shiping stood in the yard brushing his teeth, spitting the foamy water under the roots of the tree, and then turned back. He did the same thing when he was at home, breathing fresh air and watering the trees. But Chen Shiping remembered that he had read an article saying that the air in the early morning was not as good as at night. After breakfast, Chen Shiping did not go to the factory. Today he was going to the stunt group to watch the stunts. The bus was flying, and they had mastered the skills to successfully fly several meters high. The bus must fly high to be thrilling, and the visual effect will be shocking. On a long runway at a training ground outside Beijing, a bus was speeding. Chen Shiping looked at the speeding bus from a distance and asked worriedly, "Can the driver's safety be guaranteed?" "Yes, the safety measures have been taken." Chen Shiping nodded and continued to watch. Soon the bus came to the big slope and flew up without any pause. Chen Shiping squinted his eyes subconsciously, watching the car flying high and falling heavily. The effect is very good, but it is a bit monotonous. Chen Shiping couldn't help saying, "I want to add gunpowder or iron wire under the car to create a spark effect. I will call the people in the recording workshop to collect the sound in advance." The director of the stunt workshop smiled and said, "Well, those are simple. Director, do you think this effect is okay?" "Very good. Better than Hollywood," Chen Shiping said with a smile. "Of course, Hollywood is just willing to spend money, but they can't really compare to us in terms of hard work." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Sometimes, if they spend money to do something, we will lose if we work hard, but in the future we will definitely be better than them." The problem of special effects was solved, and Chen Shiping breathed a sigh of relief. One of the biggest difficulties of the movie was solved. The art group was still experimenting with the effect of the subway exploding in the tunnel. But this difficulty was not that great and could be overcome quickly. Now the most important thing is the selection of male and female actors. Many actors are not in Beijing, and Chen Shiping is still waiting for them to come. After the audition, they can participate in training and prepare for the start of filming. Chen Shiping took a walk outside and went to Zhang for a meeting. There were small meetings almost every day, and Chen Shiping sometimes went to listen and sometimes participated in the speech. 3 days passed, and Shi Nansheng, who had not waited for Chen Shiping, now understood the specific situation. Now the co-production has not been finalized, and there is still a chance to change. They just need someone to speak for them, and this person used to be Chen Shiping. But now Chen Shiping has quit. Shi Nansheng had no choice but to take the gift to find Tao Humin. After a long shove, Shi Nansheng left the gift and left. Tao Humin studied the gift from Shi Nansheng and took out her mobile phone to call Chen Shiping. She really came to give a gift, and the box was not filled with money. "What is that?" Chen Shiping asked curiously. Tao Human glanced at it and said, a key, and it's from Beijing. I heard that the property seems to be invested by a Hong Kong investor. I see. You put the key away. Don't go to the house. Wait until I get back. By the way, just tell her to talk to me on the phone. Chen Shiping hung up the phone and was not in a hurry to meet Shi Nansheng. The main reason was that the issue being discussed in the meeting had not yet been concluded, and Chen Shiping had been thinking about how to make the collaboration these days. Shi Nansheng on the other side breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Tao Human's call. Tao Human only said that Chen Shiping knew about it and didn't ask her to take the things back, which meant that Chen Shiping was still willing to speak for them. It's just that Shi Nansheng felt a little aggrieved. It's obviously you who bullied others, but we still have to give gifts. Isn't it a shame? Those who are involved in politics are all black-hearted. They also said that Yang Sheng has big problems, and you, Chen Shiping, have big problems too. 2 days later, Shi Nansheng finally received a call from Chen Shiping. However, the call was very short. Chen Shiping just hurriedly told her that the co-production could be stabilized for the time being, but the specific situation would have to wait until the end of the year. Shi Nansheng also explained the situation on Yang Sheng's side, saying that Yang Sheng only wanted to recover the cost, and the subsequent profits of the film could be ignored. Chen Shiping didn't answer, but just told Shi Nansheng to talk to the film investors, and it had nothing to do with him. Apart from Yang Sheng and Beijing Film Studio, isn't the other investor Guan Zilin? Everyone knows what Guan Zilin does. Shi Nansheng felt that Chen Shiping was too cautious and didn't want to say much on the phone. I don't know what will happen to the house that was given away. Chen Shiping naturally won't live in that house. Only a fool would go there. Just throw it to Guan Zilin and let her deal with it. Chen Shiping will not take care of Yang Sheng for the time being. He will let Yang Sheng transfer the films of The Deer and the Cauldron Part 1 and Part 2, as well as the films of Sukiya and the Demon Cult Master to Guan Zilin. As for how much money he will get, it depends on Guan Zilin's appetite. Chen Shiping really doesn't have the time to focus on a company that has been seriously damaged and may go bankrupt at any time. Even if Yang Sheng recovers all the costs this time, it has no subordinates and there is no chance to co-produce in the mainland. It is difficult to survive only in Hong Kong. What's more, it has caused so many peers to suffer unprovoked disasters. If not you, who else should I target? Who would still cooperate with you? But you can try to develop in Taiwan. If you are thrown away by Chen Shiping, Taiwan may pick it up. Of course, it may also be kicked away. People don't want you anymore, so you come to me, right? You treat us as trash cans. Chen Shiping threw the tissue he used to wipe his nose into the trash can and coughed uncomfortably. I played with Chen Hong in the bathroom for too long last night and caught a cold. Okay, call the auditioners in. The first one is Liu Bei, right? Let her in. As soon as Chen Shiping finished speaking, the people outside called Liu Bei in. Liu Bei, with her short wavy hair, walked in with her head held high and her chest puffed out, looking very confident. Chen Shiping's eyes lit up slightly. She was beautiful, and she looked so smooth. Chapter 216 Never take the back door. Can you drive? Chen Shiping looked at Liu Bei and asked. Liu Bei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the first question of the audition would be this. Yes, I can drive. I can also ride a motorcycle. Liu Bei said, while flicking her hair. Chen Shiping smiled and said, I can see that you are a good rider. Turn around and see. Okay. Liu Bei took off her coat first, and then put one hand on her waist and turned around. She was like a model, but the feeling of flying confidence was really charming. She is worthy of being a big girl in Beijing. Chen Shiping was very satisfied with Liu Bei, but he still wanted to continue to watch. Try this scene. Chen Shiping handed over a piece of paper. Liu Bei took it and looked at it and asked, how long will it take to prepare? 10 minutes. Don't rush. Take your time. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he turned around and chatted with Zhu Feng. What do you think? Zhu Feng stared at Liu Bei carefully for a few times and said, very beautiful, a little bit like Zhang Minimum. How can it be similar? Nonsense. Chen Shiping paused and said, I said I won't look for Hong Kong actors anymore. Don't recommend them. Zhu Feng said helplessly. Okay, I'm just a decoration as an investor. How can it be a decoration? You still have to pay. Thank you. Liu Bei was ready in a short while, but Chen Shiping stopped her as soon as she opened her mouth. Don't speak dialect. Beijing dialect won't work. Do it again in Mandarin. Liu Bei nodded and prepared again. This time Chen Shiping didn't stop her after she opened her mouth. After the 1-minute clip was performed, Chen Shiping wrote a few comments on his notebook. Thank you for coming to the audition. You performed very well. The specific results will be notified to you within a week. Liu Bei's heart flashed with disappointment. Why didn't he give any hints? Is there hope or no hope? After Liu Bei left, Zheng Xuan came in. Hu Sanyang is indeed worthy of her reputation. Very beautiful, full of heroic spirit, and a kind of charming beauty. After going through the same audition process, Chen Shiping was in a dilemma. Zheng Xuan is no worse than Liu Bei, and he likes her very much. The production department picked a good person. However, the next Lin Fangbing did not make Chen Shiping feel bright. It may be that she often comes to Tao Human's house to play, and after seeing her too much, she is not as stunning as at the beginning. However, Lin Fangbing is no worse than the previous two, and even has a taller figure, better temperament, and an international style. After 3 auditions in a row, Zhu Feng couldn't help but speak. They are all beautiful girls. I'm dazzled by them. Who do you prefer? Chen Shiping said helplessly. You ask me, who should I ask? You want them all? Zhu Feng laughed and said, then you should shoot a few more movies. Otherwise your beauty will fade away, and you may not have a chance in the future. Chen Shiping smiled dumbly. He thought, but movies are not like taking pictures. How can it be that simple? After chatting for a while, and taking a break, the audition continued. Zhu Fan, Jiang Wenli. After 5 or 6 carefully selected beauties came again, Chen Shiping felt dizzy. You will get tired of looking at beauties all the time. Go to a man. Change your taste. The audition for the male lead is much more complicated than the audition for the female lead. After all, the male lead is the main actor in the movie, and the beauties are just supporting flowers. Physical fitness, actions, lines, and even the side faces under the camera. Chen Shiping is as strict as recruiting a son-in-law. However, after 1 round, Chen Shiping was finally satisfied with only 2 candidates, Hu Jun and Zhu Yajun. Chen Shiping plans to wait and see who to choose, but the choice of the male lead is much better than that of the female lead. The scope is narrowed down to 2, so let's go to Shichihei Sports School to practice. Whoever practices well in the end will be chosen. The audition was busy all day, and when the meeting was held in the evening, Chen Shiping brought up the issue of the female lead. Lin Fangbing, Liu Bei, Zheng Jiang, and Jiang Wenli are all good. Tell us what you think. Zhu Fan is also good looking, but he always gives people a feeling of kidney deficiency. Chen Shiping is not very optimistic about him, so he did not put him on the shortlist. Mei Juan was the first to speak and said, if the male lead is Hu Jun, I will vote for Liu Bei. If it is Zhu Yajun, I will choose Lin Fangbing. Zhu Feng also said, I like Liu Bei. Lin Fangbing is a little older, and doesn't seem to be suitable. I think Lin Fangbing is good. She looks good on camera and is tall. And she looks very fashionable. Zhao Fei couldn't help but say. So no one chose Jiang Wenli. It's because Gu Changwei was not there, otherwise he would definitely vote for Jiang Wenli, and it was a lock. Chen Shiping stretched out his hand and crossed out Jiang Wenli's name. Poor Wenli girl, I'll ask you to make a movie next time. After thinking for a while, Chen Shiping said, then let them come again tomorrow, put on makeup, and take a makeup photo with Hu Jun and Zhu Yajun to see the effect. After giving the instructions, Chen Shiping went home from get off work. However, as soon as he got home, he heard Lin Fangbing's voice coming from the yard. TSK, is she here to talk to her bestie? As soon as Chen Shiping went in, he saw 2 girls sitting in the yard making dumplings. The director is back, Lin Fangbing said with a smile. When she raised her hand to wipe her face, she got flour on her face, which made her look better. Tao Human smiled and said, how was the audition today? I heard from Fangbing that all the girls who went there today are beautiful women. Chen Shiping was a little surprised that Tao Human would take the initiative to mention the audition. It seems that the friendship between besties is not fake at all. So she smiled and said, that's right, Fangbing is so beautiful, and the one competing with her can't be bad. How did Fangbing perform? Talhuman said with a smile. When she came over in the afternoon, she kept saying that she didn't perform well. Chen Shiping smiled and said, she performed very well. Let's go to the factory tomorrow to fix the Macup and see the effect. Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Lin Fangbing felt relieved and felt that she had great hope. During the meal, Chen Shiping ate dumplings and said, who made the dumpling stuffing today? It tastes good. Talhuman pointed at her bestie and said, Fangbing, you have to vote for me after eating my dumplings. Chen Shiping wanted to slap himself when he heard this. Why did he say this for no reason? After dinner in the evening, Lin Fangbing sat here for a while and talked to Talhuman about the TV series Youth. It was not early before he left. Chen Shiping didn't show up in the study the whole time. It was not easy for him to get involved. Talhuman really dared to sell him out for her bestie. After Lin Fangbing left, Chen Shiping returned to the bedroom and said to Talhuman, what's wrong with you today? How can you say those words in front of her? If you don't choose her, she will be resentful. Then why don't you choose her? Talhuman looked at Chen Shiping and said, or, which beautiful woman do you want to fall in love with? Chen Shiping. The emotional issue is put aside. There is no trust between husband and wife. I, Chen Shiping, am the kind of person who sleeps with a heroine every time I make a movie. Talhuman looked at Chen Shiping with burning eyes and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? No way. Don't interfere in this matter. It's a big deal. Chen Shiping went to bed, turned off the light and said, go to sleep. Talhuman snorted and said, I don't want to talk to you. Come and hold me to sleep. Okay. I told you to hold me, not to touch me randomly. Then I can touch my belly, right? Why are you pulling the flesh on my belly? Cute. Do you think I'm fat? These days are so sad. Women's brain circuits are too developed, and they always like to associate. The next day, the candidates for the heroine went to the factory to take Macup photos. Men and women matched each other and took all the photos. In the conference room, more than a dozen photos were arranged together, and everyone was in a dilemma for a while. In the dressing room on the other side, Liu Bei looked at Lin Fangbing, who was obviously in a good mood and had some guesses in his heart. He must have found Chen Shiping through the back door. No martial ethics. Liu Bei took this role very seriously and was determined to win it. She originally wanted everyone to compete fairly. Now that she found out that Lin Fangbing had used a back door, she didn't want to be so honest. It's just a back door, so let's see who's better. Zheng Jiang didn't think so much. If she could be selected, she would be selected. Didn't they say it was a fair selection? If it was really about finding connections or something, why would it be so troublesome? Zheng Jiang left directly after removing her Macup. Liu Bei turned her head and looked at her, thinking she was a little silly. The more times like this, the more critical it is to use a back door. The crew was hesitant about which one to choose, and it was just whoever had the stronger connections would get the job. Liu Bei didn't bother to care about others. The fewer competitors, the better. She sat there and slowly removed her Macup without any hurry. After everyone left, she secretly went to find Chen Shiping. The crew discussed the meeting for half an hour, but it didn't make a final decision in the end. Chen Shiping actually preferred Liu Bei in his heart, but he still wanted to think about it carefully. When it was time to get off work, Chen Shiping was about to go home when he was blocked by Liu Bei. Director Chen, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal. Chen Shiping slightly raised his eyebrows, looked at her and said, it's not good to go out to eat with you at this time. Let's wait until the role is decided. The role has been decided, so why bother to treat me? Liu Bei smiled and said, it's just a meal. It's normal. The director shouldn't worry that a little girl like me can do anything to you. If you want to do it for the role, it's not necessary. Chen Shiping smiled and shook his head, ready to bypass her and leave. However, Liu Bei chased after her and said, have you already chosen Lin Fangbing? She has a good relationship with your wife, so you chose her? Chen Shiping frowned. What's the connection? Did Lin Fangbing spread some rumors outside? No, don't talk nonsense. Then why don't you want to talk to me a little more? It's okay to talk a little more without eating, right? Liu Bei looked a little aggressive, and she was determined to do it. Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" Liu Bei looked around and said, "Let's talk somewhere else. Otherwise if someone sees us, there will be misunderstandings." Chen Shiping, "You know how to avoid people now. Let's go to my office." The two returned to Chen Shiping's office. After Chen Shiping poured her a cup of tea, he sat down and said, "What do you mean by that sentence just now? It doesn't mean anything. I just said it casually." Liu Bei sat opposite Chen Shiping, looking at the mess on his desk and asked curiously, "Is this the manuscript of the movie?" Chen Shiping didn't answer her, but said directly, "Actually, I personally prefer you, but everyone is more optimistic about Lin Fangbing. She is famous, has acting skills, and looks and temperament." Liu Bei was happy at first, and then pouted. "Isn't Lin Fangbing just debuted earlier? Since you like me, why don't you just choose me? I'm pretty too." Liu Bei suddenly stood up and came to Chen Shiping and whispered, "As long as you choose me, you can ask for anything." Chen Shiping looked at the little face so close to him and moved away. "This girl is really bold." She said such words directly. Chen Shiping looked at Liu Bei's collar that was deliberately not buttoned and looked at her tilting her head and twirling her hair with her fingers. He felt a little hot in his heart. Normal men would do this. It's a physiological reaction. There's nothing you can do about it. Chen Shiping looked away and said, "You don't have to do this. The factory will make the selection fair and just." Even though Chen Shiping said this, Liu Bei didn't listen. Instead, she moved her hips and sat on the table, tightening her pants. Perfect lines, full and sexy, very visually impactful. "Since the crew thinks everyone is about the same, and you think highly of me, just choose me." Liu Bei blinked and said, "I can pay a little interest first." After that, she sat on the desk and turned to the side of the desk. Her legs slid down the table and slowly squatted in front of Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping immediately said, "Don't do that. I'm not that kind of person." Liu Bei's little hand slowly moved up along Chen Shiping's knees and rubbed them a few times through the thin trousers. "Liu Bei, you're making a mistake. Let go." Liu Bei turned a deaf ear and continued to rub a few times. She looked up at Chen Shiping and said, "Director, you look so handsome when you're angry. It becomes fierce when you're angry. Don't think I'll choose you just like that." Chen Shiping snorted. Liu Bei licked her lips, slowly unzipped her zipper with her hands, and rubbed her little face against Chen Shiping's legs. "I just admire the director. Director, please don't be angry, okay? I'll help you calm down." "Well, director, you look so angry." Liu Bei's little head nodded up and down, as if she was apologizing to Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping took a deep breath and felt that he was getting even angrier. How could this be? "You can't do this for a role." Chen Shiping closed his eyes sadly and sighed helplessly. "Anyway, he will definitely make a fair and just selection." "Absolutely not." Chen Shiping suddenly raised his hand and pressed Liu Bei's head to stop her from apologizing. "We must not let the bad guys succeed." A few minutes later, Chen Shiping left the office angrily. Liu Bei was in the office, slowly tidying up her clothes and wiping the corners of her mouth with paper. Then she sat on Chen Shiping's chair and turned around before leaving the office. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Speed of life and death is turned on. "What's on your pants?" Tao Human looked at Chen Shiping's pants and said with disdain, "Be careful when you eat next time. You're still the factory director." "I didn't notice it. I must have gotten it from the porridge I had at noon." Chen Shiping changed the subject and asked, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" "Noodles with soybean paste." "Change your clothes and put them in the washing machine to wash them tonight." Tao Human pushed Chen Shiping into the house. Before dinner, Chen Shiping took a shower. When he came out refreshed, Tao Human had already prepared the noodles with soybean paste. "How was the audition today? Is Fang Bing suitable?" Tao Human said while slurping the noodles. Chen Shiping slurped the noodles and hummed a few times without answering. Listening to the sound of Chen Shiping slurping the noodles, Tao Human couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and asked, "You didn't choose Fangbing, did you?" "No, we had big disagreements. Zhu Feng liked Liu Bei more," Chen Shiping explained. Hearing that it was Zhu Feng, the investor, Tao Human frowned and didn't speak. Although Zhu Feng had a good relationship with Chen Shiping, he had little contact with her, and Tao Human was always puzzled. "So what do you think?" Tao Human looked at Chen Shiping and asked. Chen Shiping sighed helplessly. "As for the vote, I can't directly offend Zhu Feng. After all, Liu Bei is also suitable, and the casting situation is different from that of Farewell My Concubine." Seeing Chen Shiping like this, Tao Human couldn't say anything. The crew held meetings as usual for the next 2 days, and they kept arguing about the casting issue. Chen Shiping just watched from the sidelines and didn't participate in the discussion, but he still preferred Liu Bei in his heart. It wasn't because Liu Bei was hesitant in the office that day, but because he really thought that Liu Bei and Hu Jun were a good match. As for the choice of the male lead, Chen Shiping liked Hu Jun, and it was basically decided. Liu Bei and Hu Jun are more suitable together, and she also meets all the requirements. Chen Shiping is now waiting for everyone to discuss and fail to reach a result, and then directly decide on the actors. As for Zheng Jiang and Lin Fangbing, Chen Shiping has other uses. "We can't just let go of the best actors we have finally selected from so many actors. We must squeeze them hard to create the value they deserve. Liu Bei is not in a hurry these days. How can he not be selected after eating so many children of Chen Shiping? If it doesn't work, just eat more." After 2 days of continuous discussion, Chen Shiping did not participate in their discussion. He went to Shichihei alone to watch Hu Jun and Zhu Yajin train their muscles. After going there, Chen Shiping became more and more sure of Hu Jun. His wheat-colored skin and bulging muscles under the sun can capture many female audiences just by looking at him. Zhu Yajin is a little worse, but her literary sense is still stronger. It's a pity that he doesn't have the domineering aura of Shengshan Banzi later. The male protagonist of Speed must be a super tough guy with strong action. It's a pity for Zhu Yajin. Chen Shiping looked at Hu Jun's figure and thought about adding some meat selling shots for him in the movie. Hu Jun, who was working out, glanced at Chen Shiping, swallowed his saliva, and turned his back silently. What kind of look is that? Does he like men? Hu Jun was a little confused. He had never heard of such rumors. He wouldn't fall in love with him. Chen Shiping smacked his lips and felt that ordinary scenes of selling sex would definitely not work. After all, Hu Jun was one of the 8 beauty of Stone Blood, and she had also charmed a group of wealthy women in Hong Kong. There must be some interesting scenes. The more gimmicks in commercial movies, the better. Hu Jun looked back quietly and felt that he was about to sweat. Why was Chen Shiping still staring at him? Hu Jun, who felt a little uncomfortable, put down the dumbbells and picked up his clothes to put them on. The thin clothes gave him a great sense of security. Seeing Hu Jun put on his clothes, Chen Shiping felt a little sorry. He hadn't figured out how to take sexy photos to attract female audiences to the cinema. Isn't it the right age for handsome guys to sell sex? If I don't sell sex to female audiences now, I will show it to those tongs in the future. We are doing this for his own good. Otherwise he will be entangled in scandals for the rest of his life, and it will be difficult for the audience to forget him, even if he plays so many tough guys later. Chen Shiping thought that sexy shots should be designed by women, because only women know what women want to see. For example, he knew how to shoot Liu Bei and make her look beautiful and sexy. He would ask the women in the literature department to design it, because the girls in the literature department know this best. Just leave Hu Jun to them, and let them do whatever they want. Chen Shiping called Zhu Yajin over at this time and officially informed him that he was not selected. There was no need to continue wasting his time. Zhu Yajin left Shichihei Sports School dejectedly, and such a good opportunity was missed. After Chen Shiping returned to the factory, he officially notified that the male lead was confirmed to be Hu Jun. The crew was not surprised, and they also preferred Hu Jun. Although Zhu Yajin was famous, her box office appeal was equal to nothing, and she was no different from a newcomer. Okay, now vote for the female lead. Chen Shiping looked at them and said, write it on paper, and then count the votes. Soon more than a dozen people had written down their names, and Mei Chuan began to count the votes. Liu Bei, Zheng Jiang, Liu Bei, Lin Fangbing, Liu Bei, Lin Fangbing. The final count of votes showed that Liu Bei had 2 more votes than Lin Fangbing, so Chen Shiping didn't even have to vote. He made the decision and said, then Liu Bei, by the way, notify Zheng Jiang and Lin Fangbing to clear their schedules in April next year. Everyone was stunned when this was said. Is this going to be a new movie? This one hasn't been filmed yet, but the next one has been thought of. How many things are in the director's head? Chen Shiping didn't care about that and just left. Soon the news was notified, and Liu Bei jumped up happily when he learned that he was chosen. It was not in vain. Big profit. Lin Fangbing was very disappointed, but when he learned that Chen Shiping would ask him to film next year, the disappointment in his heart dissipated. He just wondered if Chen Shiping arranged this for Tao Human's sake. But there is always a movie to film. Zheng Jiang didn't think so much and didn't worry about the schedule left for next year. Anyway, there weren't many movies to shoot. But after the news spread, the effect was different. Many people are wondering, Chen Shiping will use Zheng Jiang and Lin Fangbing next year. Then can I find them to make a movie first and wait until Chen Shiping's movie is released and then follow the trend to take advantage of their popularity? There are many people with business acumen in the mainland. Although they are literary when making movies, they are still very smart to think about such things. Within 2 days, Lin Fangbing and Zheng Jiang suddenly received many invitations. They were both stunned. Is there such a benefit for failing the audition? Exclamation mark. Please have more failures like this. At Chen Shiping's home, Tao Human was chatting with Lin Fangbing on the phone. Tao Human also comforted her about her failure to be selected and felt very sorry for her good girlfriend. When I was going to shoot Youth, Lin Fangbing came without saying a word. The most important thing is that Lin Fangbing is not like other women, always having improper thoughts about Chen Shiping. For example, Chen Hong, the little maid, and Jiang Shan, the little maid. No, there is also Zhu Lin. These people are just sisters on the surface. When Chen Shiping went back at night, Tao Human still pulled him aside to ask questions. Is it because of my relationship with Fangbing that you asked her to film the next play? You didn't even tell me what play it was. Why didn't you ask me to act in it? Chen Shiping smiled bitterly and said, it's not okay to ask her, and it's not okay not to ask her. What do you think I should do? Tao Human snorted and said, then we can't each do one. There are so many scripts in the cabinet in your study. Chen Shiping shrugged helplessly and said, that also requires time. Tao Human snorted and said, it's up to you. I'm going to be a producer next year. CCTV has agreed to the conditions for my opening drama. That's not great. After the new year, I will let the Film and Television City communicate with CCTV. Hurry up, we will both be producers in the future. One for a movie, and one for a TV series, a husband and wife team. Haha, how can you say the same thing as the male and female thieves? The casting of the movie has been officially decided, and all preparations have been made. Chen Shiping is now waiting for the first snow rain to fall in Beijing before he can start filming. The external producers in the factory have communicated with several famous scenic spots in Beijing to take pictures there. Even the airport has been communicated. How can a big movie be without airplanes? In the literature department, a small team of girls is racking their brains to complete Chen Shiping's task. Hu Jun sat there very awkwardly, and the eyes of those girls made him feel uneasy. Mei Juan also ran in from outside excitedly at this time. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? I have an image that will definitely look good when it is filmed. Mei Juan said excitedly. Let him go home, dance alone at home, take off his clothes while dancing, and then get up in the morning and make breakfast without clothes. Hu Jun's face turned red. These sisters said such lewd words. Mei Juan directly pulled Hu Jun up and said, can you dance? Dance for us. Here. Hu Jun said a little shyly, no need to take off clothes. As soon as Hu Jun said this, the office burst into laughter. This handsome boy is so interesting. Of course, otherwise how do we know if this shot will work? Hurry up. I'll go close the door. I'll draw the curtains. I'll take pictures. I'll borrow the tape. Play disco. A carnival of handsome men officially kicked off. Jun was dumbfounded, but thinking that this was for the movie, he decided to go all out. Dedicated to art, Jun was still a little shy under the music, but the girls couldn't help but applaud and praise him. You dance so well, twist a little more. You are so good. You are so good at dancing. Your muscles are so well trained, just like the Terminator. Amid the praises from the sisters, Jun gradually lost himself, and his dancing moves became more and more enchanting. Half an hour later, when Jun came out of the office, he was blown by the cold wind before he reacted. Damn, what was I doing just now? Jun blushed with shame and ran away without looking back. In the office, Jun was still not satisfied and could not help but say, Jun dances well and has a good figure, but the factory director also dances well and has a good figure. When he was in Cannes, the factory director went to the bar to dance, and a foreign woman kissed him. Have you seen the factory director dance? You are bragging. How could such a serious person like the factory director dance in a bar? Seeing that the sisters did not believe her, Jun snorted and said, I saw it with my own eyes. There is nothing that cannot be said about this kind of thing. At that time, the people in the production department and the crew saw it. It is not a secret that cannot be told, but seeing the gossiping eyes, Jun still resisted the urge to share. If she told them, these lecherous women might mutter something behind her back. Is it true? Did they kiss? Tell me quickly, sisters, I love to hear it. Jun looked at their curious looks, shook her head and said, I can't tell you, you are too gossipy. Sisters, you can't do this. Close the door. If she doesn't tell me today, I won't let her go. Jun, these women are crazy. It's no wonder these girls are curious. They are all from the literature department and like literature. They have all read Chen Shiping's novels. They even read them secretly under the covers. They are extremely curious about how Chen Shiping writes such plots. Now they finally have the opportunity to understand. How can they resist? The gossip meeting in the office is still going on. The protagonist Chen Shiping is running all over Beijing. The bus loaded with bombs in the movie must have a well-designed route. In order to show the scenery of Beijing through this route, it must be representative and distinctive. Starting from the bus station, go to Chang'an Avenue, walk to Wangfujing, Kaiman Street, and then go to Huguo Temple and Temple of Heaven. Chen Shiping muttered in the car, and Zhao Fei couldn't help but say, it's not on the way. This route is too weird. Why do you have to be on the way? I want landmark buildings. Like the big brands in Hollywood, Times Square in New York, and the Statue of Liberty in Washington. Chen Shiping doesn't care about being on the way. Filming a movie is not like running a long distance bus. Zhao Fei said helplessly, okay, then I'll go back and walk a few more times to see how to design the shots. Well, don't limit your vision. Movies are about creation, so be flexible. In the next 2 days, Zhao Fei sat in a bus and went back and forth in Beijing, designing many shots. Some were shot on the roof, and some were shot on the roadside, while shooting the bus and the buildings behind. All kinds of shots must be thrilling and exciting, and they must also show the city architecture. Zhao Fei ran the route during the day, and watched Hollywood movies till learn at night. After a few days, I felt that my hair had fallen out a lot. Fortunately, Chen Shiping was very satisfied with the shots designed in the end, otherwise Zhao Fei would really go crazy. 2 days later, in the #1 studio of the Beijing Film Studio, Speed of Life and Death officially started. In the studio, the extras in the built subway station were all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes waiting to start shooting. Chen Shiping would not shoot dirty and messy environments and homeless people like in Hollywood movies. Commercial movies want cultural output. The good side must be shown, otherwise the scars in art films will always be shown. Foreigners still think that China is still in a feudal society. Different types of movies have different attributes. Chen Shiping is not so hypocritical. Cultural output must be promoted. Otherwise, the red Chinese knots and Chinese and English slogans in the subway station will not be in vain. Speed. First scene. First shot. 3, 2, 1, start. Chapter 218, Special Effects Unique to China. In the filming yard of Beijing Film Studio, 2 red fire trucks were parked quietly, and the equipment on the trucks was ready. They could respond to dangerous situations at any time. In the studio and the subway station, people were coming and going. Zhao Fei carried a camera and mixed in the crowd and got on the subway car. In the car, a child saw an old man coming up and took the initiative to stand up and give up his seat. Several young people dressed in fashionable clothes gathered together and whispered about the latest songs. The Chinese knot hanging on the top of the car was swaying, looking festive. There were also many people sitting there eating quietly in the car. Such a shot is mainly a positive publicity. Movies are a business card for export to the outside world, and now we have to show foreigners something different. Otherwise, it's Hollywood's American dream all day long, which is boring. As the subway started, the car suddenly shook violently, and the camera shook violently. An explosion occurred in the front car, and the flames suddenly ignited, and the violent wind rolled up the flames. The multiple cameras set up in that car recorded the whole scene. In the studio, the huge blower whirred, blowing the flames high. Chen Shiping nodded with satisfaction, but his eyes were still focused on the monitor. In the originally calm carriage, passengers were fleeing, and several children were panicked. Before they could react, they were picked up by several young people and fled to other workshops. Chen Shiping watched this performance and was generally satisfied. He shouted, "Cut soon." The staff waiting nearby immediately turned off the blower and rushed up with a fire extinguisher. White dust sprayed out without cost, and the flames caused by the explosion were quickly extinguished. After the flames were extinguished, the studio became quiet, and then there was fierce applause. It was so exciting. The visual impact of the previous section was too strong. Such movies have only been seen in Hollywood. The people in the art group all hugged each other and cried excitedly. After so much hard work, they finally succeeded. They made history. Chen Shiping was not too excited. This was just the beginning, and there were many big scenes to come. The elevator of the skyscraper exploded, the bus flew over the broken bridge, and the bus crashed into the airport and hit the passenger plane and exploded. The small subway explosion was just an appetizer. Hu Jun was ready at this time, and he would shoot his part later. Lying on the roof of the subway to catch the criminal, Hu Jun turned his head and took a look at the villain Ma Jingwu, who was the first to be cast. "Teacher Ma, please go easy on me later." Ma Jingwu said, "You strong boy should go easy on me." Ma Jingwu couldn't figure out why Chen Shiping asked him to play the villain. Is it because he doesn't look kind? Or because he never showed his face when playing the master in Wives and Concubines? Whatever the reason, Ma Jingwu thanked Chen Shiping. What's wrong with the villain? If the villain plays well, he will still win the award. Soon the two climbed to the top of the subway, and the blower immediately turned at full power. The tunnel curtain next to the subway also kept rolling, driven by the machine. There was no money for special effects, so he could only use this stupid method. The art team is amazing. The tunnel curtain is in high speed motion, and the machine keeps rolling, so it looks no different from the real thing. It looks 80% to 90% real in the camera, and that's enough. The scene on the top of the subway was not easy to shoot, but it's a classic shot, and Mission Impossible later imitated something similar. The movie Speed has many classic designs. The explosion of the elevator in the high-rise building, the bomb explosion caused by the slow speed of the bus, and the villain's use of surveillance to monitor the bus are all innovations. It will take another 7 or 8 years for the United States to popularize surveillance, but it will not delay its use in the movie. The city with the most popular surveillance in the world is London, but that will be a few years later. It will be many years before there are surveillance cameras in cars. But the movie doesn't care about that. If it is shot according to reality, the plot of Speed will not happen. Not to mention the design, that the bus will explode when the speed drops below 80 after it starts, which is even more difficult. As long as the story logic is correct and the plot can withstand scrutiny, it's fine. There is also a broken computer in Hong Kong movies that is known as the most powerful computer. It told Liang Jiahu that he was not his father's biological son and taught him how to train a chicken to move left, right, up and down. Soon, the fight scene on the subway began. The strong wind blew Hu Jun and Ma Jingwu so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. An old man and a young man grabbed the protruding part of the roof and fought. Ma Jingwu, holding the bomb remote control in his hand, was knocked out. The whole person was knocked down by Hu Jun and fell off the roof. After a scream, there was no movement. Okay, click. Chen Shiping was not very satisfied with the shot of Ma Jingwoo falling off the car just now and called the stunt team to come over, pull the wire back faster, and then changed to a stand-in for a panoramic shot. If Mr. Ma falls again, his bones will probably fall apart. The stunt team smiled and nodded, and then found a stand-in with a body shape similar to Ma Jingwoo to reshoot a panoramic shot. Shooting such a movie, not to mention the lack of experience in the mainland, even Hong Kong has no experience. At most, they wore windbreakers and held shotguns and shot on the spot. Even Cheng Long, who is a bit more awesome, has never filmed such a scene. After 2 months of preparation and a whole day of busy work, they only filmed less than 2 minutes of usable material. This is already super high efficiency, and Chen Shiping is still very satisfied with it. After finishing work in the evening, Chen Shiping also went to thank the firefighters. They cooperated so well to prevent accidents, and they must be thanked. I will send a banner to them later. A good day for the start of filming. No accidents. Chen Shiping went home in a good mood. Did the filming go smoothly today? Tao Human asked curiously while hanging Chen Shiping's coat. Chen Shiping hugged her little face and smacked her face and said, "It went smoothly. Marry a good wife, and your luck will not be bad. Pa." Tao Human wiped her face and said, "You drooled on my face. Chen Shiping, who are you looking down on? Today I must let you know what the flooding of Jinshan is." Chen Shiping didn't even eat his meal and carried Tao Human to the bedroom. "Oh, let go. Who told you that I can only make your face full of saliva? Today I must show you that I can do something else." Tao Human blushed, patted his back and said, "No, I just made a mask." "Then do it again." Chen Shiping would not give Tao Human a chance to protest. If she didn't obey, he would slap her face hard. Of course he wouldn't slap her face hard. Chen Shiping felt distressed, but there was no other place to slap her hard. She actually looked down on her husband. Family law. Master Chen, who had been busy all night, went to work early the next morning with dark circles under his eyes. It was already snowing in Beijing, and the same was true on the other side of the ocean. In Los Angeles, the Oscar organizing committee was receiving foreign language films from all over the world. Zhu Feng, who was not staying in the Beijing crew, personally brought people to the Oscars. Soon, many American film news reported the news. Farewell My Concubine, the Golden Palm winner of the Cannes Film Festival, officially represented Chinese films in the Oscars selection. In the past, Chinese films have participated in the Oscars, but there was no movement. People did not know much about Chinese films. In 1992, the West knew most about Bruce Lee's films. However, Farewell My Concubine was very popular in Cannes before, and thousands of media reported on it at the film festival. There are still many people in the United States who know Farewell My Concubine. What's more, this time, Zhu Feng came with money for public relations. Everyone must know about this movie. In the hotel in Los Angeles, Zhu Feng's assistant couldn't help but say, "Mr. Zhu, according to the plan, the public relations fee is not small, and the film's profit may cost a lot." Zhu Feng smiled and said, "I know, but this money is not all for winning the Oscar, but to create an opportunity for Chen Shiping." The assistant was a little confused, but Zhu Feng did not explain too much. After arriving in the United States, he was busy looking for media promotion and had no time to rest. In the studio of Beijing Film Studio, the subway scene was still being filmed. There were several explosions, and the fight on the roof had to be shot from different angles and scenes. It would take a while to finish. Chen Shiping was not in a hurry to catch up. Chen Shiping, who originally planned to release the film during the Spring Festival, decided to put it aside and release Love Letter first. Love Letter has been in his hands for a year, and the audience is scratching their heads anxiously. Speed. Chen Shiping plans to debut at the Oscars in March next year. Hollywood likes to promote movies at film festivals in other countries, so let Chen Shiping promote the new movie this time. It's a rare opportunity to participate in the Oscars, and I always feel that I'm losing out if I don't take advantage of this opportunity. If it can be a hit, it will be an opportunity to export the film to the world. Chen Shiping has a lot of little calculations in his mind. In order to win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film for Farewell My Concubine, Chen Shiping really won't spend so much effort. Chen Shiping now has only one idea: to make the movie well. Make it so that foreigners are dumbfounded after watching it. Give them a little shock. The subway scene took almost a week to shoot, and Chen Shiping was satisfied. Hu Jun and Ma Jingwu felt that they were about to catch a cold from the wind. In such a cold day, being blown by the wind every day, who can stand it? However, the filming of the movie has just begun, and there are many hardships to be endured in the future. The subway scene is the ending of the movie, and Ma Jingwu's difficult scenes are no longer there. The hardships that Hu Jun has to endure have just begun. Soon the crew moved to the Jingguang building, which is the tallest building in Beijing, 207.9 meters. The outer layer is all glass curtain walls, which is no different from the buildings after the new century. It is not much worse than the original Hollywood building. However, the original version used computer special effects to build several buildings together in order to highlight the density of the buildings. At that time, there were not so many particularly tall skyscrapers in the United States, and the public had various concerns and fears about skyscrapers, especially the elevators in skyscrapers. If there is a malfunction in an elevator hundreds of meters high, there is really no possibility of survival. This is the elevator explosion scene specially set up by Speed to cater to the audience. There is also this kind of anxiety and worry in China. The person in charge of the Jingguang building kept muttering when he received Chen Shiping downstairs. "Director Chen, we must film the safety of our building. Even if someone deliberately explodes, our elevator can ensure the safety of passengers. Our emergency brakes and safety measures are very complete." Chen Shiping said with a smile. "Don't worry, we have agreed on this point, and the final film will be shown to you. Thank you for supporting our film business for free." "You're welcome, it's all we should do." The person in charge smiled and began to arrange for the property to assist the crew in filming. The scenes outside the building are easy to shoot. After a short traffic control, the scenes outside can be finished. I also want to thank them for providing BUBO cars, all of which are the latest models, and they were used by the crew. The crew can't buy so many cars with their money, so they can only borrow them. But they are also very happy. This movie is positively oriented and anti-terrorism, so they strongly support it. Chen Shiping saves an inestimable amount of money by making a movie, relying on the relationship of the Beijing film studio and the system in the mainland. To be honest, Zhu Feng should thank Chen Shiping for taking her out to play. Otherwise, if she really wanted to make such a movie, more than 20 million yuan would not be enough. When filming the scenes outside the building, many people in the crew were a little uncomfortable. When they looked up at such a tall building, they felt that the building was about to fall down, and they felt a little dizzy. It took a while to get familiar with it before they could shoot normally. Many people in Beijing felt that the building was falling towards them when they passed by the Jingguang building for the first time, and they were so scared that they didn't dare to move. It takes time for new things to be popularized and accepted, and movies can help people accept them faster. Soon, the shots outside began to be filmed. A black car was speeding on the road. When it passed a gentle slope, it flew up and fell heavily. Finally, it braked and stopped at the door of the building. Hu Jun opened the door and got out of the car with his long legs. The handsome and resolute face and the cold expression were very handsome. This is the appearance of the male protagonist. Chen Shiping has only one requirement, which must be eye-catching enough and must be handsome. Zhao Fei dragged Hu Jun to take this shot of getting out of the car and took 13 shots. In the elevator of the building, the engineer controlled the elevator to temporarily stop on the first floor. First, we filmed the scenes inside the elevator. After these scenes were filmed, we filmed the elevator shaft. Chen Shiping had specially arranged the people trapped in the elevator. Handsome men and beautiful women, old people and children. When filming the scene where the elevator card was blown up and the emergency brake was trapped in the middle of the floor, Chen Shiping filmed very slowly and specifically asked to film more of the situation inside the elevator. Old people and children go out first, followed by ladies, and finally the handsome young member D. We are a country of etiquette. No matter what happens, the old, weak, sick and disabled should be relaxed. When the original videotape of Life and Death Speed was transmitted to China, the audience praised the United States. They said something about civilization and democracy. It really makes people speechless, but it also illustrates a problem. Movies can really promote image and culture. Chen Shiping naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Whether it is useful or not, he would film it and see it first. Jun, with long legs, wearing a handsome police uniform, stood outside the elevator and caught a trapped person with one hand. He fully showed his figure and overflowing sense of security. Many girls in the crew couldn't help but become crazy about him. They were all looking forward to the scene where Jun sold his body. I heard that the girls in the literature department had a blast that day. We also want to watch a handsome guy striptease. Chapter 219 Driving with Liu Bei. In the Jingguang building, in a cleared area on the first floor, the crew of Speed was busy. Chen Shiping stared at the monitor and was very dissatisfied with the picture on the monitor. The picture on the monitor was not clear and looked very bad. He simply took the viewfinder and walked to the elevator shaft and looked down. After observing through the viewfinder, Chen Shiping's frown relaxed. After looking carefully for a while, he called the crew to start filming. In the bottomless elevator shaft, there was a sudden explosion. The fire instantly illuminated the deep elevator shaft. In the camera lens, the elevator fell rapidly, and the emergency brake was immediately activated, rubbing out sparks. The sound of metal friction was like a piercing scream, mixed with screams in the elevator, resounding throughout the elevator shaft. In fact, the elevator was just descending normally, and the so-called fire was also a cold flame, without any power. Chen Shiping was not very satisfied with the previous shot, and he took 7 or 8 shots in a row before passing it. Ma Jingwu was almost asleep waiting on the side. The elevator had exploded, and he, the mastermind behind the scenes, had not started filming yet. But soon it was the turn of the veteran to take action. In the corridor, he held a policeman hostage with a gun in one hand. Jun confronted him with the gun and asked him to surrender and let go of his colleague. But the villain is a villain. How could he surrender? When Ma Jingwu was about to retreat into the elevator, the held policeman winked at Jun and pointed a finger at his thigh. Jun immediately understood and raised his gun to shoot at his thigh. The villain was stunned. Why are you still shooting your own people? But he could no longer hold the shot policeman hostage, so he had to throw him to the ground. There was a hostage with limited mobility, and the other party still had a gun in his hand. Jun could only watch him slip away. Okay, it's past. Chen Shiping clapped his hands, and the whole crew breathed a sigh of relief. But the scene just now really made them speechless. Shooting hostages is not allowed no matter where. But it is really exciting. When Chen Shiping wrote the script, many people protested, thinking that such a plot would mislead the audience. But Chen Shiping has changed a lot. In the original film, the male protagonist took the initiative to shoot, not under the hostage's suggestion. Chen Shiping changed it to the hostage's initiative, which has added some rationality to this behavior. The following plot will also give an explanation, trying not to mislead the audience. It was a situation where it was unavoidable, and the audience will understand. The exterior scenes of the elevator explosion scene have been shot, and there are still some close-up shots of the explosion effect that need to be shot in the studio in the factory. You can't really blow up someone's elevator. Chen Shiping has no money to compensate. After shooting the subway station and elevator explosions, there are not many big explosion scenes in the movie. The subsequent plots are much easier to shoot. The long-awaited scene of Jun selling meat is about to begin. Jun, who worked hard to catch thieves all day, dragged his tired body home. The empty room opened, and under the dim light, Jun took off his coat directly. Jun also pulled off his clothes and threw them on the sofa and walked towards the bathroom with his upper body naked. Originally, the slutty girls in the literature department planned to dance, but Chen Shiping rejected it. How can a cool and tough guy dance a striptease? Just sell some body. Jun stood there at a loss. The filming was paused, but there were still people on the set. The man was okay. Basically no one looked at him, but the women all covered their mouths and murmured while looking at him. Makeup artist, hurry up and touch up his makeup. Make his abdominal muscles more obvious for me. Lighting engineer, I want 45 degrees of hard light. Open the light and dark for me. Props, hurry up and boil the hot water. It must be steaming and hazy. After Chen Shiping gave a series of instructions, the crew moved quickly. Shooting men also requires a lot of attention, and the tone is very important. The Godfather always appears in a hard tone, not a hazy aesthetic filter. Soon everything was ready again, and under the cold and hard light, Hoo-jun's muscles were set off perfectly, extra tough and sexy. Many girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and wanted to scream. After Zhao Fei took a few close-up shots, he moved to the bathroom to shoot. Hoo-jun asked shyly, "Are you going to take off all your clothes? You can also wear a thong, just hold it tight so that the fabric can't be seen from the back." Chen Shiping said, trying not to laugh. "Hoo-jun, then I'll just go naked. It's okay, we are all grown men, and there's a layer of glass and heat between us." After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he cleared the area and asked the irrelevant people to leave. The girls wailed as they were driven away. Why did they drive people away at the critical moment? After driving people away, Chen Shiping himself ran outside the bathroom and sat in front of the monitor. He was not a woman who wanted to appreciate Hoo-jun's muscles up close. He said it as if no one heard it. The monitor soon showed a picture. Compared with the cold light and color before, the picture now showed warm yellow light, and Hoo-jun stood naked under the shower, enjoying a moment of warmth. The misty hot air covered his naked body, and the continuous flow of water swept across his solid muscles. In this empty home, only hot water can give this tough guy a touch of warmth and a gentle hug. He is a tough guy outside, but when he gets home, he naturally takes off all disguises and reveals his fatigue and softness. Such a design is very appealing to women. Chen Shiping thinks that, even if he loses his job in the future, it would be nice to auction gay movies. Of course, this is just a joke. Soon this segment was shot, and after Hoo-jun got dressed again, he breathed a long sigh of relief. But the girls who re-entered the scene were disappointed. How could he wear it? Hoo-jun was frightened by those eyes, and looked at Chen Shiping, and complained in a low voice, "For an action movie like this, there is actually no need to shoot this kind of shot." Chen Shiping said with a stern face, "This is to portray the character, to make him more flesh and blood, and to make the rhythm of the movie soothing and moderate. At the same time, to bring out the emotional line between the heroine and the hero. Hoo-jun, I'm young, don't lie to me." Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "We're finished filming, don't think too much, go home and have a good sleep, and continue tomorrow." Hoo-jun couldn't find a reason to refute, so he could only resign himself to his fate and go home. After all, he was the director, and he was just a small actor. Chen Shiping also finished work, and went back to rest. Tao Human went back to see her parents, and Chen Shiping ran to Chen Hong. "Let Dio-chan give him a full body massage. Ziana Hong, massage my shoulders. Pinch my legs too. Rub my butt too. Hey, don't reach forward." Chen Hong's hands flew up and down, looking at the greasy and reflective things, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Is this rose essential oil pure natural?" Chen Shiping groaned. "How should I know? Didn't you buy it?" Chen Hong paused and said, "Wait a minute, let me take a look." Chen Hong quickly grabbed the bottle next to her, and took a look. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Pure natural. No additives." Chen Hong put down the bottle, turned around and looked at Chen Shiping, who opened his mouth and swooped over. "Hiss, be careful with your teeth." Half an hour later, Chen Shiping, who had finished the massage, breathed a long sigh of relief. The whole body was relaxed, and the body and mind were happy. Chen Hong patted Chen Shiping's body, and her fingers kept drawing circles. Both of them were shiny, and they were particularly beautiful under the lights. Chen Hong rested for a while, and was about to get up, but suddenly felt that she was pushed up again. Chen Hong's gas was as smooth as an orchid. She slid down directly without any effort after a few gentle rubs. "Not enough oil. Give me some more." Chen Shiping shouted at the staff who were refueling the sports car. He will have to play a cameo role later. In the movie, Hoo-jun temporarily requisitioned a spirited young man's sports car in order to chase the bus. Chen Shiping is that spirited young man, and the sports car is also a second-hand car that Zhu Feng bought and is about to be scrapped. "We will blow up the sports car later." Chen Shiping got in the car and tried the accelerator and felt that the power was okay. "Let's drive it out for a spin." In today's scene, the heroine will appear. Liu Bei felt that she was waiting so long that she almost doubted whether she was chosen. The movie has been in production for almost a month, and she, the heroine, has not filmed a single scene. Seeing Chen Shiping going out for a test drive, she ran over immediately. Looking at the red convertible sports car, Liu Bei also liked it very much. She supported herself on the door with one hand and sat in the passenger seat with a beautiful leg lift. "Director, please take me with you. I haven't ridden in a sports car yet." Chen Shiping glanced at her and didn't refute. He just stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Sports cars must be paired with beautiful women. Hu Jun looked at the taillights of the departing car and sat helplessly at the bus stop in a daze. "I wanted to try it. How can a man refuse a sports car? Now I can only wait until the filming to sit in it." The speed of the sports car is not bad. In just a few minutes, the crew members can no longer be seen in the rear view mirror. Liu Bei stood up and yelled excitedly. Chen Shiping was shivering with cold on the side. "How come the hood of this broken car is broken? Damn, I will add a scene for myself later, and the sports car man will become a pretentious man." In order to show off, he drove with the hood down in the middle of winter. While thinking about it, Chen Shiping reorganized the plot in his mind. Adding a funny character and a plot to the exciting chase scene can play a easing role. The most important thing is to distract the audience's attention, and then the next second, the thrilling shots will appear, making the audience feel surprised and excited. Chen Shiping drove for another minute and felt unbearable, so he stopped the car and prepared to pull out the convertible manually. He turned his head and glanced at Liu Bei, wondering if this girl was made of ice. How could she never feel cold? Liu Bei was not satisfied at this time, sitting in the passenger seat and curiously studying the center console. Chen Shiping tried to pull the carport out for a long time but failed. He was so angry that he wanted to kick it. After sitting back in the car, Liu Bei smiled and said, "Director, are you cold? Nonsense. Don't you see what kind of weather it is?" Chen Shiping rolled his eyes and was about to start the car when Liu Bei reached out and held his hand. "Then I'll cover it for you." Chen Shiping pulled back his hand and said, "My hands are not cold." Liu Bei couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard it. She tapped Chen Shiping's chest with her fingers and slid down, smiling and asked, "Where is it cold?" Chen Shiping held her hand and said, "I have to go back to shoot. Don't be disrespectful to me and the crew in the future. When you come, just shoot the scene honestly." Liu Bei pouted and said, "Oh." In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder if Chen Shiping was a pervert. How could he bear this? With such determination, why didn't he push me away in the office that day? "Hey, are you waiting for me to take the initiative?" Liu Bei secretly glanced at Chen Shiping, who was changing gears, and reached out to the gear lever hidden by Chen Shiping and grabbed it. Chen Shiping's hands holding the steering wheel did not shake at all, and he continued to drive with an expressionless face. Liu Bei snorted softly, "You drive yours, I drive mine. Crazy gear shifting. Manual transmission requires constant shifting, rubbing back and forth." On the way back, Chen Shiping drove much slower than when he came. The weather was cold, so he could only drive slower and then honked the horn with one hand out of boredom. Every time Chen Shiping honked the horn, Liu Bei couldn't help but hum. The rebound of this horn feels great when pressed, and the size is just right, but the sound is not loud enough. Even though the car was driving slowly, it still went back in about 10 minutes. Liu Bei saw from a distance that the crew were busy, but he didn't retract his hand. With a distance of more than 10 meters, he practiced shifting gears again. Chen Shiping was no longer honking the horn at this time, and there was no car on the main road, so it was useless to honk. Chen Shiping was already familiar with the performance of the car, and he started filming directly after returning. However, before filming, Chen Shiping had to wear a big afro wig. The bus started slowly, and Hu Jun, who knew there was a bomb in the car, chased it and slammed the door frantically. But through the window, the driver inside couldn't hear what he said clearly. He thought he was going to get on the bus, but he looked a little crazy, and the driver stepped on the accelerator and left him behind. Hu Jun was anxious and chased a few steps, but didn't catch up. At this time, a flashy convertible stopped beside him, and disco music was playing in the car. Chen Shiping shook his head and sniffed, and said to Hu Jun in a pretentious manner, "You need a car to chase girls." Hu Jun's eyes lit up, and he was right. He immediately jumped into the car with his long legs. "I'm a policeman. Now please help me catch up with the car in front." Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the certificate in front of him, he immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Movies aren't this exciting, Chen Shiping yelled, and then he was choked by the cold wind and coughed. Hu Jun couldn't help but say, "Where's your hood?" Chen Shiping posed proudly, rubbing his afro and said, "Ahem. The hood will block the girls from seeing my face and my handsome hairstyle." Hu Jun was about to explode at this time. What kind of shitty acting is Chen Shiping? And this afro is too funny. Damn, I'm a professional. I have to hold it in. Ha ha ha. I really can't help it. Director, I can't do it anymore. Ha ha ha. Chen Shiping silently stepped on the brakes and ignored Hu Jun's laughter. His laughter shows that he acted well. Didn't you see that I didn't laugh? This is called professionalism. It's originally a comedy role. With my ability, I'm sure I'll get a Best Actor award. Chapter 220. Do you want to join us? The big red convertible sports car, while driving at high speed, crashed headfirst into a road pier at a fork in the road. Then it exploded violently, and the sky-high flames instantly surrounded the entire sports car and emitted thick black smoke. Chen Shiping couldn't help but smack his lips. A car was destroyed just like that. Although it was about to be scrapped, he felt sad. The stunt and props team didn't have the ability to make a basic frame now, otherwise there would be no need to use a real car. But in the future, we must study this aspect, and there will be a lot of car explosion scenes. Every time a real car is blown up, if a universal template frame is made, the body can be made to imitate various models of cars. At that time, it will be possible to save costs greatly and shoot such large-scale scenes of car explosions in large quantities. Action movies will also usher in a new peak. Liu Bei felt the most regrettable. Such a good car was blown up just like that, and he only rode it once. He originally wanted to do it again in the evening. Before the movie was shot, Liu Bei thought it was just an ordinary action movie. What kind of big scene can Chen Shiping, who shoots art films, shoot? At most, it's the same as Chen Long's movie. Now that I have seen so many big scenes, I realize how ridiculous my previous thoughts were. This is not an ordinary blockbuster. The Terminator only hits a big truck and a motorcycle. There is no subway explosion, elevator explosion, sports car explosion, and finally a bus crashing into an airplane. Liu Bei was very glad that she went to Chen Shiping's office that day, otherwise it might not be her turn. While the crew was putting out the fire, Liu Bei walked to Chen Shiping and whispered, "Director, do you have time to have dinner together tonight?" Chen Shiping turned his head to look at her and said, "Why does this sound so familiar? I want to talk to you about the script. This role is not of ours. I don't know how to act in many places." Liu Bei looked at Chen Shiping seriously, her eyes full of expectation. But Chen Shiping didn't want to have dinner with her. It was good to be a nodding acquaintance. Anyway, Liu Bei liked to nod, and the nod was deep without any astringency. As for the script, we can talk about it in the crew. We should have less contact in private time. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, he continued to busy filming. Liu Bei was so angry that he wanted to bite Chen Shiping behind him. The bus was driving fast on the busy road. In an open jeep next to the bus, Zhao Fei carried a camera to film the situation inside the bus. After driving less than 200 meters, the car turned back. Zhao Fei jumped off the jeep and went back to the car to film the perspective inside the car. He ran back and forth for more than 10 times on a section of road. Chen Shiping sat in the jeep and ran back and forth for more than 10 times. The cameo scenes have been filmed, and Chen Shiping is addicted. As for acting skills, he doesn't care. It's just a publicity gimmick. The worse the acting, the better, so that the audience will complain. This kind of small flaw that does not affect the movie itself is conducive to movie promotion. It will always attract some people who are interested in Chen Shiping to the cinema. Chen Shiping has many fans of books and movies, no less than those of movie stars. The scenes of speeding cars chasing are not easy to shoot. There were so many cars on the road, and there were a lot of problems with the scheduling and positioning of the vehicles, the speed and angle of the shooting. Chen Yanqing was ready for a long battle, and it would take at least a month to complete the shooting. The stunt team was exhausted. Originally, I thought the car chase was the most difficult, but I didn't expect that the long chase scene was the most exhausting. Chen Shiping's requirements were too strict, and he would reshoot if he was not satisfied with the shots. He didn't consider the cost at all. A director with production experience would naturally make a detailed plan before preparing the film. Chen Shiping is not Jiang Wen, who just shoots without caring whether the crew has money or not. There are several classic designs in the scene of the bus in the city. After the bus driver was beaten to death, the heroine took over the driving rights. The inexperienced heroine panicked and knocked over a baby carriage. The screams in the high-flying baby carriage made everyone nervous. But when the baby carriage fell, only a pile of diapers fell out. When the audience just breathed a sigh of relief and had no time to react, the bus had another accident and crashed into the primary school students queuing to cross the road. Dangers came one after another. The camera rhythm was very fast, and the visual impact and tension were very good. Zhao Fei had never shot such a scene before. The difference between art films and commercial films is too big. Zhao Fei shot these shots more than 20 times before he got a satisfactory effect. Liu Bei was speechless. She also shot more than 10 times, and she had to scream every time she acted. Her throat was about to split. Liu Bei sipped the loquat paste and looked at Chen Shiping and said, "Can I apply for a day off? My throat is almost unable to speak." "Don't you have loquat paste? Drink more to moisten it." Chen Shiping rolled his eyes at her and did not agree to her request. If the crew stopped for a day, it would cost an unknown amount of money. How could they stop just because the actor's throat was uncomfortable? "It's because you worked too hard yesterday, otherwise I wouldn't have a sore throat today," Liu Bei said angrily. Chen Shiping snorted and said, "You asked for it." Liu Bei, who couldn't ask for leave, had to continue drinking loquat paste to cope with it. Fortunately, there was no yelling in the later scenes, so her voice was able to recover. When she finished work in the evening, Liu Bei took Chen Shiping's car back to the city as usual. But the car stopped halfway. Liu Bei groaned and said, "My throat hurts. I can't do it today." Chen Shiping turned his head to look at her and said, "What are you thinking about? There is a pharmacy over there. Go buy some medicine. We can't stop shooting tomorrow." Liu Bei finally understood, blushed and said, "No, taking medicine is useless. It's up to you. Drink it or not." Chen Shiping was ready to drive away after saying that, but he was worried that Liu Bei would not be able to act normally tomorrow. So he turned his head to look at her and said in a slow tone, "Go buy medicine quickly, otherwise you really won't be able to speak tomorrow." Liu Bei still shook her head and said, "It's okay, my throat is just a little itchy, just moisten it, and it will be fine. Okay, take care of yourself, go home and drink some honey water by yourself." "Honey water doesn't work, I want to drink something else." Liu Bei pulled Chen Shiping's clothes and stared at him with burning eyes. "Chen Shiping, you want to eat chicken, don't you? Let me moisten my throat, the injection is more effective." Liu Bei said coquettishly while shaking Chen Shiping's clothes. Chen Shiping started the car silently and drove to a remote alley. Liu Bei licked her lips very excitedly. She just likes this. Who said women don't have their own XP? Men can like feet and legs, and women can also have their own preferences. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Bei's hands suddenly grabbed Chen Shiping's clothes. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly raised his head and took a breath. The originally fair little face was flushed. "Liu Bei, you just said it to me so many times. Why do you emphasize it?" After sending Liu Bei home, Chen Shiping rushed to his own home. Zhao Bei came back from his hometown. When he got home and just entered the yard, he smelled the fragrance of food and couldn't help scolding himself in his heart. "I'm pretty fucking noisy too." Tao Human was humming a song in the living room. When she saw Chen Shiping coming back, she happily went to him and said, "You're back. Did you miss me?" "Yes, I did. I finally got you back," Chen Shiping said with a smile. Tao Human hugged him and said, "You've been very good these days. No one called me." "Chen Shiping, you've been good. You're honest this time. Wash your hands and eat. Help me wash them. You're a child." After dinner in the evening, Tao Human calculated the time and said, "Is the Lunar New Year season about to start? Chen Long and his friends will come to Beijing to promote it tomorrow." Chen Shiping sighed and said, "I wonder how much the Lunar New Year season will be able to do this time. It shouldn't be lower than last year." Tao Human muttered, and then asked curiously, when are you going to release those movies of Yang Sheng? Miss Guan called me and said that Yang Sheng sold the movies to her in the beginning of spring. Let's hold it back first, otherwise it will look too ugly. That's right. By the way, Miss Guan said she would come over in a few days. Do you have time to pick her up? Chen Shiping was stunned for a moment. Why didn't Guan Zilin tell him? Are you getting along so well with Tao Human now? Miss Guan is quite pitiful. She is alone in Hong Kong to help you deal with so many things. Why don't you take some time to pick her up? Listening to Tao Human's words, Chen Shiping didn't know if she was testing him. So he said, I don't have time. If I have time, I will go. Go to sleep. Tao Human's mouth curled up slightly, and she hummed and said, okay, go to sleep. She could accept Guan Zilin because Guan Zilin was in Hong Kong. People from all over the world don't meet as often as ordinary friends. But if Chen Shiping really said that he was going to pick up Guan Zilin, she would still be unhappy. After Tao Human came back, Chen Shiping was much more honest and focused on filming every day. It was not until the Lunar New Year holiday that he gave the crew a day off. Chen Shiping had something on his mind and was always worried that Chen Long would not be able to adapt to the climate after coming to the mainland. In the original timeline, a movie of Chen Long in 1994 was released in mainland theaters. Drunken Master 2nd, filmed with Anita Mui, and stars such as Liu Dehua and Huang Rihe joined. But the final box office was extremely dismal. Chen Long's first movie that participated in the mainland box office share was a flop, and it was not until 1995's Rumble in the Bronx that he proved his strength again. Drunken Master 2nd had a good box office in Hong Kong, but it was not well received in the mainland. Chen Shiping is now worried that Police Stories will have the same ending. The crew has worked so hard for so long, so it's a good opportunity to take a break. He came to the factory to wait for first-hand news. In the distribution department, Chen Shiping closed his eyes to rest. The whole office was extremely busy, and the employees of the distribution department were calling theaters in various provinces to negotiate about the premiere. After the premiere, the box office statistics must be collected immediately. Make sure there are no problems with the copies and the screenings. This year, you have the most problems. A movie can be stopped 3 times in the middle, and each time it takes more than 10 minutes. If this continues, the next movie must have more copies. Don't think about saving money. Telling me to add copies now? I told you to decide long ago, but you didn't decide. The copy is damaged? Don't make up these lies. If there are pirated copies leaking out of your province, we will never show it in your theaters again. Chen Shiping listened to these words, slowly opened his eyes, and took a sip of tea. It stands to reason that the theaters should be the ones who take the initiative, but now the theaters in various provinces are in good and bad conditions, and most theaters want to upgrade their equipment as soon as possible. This means that there must be big movies released to attract audiences to the cinema. The producers are very important at this time. Whoever's movie can make money will have more say, but this is just on the surface. People in the distribution department know that they can only shout verbal warnings and threats. But the theaters will still do what they should do. Stealing box office, piracy, etc. cannot be controlled. However, the producers can still manipulate the theaters a little before the movie is released. If anyone dares to brag, I won't release it at your place. I won't go there anymore. So the theaters are all submissive on the surface, but they fight in secret. But this situation won't last long. When the major film studios produce enough excellent films and the schedule starts to become tight, the producers will have to beg them. Chen Shiping doesn't care about the future. His status will be higher in the future, and the theaters will have to obey him. Soon after the premiere, the box office statistics of the first show of the theaters in various provinces came in one after another. A total of 862,450,000 in Guangdong province. 157,000 in Beijing, 186,000 in Shanghai, 150,000 in Shenzhen, 60 in bulk provinces as the box office data of each region came in. Many Juan kept recording on the blackboard with chalk. There was a blank space after each province on the blackboard, and all she had to do was fill in the box office. After more than an hour, the box office of the last province came out. The distribution office immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at Mei Juan, waiting for the final answer. Mei Juan added the last 450,000 and couldn't help cheering when she saw the number above. The first box office is 4.21 million. The office cheered instantly, and Mei Juan excitedly wanted to share it with Chen Shiping, but she couldn't see him anymore. Chen Shiping was driving to the Shangri-La Hotel at this time. When he counted half of the box office in each province, he knew that this year's Lunar New Year box office was stable. Breaking 100 million is not a problem. The problem is whether it can reach 100 million in the end. In a suite at the Shangri-La Hotel, Guan Zilin was barefoot on the coffee table, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. Zhang Minimum was lying on the chair next to him, flipping through a fashion magazine, but he put it down after reading it for a while. There are no professional fashion magazines in the mainland. Do you think this will be feasible? Guan Zilin put down the cup and said, wait until Shiping comes and ask him. Zhang Minimum sighed and said, doing business is so difficult. Why hasn't he come yet? Guan Zilin smiled and teased, do you want him to give you advice, or do you want him to win? Zhang Minimum, you want that. I admit it. So do you want to join us? We will resume updating twice a week next week, and try to start on the weekend. Chapter 221 Left and Right. 2024-03-24 Author, Kitten Riding a Pig. Chapter 221 Left and Right. There are always many regrets in life. Chen Shiping sat in the car and looked at a tabby cat at the intersection looking around. He couldn't help but open the car door and waved to it. The tabby cat meowed and walked over tentatively, raised its front paws and put them on the car and looked at Chen Shiping. Meow meow. The tabby cat meowed twice, jumped into the car lightly and pulled Chen Shiping's trouser legs with its two paws. Chen Shiping reached out and touched its head. The tabby cat tilted its head and rubbed his palm. Good boy. Chen Shiping picked it up and the little tabby cat struggled for a while and then calmed down. The little tabby cat has soft fur and a chubby belly. It doesn't look like a stray cat. Chen Shiping sniffed it gently and found that there was still a residual fragrance on it. Poor little thing. Are you lost or running away from home? Chen Shiping scratched its chin and asked softly. The little cat looked at Chen Shiping with big eyes. Meow, will you follow me from now on? Chen Shiping said as he put the little cat on the passenger seat and took it away. After arriving at the Shangri-La Hotel, Chen Shiping was going to put the little cat in the car first, but it kept meowing. Chen Shiping picked it up and put it in his coat. Don't talk, or I'll put you back. Chen Shiping wrapped himself in his coat, walked through the hotel lobby, and took the elevator to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he felt a little funny. How could he be like a cat thief? It must be because he had been in contact with Yuhua for a long time. After going upstairs, Chen Shiping came to Guan Zilin's room and knocked on the door. Guan Zilin in the room immediately stood up and shouted, I'm here. Guan Zilin ran to the bathroom to find a mirror, put on some lipstick, and pursed his lips before opening the door. After the door was opened, Guan Zilin wanted to hug Chen Shiping, but she saw a beautiful little tabby cat coming out from the collar of Chen Shiping's coat and meowing at her. Guan Zilin, you brought your family with you when you went out to play? Zhang Minimum also poked his head out from behind her at this time, looking at the little tabby cat blinking, and curled up in Chen Shiping's arms. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he squeezed Guan Zilin to the little tabby cat. Where did the kitten come from? Zhang Minimum asked happily, wanting to reach out and touch it, but afraid of being caught. Chen Shiping, shh, don't let anyone hear me. I brought it up secretly. Chen Shiping squeezed in and put the kitten down. The little tabby cat landed on the soft carpet and looked back at Chen Shiping, then tucked its tail into the corner. Chen Shiping didn't care about it. The room was so small and it couldn't run away. Zhang Minimum followed the little tabby cat in small steps, and the cat looked cute when it was sneaking around. Guan Zilin was not so excited. He pulled Chen Shiping to sit down and asked curiously, why did you bring a cat here? Is it for me? Do you like it? Chen Shiping asked back. Guan Zilin took a look at the little tabby cat that jumped onto the chair and said hesitantly, I'm afraid the kitten will shed. The tabby cat rarely sheds. If you don't like it, I will. Then give it to me. Zhang Minimum grabbed the kitten and held it in his arms excitedly. If you like it, keep it. After Chen Shiping finished speaking, He saw that Guanzilin was a little unhappy, so he patted her hand gently and said, "I'll give you a bird later. It can talk. It can relieve your boredom." Guanzilin was happy then. You can't be partial to one and ignore the other. No, it was obviously given to me. I gave it to Zhang Minimum because I didn't want it. This way it's okay. Guanzilin, who was in a better mood, smiled and said, "Are you very busy recently?" "It's normal to be busy when shooting movies." Chen Shiping leaned back in his chair and asked, "Have you finished several movies of The Deer in the Cauldron?" Guanzilin smiled and said, "Well, the contracts have been completed. Yangsheng has to cut its losses, but his future will be difficult. Jia will take the lead in suppressing it." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "Jia has probably been patient for a long time. Yangsheng has relied on Zhao Xingxing to suppress Chenglong in recent years. Chenglong has not won the box office championship for several years. Jia, the big brother, has watched Zhao Xingxing crush him all the way. This time, all of Yangsheng's movies were blocked by Chen Shiping, and the box office in 1992 had almost nothing to do with Yangsheng. Jia was naturally very happy to see this situation, and it was also to show goodwill to Chen Shiping. Chenglong's movie was released during the Lunar New Year holiday in the mainland. Jia's golden signboard has already entered the mainland, and it will be very happy to be able to enter the mainland market to make money in the future. Chen Shiping and Guanzilin chatted about movies for a while, then turned the topic to business. Guanzilin invested a lot of real estate in Hong Kong and gradually became dissatisfied. Real estate speculation is very profitable, but not as much as imagined. This time he came to the mainland to meet Chen Shiping and to do business with Zhang Minimum. Zhang Minimum also sat down with the cat, looked at Chen Shiping and asked, "I want to do magazine business, do you think it's okay?" Literary magazine? Chen Shiping's first reaction was this. After all, he was only familiar with literary magazines. Zhang Minimum immediately shook his head and said, "Fashion. I found that there are no fashion magazines in the mainland, and readers regard magazines like popular movies as fashion magazines." Chen Shiping frowned slightly and said, "There is no market for fashion magazines at present. The economic conditions in the mainland are still a bit poor. Maybe it will be okay in a few years." Zhang Minimum was a little disappointed after hearing this. He had been thinking about it for a long time. He didn't expect Chen Shiping to be so pessimistic. Guanzilin couldn't help but smile and said, "I said no." Zhang Minimum rolled his eyes at her, not knowing what else he could do. Chen Shiping coughed lightly and said, "Let's do medicine." Zhang Minimum. "Is the span so big?" Exclamation mark. Beauty and cosmetics products. I heard that there is a company in Shandong that can mass produce hyaluronic acid. You can go and ask as an investor later. Chen Shiping didn't know much about this aspect. It was only when she saw it in the newspaper that she remembered how big the market for hyaluronic acid would be in the future. As for the company in Shandong, it is also a state-owned enterprise and is facing enterprise reform. This is a good opportunity. Zhang Minimum remembered it in her heart and decided to go back and ask about it. If it was medical beauty, she was familiar with it. If it was really medicine, she would know nothing at all. However, Guanzilin was very interested. She pulled Chen Shiping and asked, "I read in the newspaper yesterday that there is a health product in the mainland that is said to be very powerful, with annual sales of hundreds of millions. Don't touch that, it's all a scam." Chen Shiping warned directly, "Even if you are in real estate, don't touch health products." Guanzilin said, not knowing why Chen Shiping was so resistant. But she didn't understand real estate either. Speculating in real estate and real estate are completely different concepts. Chen Shiping paused and said, "If you want to relax, go and invest in stocks. The stock market will be favorable for several years in the future. Keep an eye on the companies listed in the Hong Kong stock market from the mainland. Buy them and you will make money." "Okay, then I will invest in stocks." Guanzilin didn't have much ambition. She just wanted to make money. She liked to see the money in her account growing. Investing in real estate would only give her more certificates. After they finished talking about business, Guanzilin ran to open a bottle of wine. "Let's celebrate." Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you celebrating?" "Celebrate getting rich in the future." Guanzilin smiled and clinked glasses with him. Chen Shiping shrugged and said, "It's you who are getting rich. It has nothing to do with me. Yes, yes, you are incorruptible. Guan Zilin echoed. Chen Shiping raised his head and said, I only earn a few hundred yuan a month, and I'm honest and upright. Guan Zilin made a face, looked at Chen Shiping, and drank a sip of wine, and then said, you've lost half a month's salary. Chen Shiping, what kind of crappy wine is so expensive? His half-month salary is a month's salary for many ordinary workers. A month's salary is not enough for a sip of wine. Chen Shiping felt that this world was really too outrageous. But when he thought about making a movie for more than 20 million, he felt even more outrageous. More than 20 million in 1992. To be able to invest so much money, it must be because the movie made money. Chen Shiping sometimes felt that the film industry was a very strange industry. A person's salary can be open to hundreds of millions. Just like Chen Long, who earned tens of millions in the late 1980s, many factories in the mainland could not make that much money in a year. A star, the salary of a movie, can make more than a factory. And the famous actors in the mainland were still haggling over whether the daily meal allowance was 5 or 3 yuan in the late 1980s. But now, because of the appearance of Chen Shiping, the pay of actors in the mainland is also rising. But a movie can earn a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan, which is not even enough for Chen Long's 1-hour pay. This is an era with huge gaps, and it will become more and more exaggerated in the future. You who are always sees these things and looks at the whole world from the perspective of ordinary people. Looking at Chen Shiping's somewhat melancholy look, Guan Zilin felt that she had said the wrong thing, and whether it was a bit offensive. She twisted her waist and sat next to Chen Shiping and said softly, I just said it casually. I didn't mean to look down on you, and my money is also your money. I just work for you. It's okay. I just thought of a friend. Chen Shiping drank the wine in one gulp and said, such an expensive wine. Drink a few more glasses today. Zhang Minimum came over and said with a smile, then have another glass. Come on. I'm afraid of you two little women. A bottle of wine was gone after 3 people drank a few glasses, but why is it a little bit high? Chen Shiping felt a little dizzy. How did Guan Zilin dance? Why are his clothes getting less and less? Why did Zhang Minimum pull my pants? Why did they kneel side by side on the bed? Let's take a bath together. Then you carry me. I want to be carried, too. In the bathtub, Chen Shiping looked down at the 4 little feet rolling back and forth in the water and leaned comfortably on the bathtub with his eyes closed. When Chen Shiping woke up the next day, he felt his legs were weak. He had no strength at all. He looked at the time, and it was already 10:30, but he had only slept for less than 5 hours. Chen Shiping got off the bed despite his sleepiness. He felt that he stepped on something. He looked down and saw that it was a torn stocking. There were several more scattered on the floor next to him. The little lynx that was rescued yesterday was sleeping soundly on Zhang Minimum's chest. It was not until the sound of water came from the bathroom that the little lynx shook his head and woke up, then raised his little paws and kept stepping on it. When Chen Shiping came out of the bathroom, he couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. This is really stepping. After a simple wash, Chen Shiping quietly left the hotel. The crew still has to continue filming this afternoon. They only had a holiday yesterday because of the Lunar New Year holiday, so how could they rest all the time? After arriving at the crew, Chen Shiping regained his spirits and cursed with the loudspeaker on the set. Excellent creators are energetic. In the next few days, there were continuous good news about police stories, and the box office of the movie continued to rise. There was also continuous good news in Hong Kong, where it was released simultaneously. Many countries in Asia began to take the initiative to call and ask when it could be released in their countries. In a total of more than half a month, the cumulative box office in Hong Kong and the mainland has exceeded 100 million. Chen Long was extremely happy, and he had a firm foothold in the mainland market. Chen Long has now begun to look forward to the rumble in the Bronx that Chen Shiping mentioned. After being busy with the promotion of the release these days, Chen Long finally had time to visit the crew of Speed. He was very curious about what kind of action movie Chen Shiping would shoot. When Chen Long learned that the crew was now filming at the airport outside Beijing, he immediately took a car to go there. Maybe he came too late, or maybe he came just in time. As soon as Chen Long got off the bus, he saw a bus crash into a large passenger plane, and then a huge explosion occurred. The huge flames illuminated Chenglong's face. He opened his mouth and looked at the burning plane. He was a little doubtful about his life. Does Chen Shiping always play such a big action movie? How much does such a big plane cost? It blew up just like that. Chenglong stared blankly at the fire truck coming in and putting out the fire. He came back to his senses when water dripped on his face. Director Chen is so tough. Why is Rumble in the Bronx still looking for Lee Shao-hang to be the director? Find dear Director Chen to shoot it. Rumble in the Bronx blew up the goddess statue. I have been unhappy with it for a long time. Chenglong ran to Chen Shiping with a figure-8 step and said with a smile, Director Chen, what a big deal. Chen Shiping turned his head and took a look and said with a smile, it's fake, a model built by the props team. It's so real. It's so spectacular. Chenglong flattered him and said with a smile, Director, I think the Rumble in the Bronx also needs such a big scene. Chen Shiping raised his eyebrows slightly and said, no, what we need is your unique fighting style. Then can you be the director of this movie? I really want to work with you once. I don't have time. I have to participate in the Oscars next year. Then it's just right to shoot it by the way. That would be a disappointment to Lee Shao-hang. As a director, how can I do such a thing? I'll go and tell her. Women still can't shoot such exciting scenes. Chenglong was very excited, but his heart was even hotter as he watched the flames constantly extinguished. Hollywood, I brought Director Chen to conquer you this time. My cat ran away from home today, so sad. Every night it urges me to go to bed early. It will cling to me to hold it to sleep, and it will sleep on my legs when I'm typing. I'm not used to it without it. When I'm typing today, I'm probably going to be unable to sleep. Chapter 222. The new deputy factory is really miserable. Why do you want to change directors? Chen Shiping looked at Chenglong while drinking. He had finally trained Lee Shao-hang, and he hadn't even finished his training yet, so he was going to give up. Chenglong couldn't help but sigh and said, in fact, the previous cooperation was quite good, but when we went to Hong Kong to shoot those big scenes, there were always disagreements. Chen Shiping frowned and said, what was the main disagreement? Too soft. Chenglong couldn't help but say, Director Lee's perspective is very delicate and realistic, but this is not my style. Why didn't you tell me during the shooting? It's best to communicate and solve it, otherwise Director Lee would think I was complaining. This is the truth, but if Chen Shiping didn't know, it would be bad if he still regarded Lee Shao-hang as the object of his support for police and gangster films. It seems that Lee Shao-hang is not very suitable for purely commercial action films, or suspense dramas are more suitable for her. Chen Shiping put down the cup and thought for a while before saying, I don't have time to shoot Rumble in the Bronx. I'll be promoted next year and have a lot of work to do, so I have less time to shoot movies. Chenglong couldn't help but say, if we are faster, we can finish it in a month. Chen Shiping shook his head and said, I'm different from the directors you've worked with. I shoot movies very slowly. The fastest movie Chen Shiping shot was New Dragon Inn. At that time, it was not mature, and it was all shot step by step, with few creative ideas of his own. If he were to go back and shoot it again now, he would change a lot of things in New Dragon Inn. The office was quiet for a while, and Chenglong was thinking about how to impress Chen Shiping. He saw the big scene of the last scene of Speed with his own eyes, and when Chen Shiping checked the materials, after he came back, he also watched it. The scene of the bombing of the plane still keeps appearing in his mind. In Police Story, he was just hanging on a helicopter, which was thrilling, but not as shocking as bombing a plane. He always felt that Chen Shiping was the most suitable director for him, with boldness and wild ideas. Add to that his courage to fight. The two of them are a match made in heaven. Director Chen, how about I prepare it, and you just go to the United States to shoot it? Chenglong couldn't help but say. Chen Shiping smiled and shook his head and said, forget it, there are not so many big scenes in Rumble in the Bronx. Jumping off buildings and fighting are just the areas you are familiar with. Chenglong had no choice but to nod. However, Chen Shiping still suggested that Lee Shao-hang shoot it. Lee Shao-hang's advantages and disadvantages are obvious. The perspective is delicate and realistic. This is exactly the style that Rumble in the Bronx needs. A story about a Chinese being bullied in the United States and finally rising up to resist. Only a director like Lee Shao-han can shoot it better. As for the fighting scenes, let Chen Long do it himself. Chen Shiping looked at Chen Long, who was a little disappointed, and said, I won't shoot Rumble in the Bronx. I have another movie next year for you, and then we will overturn the table in Hollywood together. Chen Long immediately became curious, but Chen Shiping didn't tell him. Now I'm telling you, I'm afraid you won't be in the mood to shoot Rumble in the Bronx, so finish shooting Rumble in the Bronx first. Chen Long felt that he was tempted by Chen Shiping, but he could only suppress his curiosity. The Lunar New Year filming was over, and Speed was also finished. This made Chen Shiping's year-end very relaxing. The factory was also prosperous, and all the independent workshops had developed smoothly this year. The box office performance of the produced movies was also good after they were released. The only thing that was not going well was that he had to go to various companies for meetings. China Film had to have meetings, China Cooperative had to have meetings, and the Bureau also had to have meetings. It was not so bad in the factory, there were not so many meetings to be held. It was just that Song Heng often strolled around the factory now, and he seemed reluctant to retire. In studio number 1, Song Heng looked at the set that had not been dismantled and couldn't help saying. Chen Shiping said with a smile, old leader, I'm reluctant to let you go. What's the use of being reluctant? You have to retire when you reach your age. Song Zin said with a smile, it's not that I'm reluctant to give up my power. I've been busy all my life, and I'm a little confused about retiring. What's there to be confused about? Just continue making movies. Chen Shiping said with a smile, if you are short of funds, come to the factory and tell us. Song Zin said with a smile, come on, it's just right that you have 2 years of leisure. I bet you have to come to the factory in 2 months at most. Hey, you are so impatient. Song Zin stared at Chen Shiping with a glare and said, what's the matter? Do you want to order me around after you become the factory director? Chen Shiping laughed and said quickly, it's not that I lack experience and need your help. Come on, do the handover quickly after the spring. I've planned to travel to Hainan. Then bring me a coconut. Buy it if you want to eat. The old and the young were completely like friends at this time and left the studio talking and laughing. When the people in the factory saw this scene, they all subconsciously thought that this was the old Wolf King taking the new Wolf King to inspect the territory. This year's spring festival is different for Chen Shiping. After this year, many things can be done with confidence. However, the new deputy director was not selected from the factory, but transferred from other factories. The person transferred was someone Chen Shiping did not expect, Han Laozhen. This old guy is still on the road to deputy director, but he will not retreat. Even if he leaves the factory early, he will go to China Film to reserve a seat. At Chen Shiping's house, Tao Human was counting the prepared New Year's goods and New Year's greetings. Jian and Chen, Mayote, Zanhe cigarettes, Dendrobium, ginseng. Tao Human counted and wrote in the notebook. There are etiquettes for greeting different people, and the gifts naturally cannot be the same. After counting for a long time, Tao Humin stood up and rubbed her waist, feeling that the new year was really troublesome. Chen Shiping just came out of the study to pour tea at this time, so he walked over to massage her shoulders. You must be tired. Take a break before we do it. Tao Humin enjoyed herself for a while before saying, there are still a few families that haven't been divided yet. Song Factory will be closed after the new year. Do you want to give him more things? Chen Shiping smiled and said, just like in previous years. It's not good to have more or less at this time. Tao Human nodded and said, yes, so as to avoid him misunderstanding any intentions. By the way, will Water Margin City be okay after the spring? Don't worry, we discussed it at the meeting at the end of the year. Chen Shiping pulled Tao Humin to sit down, put down the notebook in her hand, held her hand and said, I can't go back to my hometown for the new year this year. Aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about? My parents said they would come here this year. My parents are coming? How come I didn't know? Why? I have to report to you. Tao Human rolled her eyes at him and said, they just called today and didn't have time to tell you. Chen Shiping slumped down on the sofa, looked up at the sky and said, they must be here to urge the birth of the baby. I don't care, you deal with it. Tao Human said with a sly smile. How about you tell them that you are infertile? Chen Shiping sat up and said, I will not be able to live as a human being if it gets out. Haha, anyway, you say it yourself, I will show my strength next year. Tao Human waved her little fist, and her energetic appearance made Chen Shiping feel a little itchy. Nothing more to say, just enjoy the prelude to having a baby. Tao Human exclaimed, and was picked up by Chen Shiping, and walked to the bedroom. If you don't go to work during the new year, you have to go to bed. Isn't that how life is? After work, you can have a warm bed. This year's spring festival is really boring. Tao Human's parents urged her to get married the same night they came. Chen Shiping had no choice but to use the excuse that there was something going on in the factory and run out every day. Otherwise, he would be nagged to death. The key is that Tao Human, this little conscienceless person, made excuses and said that Chen Shiping didn't want to have children. Chen Shiping had to pretend to work every day to go out to work. In fact, this year's spring festival is really busy, the first spring festival period. In the past, during the spring festival, all the screening units in the country had to take a holiday. This time, Chen Shiping strongly requested that Love Letter be released during the spring festival, so the cinema had to take a step back and opened the spring festival period for the first time. Since the spring festival period has been opened, it is impossible to only release one movie. The various film studios have urgently released several movies, so Chen Shiping simply took out the deer in the cauldron. He has kept it in his hands for more than half a year, and now that the new year has passed, he must release it. Guanzilin in Hong Kong now calls every day to inquire about the box office of the movie, and then calculates the share based on the daily box office. On the first day of the release, Guanzilin wrote in his notebook that the share of the premiere would be 1.4 million. On the second day, the share would be 2.05 million. On the third day, Guanzilin was numb. It was too easy to make money. What is the concept of earning a million in a day? What kind of business is there? What kind of stock can make more than a million in profit in a day? Besides, the risk is still high. It's better to listen to Chen Shiping and buy a few mainland stocks listed in Hong Kong for fun. What Guanzilin didn't know was that the companies listed in Hong Kong in recent years are all the top state-owned enterprises. The future is definitely a giant. Those companies are always China-led, so you can earn money if you buy them. However, the most anticipated movie for this Lunar New Year is Love Letter. After all, they have been waiting for a whole year. The novel has been published for more than 2 years, and many people have imitated the plot of the movie to write letters and make friends, and many of them have become couples. These readers are looking forward to the release of the movie to compare with their own experiences and reminisce the youthful memories of writing letters and making friends. On the morning of the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Shiping appeared in the Geological Auditorium. Before he entered, his arm was taken by someone. Yu Fihang said with a smile, "There are so many people today, do you think anyone will recognize us? Your mother won't recognize us in this state," Chen Shiping said, and pulled down the brim of Yu Fihang's hat. Yu Fihang was not to be outdone and pulled Chen Shiping's hat down. Fortunately, he was not wearing a black woolen hat. Otherwise, he would have been dragged to the security room by the ticket inspector. Reading love letters in winter is the best choice in life, and it is also winter in the movie. The cold will make people feel lonely involuntarily. If there is no white snow in the movie, the final effect will be at least halved. In the screening room, Yu Fihang, holding a fruit candy in her mouth, muttered, "Did you and your wife come to watch it?" "No," she said that the movie would ruin her impression of the novel. Chen Shiping didn't say that Tao Human didn't want to see her, but Yu Fihang didn't care. Although there were some minor conflicts last year, they were all in the past. Wouldn't it be better if we never contacted each other again in the future? Could we still be sisters? Yu Fihang leaned on Chen Shiping's shoulder and whispered, "The movie is really beautiful, and I don't look that dark. You scolded me every day at that time." Chen Shiping said mercilessly, "The lighting is good." Yu Fihang put her hand in Chen Shiping's pocket and pinched him hard through his clothes. "Every time I see him, I get angry to death. But I can't help it." Yu Fihang sometimes feels that she is quite that. After more than an hour, the movie was over, and applause suddenly broke out in the theater. Almost all the audiences who came to see the love letter were college students or young artists, and their movie watching quality was very high. Yuffie Hong smiled and said, "Did you hear that? The applause shows that everyone recognizes my performance. It's my good shooting and good story writing. It has nothing to do with you. You'll die if you don't speak." Yuffie Hong angrily dragged Chen Shiping out and got in the car and rushed home. After leaving the cinema, "I have to get rid of this bad breath today." An hour later, Yuffie Hong lay on the bed and ran forward. "I can't do it anymore. Please let me go and take a break, okay?" Chen Shiping grabbed her ankle and pulled her back. "Want to run? I'll block the door for you. I'll block it hard. I won't let you call me dad today, and the word Chen will be written backwards." At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Shiping left Yuffie Hong's house and went back to the factory. Yuffie Hong was wrapped in a quilt and looked at the ceiling weakly. She wiped her finger at the corner of her mouth and licked it again. Many people in the distribution department office in the factory were working overtime. Several movies were released during the spring festival, so they couldn't take a holiday, so they had to work hard with overtime pay. Chen Shiping came in with 2 boxes of dim sum, put them down and said, "The dim sum from Daoxiang village is fresh out of the pot. Eat something and take a break." Mei Juan was the first to run over and shout "Long live the factory director," then couldn't wait to open the box and pinch a little dim sum into her mouth. Others also gathered around and quickly divided the dim sum. Chen Shiping found a table and sat down, looking through the box office data for the spring festival. The box office of Love Letter was not very high. Although readers were looking forward to it, it was an art film after all, and it was not a beautiful love film. On the 5th day of its release, the box office was only over 8 million. It is estimated that it will be weak in 2 days, and it would be good if the final box office could reach 20 or 30 million. In comparison, The Deer in the Cauldron is better, with a box office of nearly 20 million, and it is still rising. Chen Shiping was not surprised at all, because everyone likes to watch comedies during the spring festival. Moreover, this is Zhao Xingxing's first movie to be released in the mainland, and many fans who used to watch it on videotapes went to the cinema to support it. Most of the big films in the entire spring festival were absorbed by The Deer in the Cauldron. Other movies became runners-up. "Director, when will your office be cleaned up?" Mei Juan asked, while biting a piece of pea yellow. Chen Shiping came back to his senses and looked at her and asked, "Why are you more anxious than me?" Mei Juan smiled and said, "If you move to the 2nd floor, I will do it too. How can I not be active?" Chen Shiping shook his head and said, "Not for the time being. The new deputy director has not arrived yet. Let's talk about it when he arrives." Hearing Chen Shiping's words, Mei Juan quickly swallowed the pea yellow in her mouth and asked curiously, "Director, don't you like him?" "How could that be? I'm a person who aspires to be a good leader." Mei Juan pouted. She didn't believe Chen Shiping's nonsense. If there was no office when he arrived, it would be just a show of power. The new deputy director was so miserable. He was treated like a fire when he took office. Chapter 223, Frustrated Han Leo-san. Shipping, you and Xiaomin are not young anymore. You should have a child. Yes, we also want to hold a grandchild as soon as possible. At the dinner table, Tao's father and mother kept talking, and Chen Shiping could only nod and say as soon as possible. Tao Humin stabbed him again and said, he doesn't want it now. He said he has been promoted to factory director and is busy with work. What can I do? Chen Shiping, you betray your husband just to avoid being scolded, right? Tao's father raised his cup and clinked it with Chen Shiping and said, I know you are busy, but Xiaomin doesn't work. If you are afraid of the trouble of taking care of the children, we can also come to help. Dad, you are right. Let's work hard this year. Try to have twins. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Tao's mother immediately said excitedly, twins are the best. We don't have to worry about family planning. Yes, we will work hard. Try to let the two old people hold a grandchild this year. This is the only way to deal with it temporarily. Otherwise, what else can we do? But fortunately, Tao's father and mother will leave tomorrow. Otherwise Chen Shiping will be nagged to death. The next morning, Chen Shiping breathed a sigh of relief after sending Tao's parents to the train station. This New Year's holiday was over. It was nice to spend the new year with the elders, but it was very uncomfortable to be urged to have a child. Now that Talhuman's parents have returned to their hometown, Chen Shiping can finally feel at ease. As soon as he got home, he lay down on the sofa and shouted like a big boss, "Little cabbage, I want to eat apples." Talhuman knew that it was not fair to push Chen Shiping in front of her to take the blame during the new year, so she immediately ran to wash the apples and brought them over. Chen Shiping took a look at the red apples and said, "I don't eat the skin." "Then I'll peel it for you." Talhuman ran to peel it again. After a while, Chen Shiping looked at the peeled apples and found faults again and said, "How can I eat such a big one? Cut it into small pieces." "Talhuman, eat it if you like." Then she stuffed the apple into Chen Shiping's mouth and snorted and left. Chen Shiping was speechless. Why did he get more and more angry? But the apples were sweet and juicy, so Chen Shiping was very happy to eat them. Chen Shiping will take office immediately after the New Year holidays. No, there is no need to take office immediately, but to take office directly. On the first day after the start of work, Chen Shiping felt that there seemed to be no change. After he arrived at the factory, everyone still called him Director Chen. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. But when he saw Han Laozhen, he immediately felt a sense of accomplishment. "Director, this is the newly transferred deputy director, who has been waiting for you here for a long time." Mei Juan took the initiative to introduce and did not leave Chen Shiping's office, standing in the corner like a little transparent. Chen Shiping glanced at her and knew that she wanted to watch the show. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to criticize my capable subordinates. Mei Juan is my little apprentice, so I have to be more lenient with her." Many people like to cultivate capable female subordinates because they are easy to control. Men are different. They may be thinking about giving you a knife one day. Chen Shiping said with a smile, "Director Han, we've finally got you here. Zai only will go pour the tea." Mei Juan immediately turned on the phone, looked at Han Laozhen and asked, "What kind of tea do you want?" Although she was talking to Han Laozhen, Mei Juan kept glancing at Chen Shiping. If Chen Shiping said high foam tea, she would make high foam tea, and if he said plain water, she would pour plain water. Han Laozhen would never say what kind of tea he wanted, he would definitely say whatever. "Whatever is fine," Han Laozhen said with a smile. Chen Shiping hummed and looked at Mei Juan and said, "You can do it, the tea leaves are all on the shelf." Mei Juan immediately understood and ran to pour the tea. The good tea leaves were all in the cabinet. Chen Shiping said on the shelf, which meant that the tea leaves were of inferior quality. Han Laozhen smiled and said to Chen Shiping at this time, "I have admired Director Chen for a long time. I have watched Farewell My Concubine no less than 5 times. Mei Juan secretly looked back at Chen Shiping's reaction and quickly made the tea and brought it over. "Melons should be eaten fresh." Chen Shiping smiled and said, "I've seen your movie too. It's well made. I can't compare to you." Han Laozhen took the tea handed over by Mei Juan and thanked her before saying, "Director, I wonder when you are free today. I want to talk to you about work. I just came here and I'm unfamiliar with the place. I'm not sure." Mei Juan stood in the corner and couldn't help curling her lips. "What does that mean? Do you want to get rid of me? It may not be convenient today. The spring festival period has not ended yet, and there is still the annual production meeting to prepare for." Chen Shiping paused and said, "How about this? Let Mei Juan take you around the factory and familiarize yourself with the environment." Chen Shiping didn't give Han Laozhen time to answer. He looked at his watch and stood up and said, "The distribution department should have some news. I'll go there first. Mei Juan, take Han Laozhen around." Han Laozhen put down the tea that he had put to his mouth. Chen Shiping greeted Mei Juan and went out. Mei Juan smiled and said to Han Laozhen, "Deputy Director Han, I'll take you around." What else can he do? Han Laozhen followed Mei Juan out helplessly. He was transferred here, but he didn't know the specific work, who to hand over to, and where the office was. He wanted to talk to Chen Shiping about these issues, but now he can only wander around the factory. Mei Juan was also happy to relax. These days, she took Han Laozhen around like a tour guide. After wandering around the factory, he went to the branch company and also went to Chengde and stayed there for an extra day. For several days in a row, Han Laozhen was numb. All departments and branches in the factory were like iron barrels because of Chen Shiping. He was warmly received wherever he went, but when it came to talking about business, everyone was hesitant. The annual production meeting was about to be held, and he couldn't participate in the formulation of the production plan, and he couldn't find out the situation. The question was, get familiar with the environment first. There was no rush for work. Speaking of getting familiar with the environment, he had been transferred here for several days, and was already familiar with it. When can this work be carried out? He was not transferred here to be a mascot. It was not until the annual production meeting of the factory that Han Leosen saw Chen Shiping again. However, at this time, the annual production plan has been completed. Han Leosen didn't know anything about the situation. He sat on the stage and felt bored. He sighed that his future life would probably be difficult. At the production meeting, after Chen Shiping finished his opening speech, he smiled and said to all the employees, "This year, the factory has another deputy director. Let Han Leosen say a few words to everyone." Han Leosen was relieved. He finally had a chance to speak, but after adjusting the microphone, he was a little stuck. Production meeting, but I don't know anything, and I don't know the specific situation of the factory last year. What can I say? It's so frustrating. I can only introduce myself and say some meaningless words. After Han Leosen said a few meaningless words, he became invisible. The employees in the factory now know that there is such a factory director, but they don't know what this factory director is responsible for. After the production meeting was over, Chen Shiping looked at Han Leosen and said, "Director Han, come to my office and sit down." "Okay, I've always wanted to talk to you, but you're really too busy." "Well, you're just worrying about nothing. Now that Director Han is here, I can be lazy in the future." The two of them walked towards the main building, talking and laughing. It was a picture of unity and friendship for anyone who saw it. After arriving at Chen Shiping's office, Han Leosen looked at Chen Shiping sitting on a comfortable chair and felt a little helpless. So he deliberately said, "Director, there are a lot of various materials in your office, piled everywhere. The office is tight. I can only deal with it." Chen Shiping said with a hint of meaning before inviting Han Leosen to sit down. Han Leosen sat down without changing his expression, showing no anxiety or dissatisfaction. If there is no office, then there is no office. Just wait a few more days. What else can you do? Chen Shiping didn't deliberately target him, but Han Leosen was ambitious and had a good background. Chen Shiping had to first figure out whether he was a friend or an enemy, but after probing for the past few days, Han Leosen's performance was not bad. No one showed any eagerness to take power. No leader called Chen Shiping to care about Han Leosen. This made Chen Shiping feel a little relieved, but he still had to wait and see about the specific delegation of power. At least he had to know who he had to listen to in this factory. This would save him from singing against him in the future. In the office, Chen Shiping smiled and said, "How have you been getting familiar with it these days?" Han Leosen smiled and said, "Very good. I went to each department to learn about it. It's much better than my original factory. I still need to learn more from you. Learn from each other." Chen Shiping handed over a document from the table and said, "After you are familiar with the situation, you still have to start the work as soon as possible. Here is the situation of the theaters in each province. You go back and learn about it first. After you are familiar with it, you can be responsible for the distribution work in the future." Han Leosen looked at the thick stack of materials and breathed a sigh of relief. The scope of work was finally clearly defined, and it was a key department. However, he didn't know how long he would have to look at these materials. It depended on when Chen Shiping was willing to let him go to the distribution department. Han Leosen chatted with Chen Shiping for a few words and left with the materials. Chen Shiping leaned back in his chair and called Meijuan over by dialing the internal line. Meijuan came over soon after, looked at Chen Shiping and asked, "Director, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chen Shiping pointed to his teacup and said, "Go make me a cup of tea." "Oh." Meijuan walked over and picked up the cup and said, "How about arranging a full-time secretary for you?" "Okay, you'll have a look later." Chen Shiping looked at the documents in his hand and asked casually, "How do you feel about the contact with the Korean factory these days?" Meijuan said while pouring tea, "It's smooth." Chen Shiping smiled, and when Mei-Juan handed the tea over, he looked up and said, keep an eye on the distribution department these days. If he wants to find you, just tell him what he has to say, and everything else will remain the same. Mei-Juan asked curiously, are you really going to give him the responsibility of the distribution department in the future? You don't say he's slippery, it's just right for him to be in charge of distribution. Chen Shiping handed over the documents in his hand and said, go and prepare, we'll go to Hollywood next week. Can you take me with you? Mei-Juan asked excitedly. Chen Shiping said with a smile, when did I not bring you with me? Hurry up and get ready. If I'm not here, no one will keep an eye on the Han factory, aren't you worried? If he can easily take over the distribution department, I'll transfer you to the logistics department later. Mei-Juan, why did it happen to me? You are the one who manages the distribution department. Time passed quickly, and Chen Shiping set off for Hollywood with a trailer of Speed and various materials. This was Chen Shiping's first time in Hollywood, but he didn't have too many expectations. He is not Laoli, and he won't be surprised. After meeting Zhu Feng in Los Angeles, the two met and talked about the situation of this year's Oscars. There is no problem for Farewell My Concubine to win the award. Zhu Feng has spent a lot of money on public relations during this period. Chen Shiping looked at Zhu Feng, who was a little tired, and said, you have worked hard during this period. After so many years of working on a movie, it is finally coming to an end. Zhu Feng said with emotion, yes, it has been many years. Chen Shiping smiled and said, but the reward is not bad. Let's go and watch the trailer of Speed. More than 10 minutes later, Zhu Feng looked at the images in the videotape, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I regret not being in the crew. It must be very interesting to shoot so many big scenes. Chen Shiping smiled and said, if you were there, you wouldn't be so surprised now. That's true. This trailer will definitely shock many people. Then let these arrogant people in Hollywood see it. After a simple day of rest in Los Angeles, Chen Shiping began to get busy. The Oscars are a feast for Americans. Foreign films come here just to accompany them. Most people don't care much. Chen Shiping is a little famous in the film industry, but he had previously shot art films, and most American media didn't pay much attention to him. The Oscars are a place of fame and fortune, and Chen Shiping's fame and fortune are not enough. However, Chen Shiping also has his own familiar media friends, so he is not short of exposure. Chen, are you confident about this Oscar? You always win awards at every film festival, but the Oscar is different from other film festivals, and there may be different results. Of course I'm confident. I'm confident in my film. Most American audiences don't know much about Chinese films. The ones they know the most are Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Do you think they will like Farewell My Concubine? Of course, art knows no borders. Chen Shiping said with a smile, and silently added in his heart, but artists do. After chatting with the reporter for a few words, Chen Shiping took the initiative to shift the topic to Hollywood commercial films, and then to the Speed of Life and Death he shot. This time I came to promote Speed of Life and Death. Chen Shiping would take the initiative to mention Speed of Life and Death when he was interviewed by various media. He also invited the media to watch the trailer of Speed of Life and Death when the Oscar trading market was open. I can only show these little foreigners the trailer, and what I want is the gimmick. If I really show them the whole film, who knows what they will say. Chen Shiping did not plan to enter the American market now. After Speed achieves success in the Asian market, Hollywood film companies will naturally notice it. At that time, the profit-seeking nature of capital will make them actively look for Chen Shiping. Moreover, Hollywood has also noticed the changes in the mainland film market, and they are all envious. All Hollywood companies have adjusted their development direction and focused on overseas markets. Naturally, they will not ignore the suddenly open and rapidly developing Chinese market. After Speed is released, it may be a good trading opportunity. There is nothing wrong with the mainland introducing a Hollywood blockbuster and Hollywood introducing a mainland blockbuster. Vanity Fair is not called that for nothing. Where there is profit, there will be Hollywood wolves. Starting tomorrow, I will resume the double update. I will continue to write. If the coding goes well, I will update another chapter later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. The Little Golden Man doesn't look good either. Bang! In the Oscar film trading market, film producers and reporters were a little surprised when they saw the fire exploding on the screen. The huge plane was rising with huge flames in the flames. Hu Jun turned his back to the flames and slowly walked towards Liu Bei. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked particularly strong and romantic in front of the huge flames. Both Hu Jun and Liu Bei had a wild look, and the sexual tension was full. Many film producers and film critics were whispering and discussing that China could actually make such a thrilling action blockbuster. In the international film industry, everyone's impression of Chinese films is either Bruce Lee or obscure art films. This is the first time to see such a mature Chinese commercial blockbuster. There is no kung fu, no darkness, but it is so wonderful. Many people in film companies have realized a problem. Chinese films seem to have really arisen. Even some critics who specialize in film festivals can't help but sigh. The Western Film Festival strategy seems to have failed. The strategy of indirectly influencing the development of global films through film festivals has always been successful, but the sudden emergence of Chen Shiping broke the honor of the film festival. From his arrogant acceptance of the award the first time he went to Cannes, to his nonchalant attitude last year, European film festivals seem to have become his background board, and he is telling the world that the so-called highest award is nothing more than that. Now he has had enough fun and is going to start making movies. People who have been paying attention to Chinese films have noticed that Chen Shiping has been promoting the Chinese film market since the year before last. Last year, he was determined to reform, overturning the traditional film studio model and starting to develop towards commercialization. The most important thing is that the model of Beijing Film Studio is not completely similar to Hollywood. They can also rely on the entire country and relevant policies to make movies. Especially when Chen Shiping announced that the production cost of the film was only 25 million yuan, Hollywood was already dumbfounded. With less than $4 million, how did you shoot so many big scenes? Subways, skyscrapers, airplanes, high-speed chases. These shots would cost at least $20 million in Hollywood. Maybe not enough. This is the special feature of Beijing Film Studio, which can shoot blockbusters at a very low cost. Hollywood companies are all numb. If speed can be released worldwide, how high will the profit be? Isn't this faster than robbing a bank? You can't carry so much money when you rob a bank. The trailer is very well edited, and many viewers have watched it several times. Many film critics have keenly discovered through the trailer that the heroine in this movie is not a vase. She plays a very key role in the movie. In previous commercial blockbusters, the existence of female characters is mostly eye-catching vases. As a reward for the male protagonist's final victory, Chen Shiping stood in the corner and quietly lit a cigarette. He enjoyed this moment. He just liked the way these foreigners looked unsophisticated. The foreigners' surprise was mainly due to the stereotype of Chinese movies. They didn't think that China could make such a pure commercial movie. If Speed was shot by a Hollywood film company, they might not be so surprised. Because in their concept, Hollywood creates miracles, and it's not strange for them to make any movie. Chen Shiping threw away his cigarette after smoking only half of it. It's boring, the pleasure is too short, and these foreigners' vocabulary is too simple. The opening of the trading market also means that the Oscars have officially begun. When Chen Shiping was about to go back to the hotel to sleep, people from Paramount came to his door. At this time, Paramount was still very strong, while the later giant Disney was still struggling. Look, what a great era this is, with unlimited opportunities in the future. Chen Shiping looked at Chris, who was sitting opposite him, and felt that this name sounded like the protagonist of the novel. But he had never heard of this person, as there were too many producers in Hollywood. I wonder what Paramount wants to talk to me about, Chen Shiping asked while drinking coffee. Chris smiled and said, I want to see the finished film. To be precise, Paramount is very interested in your film. Sorry, it won't be shown to the public before it's released. Chen Shiping refused directly. He had heard of Hollywood's methods. Maybe if he showed it to him today, he could make a similar movie in 2 months. Chris continued nonchalantly, we want to buy the copyright, but we have to see the finished film. Then let's wait until the movie is released in China, and I don't plan to sell the copyright. Chen Shiping threw a few sugar cubes into the coffee cup, stirred it, and said, commercial films are different from art films. I'm not worried about not being able to recover the cost. Selling the copyright is too much of a loss. Chris knew Chen Shiping's past and knew that he was different from most art film directors. He had a strong business sense. He was good at public relations and marketing, and most importantly, he was the director of a film studio with a strong stance and political sense. He was not like those ordinary Chinese directors who couldn't help but sell the copyright immediately after knowing that they could sell it. Chen Shiping's vision was higher than that of most art film directors. Chris asked curiously, are you looking for a distributor? Chen Shiping shrugged and said, of course. It's difficult, so we need to see the finished film. I'm not in a hurry. Let's talk about it after I release it in China. Chen Shiping looked at the coffee that had just been added with sugar and didn't plan to continue drinking it. He said directly to Chris, good night, I'm going back to sleep. Damn Paramount, you still want to buy the copyright? Unless you offer $20 million US, it's impossible. It's better to save some money to deal with the bankruptcy crisis in the future so as not to be acquired by others in the end. Looking at Chen Shiping's back as he left, Chris raised his eyebrows slightly and sat there thinking for a long time before leaving. This conversation was not in vain. He saw Chen Shiping's confidence and ambition. Chen Shiping's attitude told him one thing. He is not an art film director who wants to earn fame, nor a commercial director who wants to make money. He is an idealist who wants to lead Chinese language films to the world. Chris's evaluation is an idealist. Hollywood has relied on the national strength of the United States for so many years to promote Hollywood to the world. It is almost impossible for Chinese language films to go global. Unless a miracle happens, unless China's economy can catch up with the United States, it is absolutely impossible. Chen Shiping naturally knows that this is a difficult thing to do, but so what? Take your time, you are only in your 30s, and there is plenty of time to do this in the future. Back to the hotel, Chen Shiping was still going to talk to Zhu Feng. However, at the door of her room, Zhu Feng's assistant told her that a film company came to buy the video copyright of Farewell My Concubine. It was another business talk. Chen Shiping didn't want to participate and turned around and went back to sleep. Zhu Feng knew how much the video copyright could be sold. This was also a considerable amount, which could almost make back the money earned by Farewell My Concubine from the Oscars public relations. The next morning, many Juan and others went out to promote Speed. Posters, postcards, looking for large screens to place advertisements, contacting media reports. They were all promoting according to the means of publicity and distribution, except that the release date of the movie was missing. Speed will definitely be released in American theaters, and Chen Shiping is not worried at all. China Film is already making a detailed overseas distribution plan. Colombia is China Film's first choice. However, who will be chosen will have to wait until the movie is released in Asia to see the situation. Many Juan and others were busy promoting and laying the foundation for future releases. Chen Shiping was looking through the Oscar selection criteria in the hotel. There were more than 60 pages of selection criteria, and Chen Shiping flipped through a few pages and threw them away. This is something that fools people. The more rules there are, the more inside information there is. It is for the convenience of operation that so many rules are made, not for fairness. If it is just to select good movies, as long as the quality of the jury is up to standard, there will not be too many problems. The rules of the Oscars are the threshold set by the 6 major film companies to restrict others. Vanity Fair is their toy. At this time, Zhang Guorong, Zhang Fenggai and Gong Li also came to Los Angeles. When Chen Shiping saw Zhang Guorong, this guy excitedly said that he brought Majin with him while carrying a small box. There are also Majin in Chinatown. As for bringing Majin from Hong Kong, I really admire this guy. Gong Li laughed so hard that she shouted that she wanted to play Majin in the evening. Chen Shiping looked at Gong Li and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since we last met. I haven't congratulated you on your first Best Actress award yet. You're a busy person. Gong Li smiled happily. She had won the Best Actress award at the Venice Film Festival. Qiu Ju goes to court finally paid off her efforts. Zhang Guorong said at this time, Zhang Yimou is much better than you in this regard. He has made his girlfriend a Best Actress. Chen Shiping. Who are you looking down on? Next time, I will definitely let Zhao Beike win the Best Actress award. After chatting for a while, several people went to play mahjong noisily. At this time, an old acquaintance also came to Los Angeles. Director Cheng walked on the streets of Los Angeles with a complicated heart. He had seen the posters of Speed several times. When he went to Chinatown to eat, he saw many shops with posters of Farewell My Concubine and Speed. I don't know if it was organized by the local Chinese or what. Anyway, Director Cheng was very envious and jealous. Since the failure of Walking and Singing, he has been staying in the United States. One is to try his luck in Hollywood, and the other is to get some money from his wife to support himself. The failure of several films in a row made many investors who were optimistic about him run away. In particular, the failure of Singing while Walking directly angered the German producer. For such a long time, Chen Cage has not found a new investor and can only rely on his wife to help him. If he returns to the factory, Chen Cage will definitely get investment, and his father's face is still there. Even if Chen Shiping is unhappy with him, he will give the old man some face. But director Cheng is unwilling to give up, and he is even more unwilling to bow to Chen Shiping. He is also unwilling to return to China. Zhang Yimou has won awards in Venice and Berlin. If he goes back with nothing, he will only be looked down upon. The dignity of a poet makes him prefer to lick his wife at home, rather than bow to Chen Shiping and Zhang Yimou. At least licking his wife depends on his own color and ability. Bowing to Chen Shiping is selling out his self-esteem. More than a year later, Chen Cage kept licking and finally got support. This time, the investment was $2 million. He was going to return to China to make a big hit. The next movie must be better than Chen Shiping's Farewell My Concubine. What I lost, I must get it back with my own hands. Director Cheng turned into Brother Ma and walked towards the Oscar film trading market in the bleak sunset. Go and try your luck. Maybe you can find investors to continue to invest in yourself. Soon the Oscar dinner will begin. Chen Shiping put on a Zhongshan suit and buttoned it carefully. Turning around and looking at Gong Li, he smiled and said, I remember the same scene last time in Cannes. Yes, but a little less. Gong Li walked over to help Chen Shiping straighten his collar and said, still so energetic. Chen Shiping smiled and asked curiously, how is Liu Zhang recently? I haven't seen him report a new project for a long time. Gong Li said helplessly, he said he has no inspiration and stays at home every day looking for a suitable novel. Go to the literature department more often. The literature department has written a lot of scripts recently. Well, talk to him later. Gong Li fell silent after she finished speaking and seemed unwilling to mention Zhang Yimou more. It seems that they have quarreled again. These two people are not suitable to be together. TSK. It is estimated that Zhang Yimou's daughter has also made trouble in the middle. The Oscars are much more lively than Cannes. The red carpet is very long and there are many reporters. There are many Hollywood stars on the star-studded red carpet. Chen Shiping always feels like face blindness when looking at them. The Macupan dresses are similar, and they are far less beautiful than in the movies. The beauties in the movies are the real beauties. In reality, all beauties have the same expression, full of desire and envy for the world of fame and fortune. When Chen Shiping walked on the red carpet with Gong Li and Zhang Guorong, the reporters were very considerate and took photos. The publicity of Speed still caused a lot of discussion among the media and film critics. More people know the name Chen Shiping. What's more, this time there are Cannes Film Emperor and Venice Film Queen appearing together. No matter how you look at it, the weight of the Farewell My Concubine crew is enough. After walking into the venue facing a bunch of flashes, Chen Shiping relaxed. Walking on the red carpet for so long is really meaningless to him. If it weren't for the promotion of Speed and paving the way for future promotion, he wouldn't come. The Oscar statuette has great magic in China. Soon the award ceremony began. The best foreign language film is not the highlight of the Oscars, so the award ceremony was quick. When the host announced the name of "Farewell My Concubine," the audience burst into applause. Many people turned around to look at Chen Shiping, and those who knew a little about international films knew him. Chen Shiping said to Zhang Guorong and Gong Li at this time, "Let's go up on stage to receive the award together. Let Hollywood see Chinese faces." Zhang Guorong and Gong Li were slightly stunned, and they both stood up with a smile and went on stage with Chen Shiping. The flashlights in the venue kept flashing, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. In addition to Chen Shiping, Zhang Guorong, Gong Li and Zhang Fenggai were all very excited. This is the Oscars, a stage that many actors around the world dream of. Chen Shiping took the stage first, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the award presenter wearing a suit. Fortunately, he didn't go on stage naked to present the award, otherwise his balls would have been crushed. Chen Shiping took the trophy from the award presenter without saying a word, took a look at it, and handed it to Gong Li and the others. The little golden man doesn't look good either, it's just average. This time he didn't even want to say his acceptance speech. This award was bought with money. What the hell? Oscar. Pa. There is another chapter later, and I must resume the double updates today, otherwise I won't be able to type. Chapter 225. Your scolding is so subtle. Under the spotlight, on the most lively stage in the entertainment industry, Gong Li and Zhang Guorong excitedly held up the trophy. Chen Shiping turned his head to look at them, and without saying anything, he just nodded slightly to the audience, and then went off the stage. Gong Li and the others hurriedly followed. Chen Cage, who was watching the broadcast in a hotel, had squeezed the can in his hand out of shape. He couldn't help but throw the bottle and cursed. Chen Shiping is so uncultured, he didn't even say a word of thanks. He shouldn't have been awarded the award. At the Oscar ceremony, Zhang Fenggai caught up with Chen Shiping and said, "Director, why don't you say a thank you speech?" Chen Shiping looked at him and said, "I bought it with money, thank you for nothing. If you want to thank me, go and thank Mr. Zhu tonight." Zhang Fenggai. Bought it? Gong Li was also slightly stunned, and then she understood. Thinking about it this way, this trophy is indeed not so worth being happy about. Zhang Guorong smiled and said, "You have to have the ability to buy it with money, and the movie is still good. Yes, there is nothing wrong with that. We still have to have the ability to win the award." Zhang Fenggai followed suit. "It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable. Oscars can be bought with money, and it seems that I can't put the title of the highest award on it." Several people followed Chen Shiping off the stage in silence and sat down. "I always feel a little uncomfortable looking at the little golden man." Gong Li couldn't help but turn her head and said to Chen Shiping, "You are doing it on purpose. Can't we be happy for a while? What's there to be happy about the little golden man?" Chen Shiping looked at her and said, "Remember, Hollywood is strong in the film industry, not the Oscars. The Oscars are just a broken Academy Award, and they are almost the same as the college student film festival that Beijing Normal University is doing now." Gong Li. Why are the Oscars becoming less and less valuable? But what Chen Shiping said is the truth. Without the film industry in Hollywood, the Oscars would be a joke. What supports the honor of the Oscars is not the award itself, but the mature film industry accumulated by Hollywood over the years. But the future Oscars will be ruined, and will become less and less cool. To be precise, all film festivals will gradually decline in the future. Soon the award ceremony came to an end. The best actor was awarded to Al Pacino, the actor of Scent of a Woman. The best actress was awarded to Emma Thompson, the actress of Hollywood's End, and the best picture was Unforgiven. Chen Shiping did not attend the banquet at Vanity Fair because his identity was not suitable. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to attend the not so serious cocktail party. After the award ceremony, Chen Shiping and his team went back to the hotel. Regardless of whether the little golden man was bought or not, they had to have a good meal to reward the team. Chen Shiping took everyone to a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. While eating, everyone talked about the best film of this year's Oscars. Most of them had not seen the movie, so Chen Shiping took the initiative to tell the story of the movie. Unforgiven is a Western film, a story about a prostitute who was disfigured by a cowboy. Then the prostitutes united to issue a reward, and finally several bounty hunters united to kill the prisoner. Chen Shiping had seen this film before and thought it was well made, but now that he thinks about it carefully, he feels that there are too many elements in it. Gong Li couldn't help asking, the story is very simple, just like an ordinary Hollywood movie. Chen Shiping smiled and said, it won the award because of public relations, but there is another very important point, that is, it is very correct. What do you mean? Zhang Guoran couldn't help asking. Chen Shiping paused and said, this is very simple. There is a formula for winning the award. Let Mei Juan tell you. Mei Juan, who was eating, put down her chopsticks immediately after being called and began to share the winning formula that Chen Shiping taught her with great interest. You can watch this movie from the perspective of several protagonists and find different things, such as the origin of the story. Prostitutes also have dignity and cannot be bullied by men. They represent the female group, and the female group at the bottom of society. A young boy in The Bounty Hunter is fearless and represents the free American spirit. A reclusive killer and robber who came out of retirement to live a rich life for his daughter finally killed the cowboy gang and became a hero, representing family and heroism. One is a black man, the partner of the killer and the robber, who was finally tortured to death by the cowboys to earn sympathy and tears, representing political correctness. These character settings cannot be carefully considered, otherwise it is all business, not art at all. But if you put these things aside, you will find that the routines and formulas of Hollywood movies are all set for the audience. Women, young people, the middle class, and minorities living on the margins. The most important thing is to hit the vital points of these groups and let them go to the cinema. This kind of movie is not to show off the action scenes or the story plot, but to show off the characters. 30 years later, domestic movies will also play like this, but they are all left over from Hollywood. Hollywood film companies have special teams to design these things. Their screenwriters don't just write when they get inspiration. They really treat movies as business, not so-called art. Even art such as painting is treated as business by Western society. Have you seen the operation of hiding a painter who is not dead and announcing his death to the outside world? This is very common in capitalist society. Dead painters are valuable painters. Grasping human nature means grasping the future. So Hollywood movies have been constantly exporting their own ideology. When the audience becomes their shape, everything becomes simple. After Mei Juan finished her rambling, she found that Gong Li and the others were silent. Only Chen Shiping and Zhu Feng were there talking and laughing while drinking. Gong Li couldn't help but hold her forehead and said, I feel that I can't continue to watch Hollywood movies directly. I just thought it was good before and never thought about it so much. Zhang Guoran fell into deep thought and couldn't help turning his head to look at Chen Shiping. Zhang Fenggai was the stupidest and he felt that his three views were about to break. This is different from what Yilin said. It's different. Chen Shiping drank cold beer, looked at their reactions, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhu Feng bumped him with his arm in annoyance. Why are you talking so realistically? It makes everyone lose mood. Zhu Feng thinks Chen Shiping has a bad taste. We live in a very realistic society. This is a war. Chen Shiping drank the beer in his glass in one breath, refilled it, looked at Gong Li and said, Gentlemen, let us encourage each other and work hard for Chinese language films in the future. Gong Li and the others were slightly startled, and they all reacted and raised their glasses to clink with Chen Shiping. Work hard for Chinese language films. The Oscars are over, and Chen Shiping and his friends are going back. They came here and left many movie posters in Chinatown and many other places in Los Angeles. At the Los Angeles airport, when Chen Shiping was walking towards the first class cabin, he saw a back figure that looked very familiar. But the man was walking towards the economy class, so he didn't think much about it. It's not normal to have Chinese people on the plane back to China. In the economy class, Chen Cage felt that he was so unlucky. How could he be on the same flight with Chen Shiping? Fortunately, he was not seen. Otherwise he would be ashamed to sit in the economy class while others were sitting in the first class. More than 10 hours later, the plane landed in Beijing, and Chen Shiping and his friends were surrounded by dense reporters as soon as they came out. Director Chen, congratulations on winning the Oscar. Hello Gong Li, can you share your trip to the Oscars? Mr. Zhang Guoran. A series of questions came, and the whole airport was noisy. Chen Cage, wearing a hat, lowered his head and carried his luggage and walked away quickly, fearing that someone would recognize him. But after he really left the pickup point, he couldn't help but look back. How come no one really recognized him? Did the domestic media really forget about him? He was afraid that everyone would recognize him and see his embarrassment and compare it with Chen Shiping, who returned with a victory. But he was also afraid that everyone would really forget about him. People are contradictory. Chen Cage walked out dejectedly, but accidentally bumped into someone. Hey, why don't you look at the road when you walk? After the person who was bumped into cursed, he took the camera and hurriedly ran in the direction of Chen Shiping. But he stopped after running 2 steps. Looking back at the dejected back, I felt a little familiar and couldn't help but pick up the camera to take a few pictures, intending to look back to see who this person was. Surrounded by reporters, Chen Shiping struggled to break through the crowd and walked out while answering reporters' questions. The reporters' questions were all quite boring, but each one was very excited. They were even more excited than Chen Shiping, who won the award, as if Chen Shiping did not win an Oscar, but an Olympic gold medal. The Oscars have too much magic for Chinese people, and the worship of foreign things has been going on for a long time. These reporters are all highly educated intellectuals, and they are also excited, not to mention those in the entertainment industry. The entire entertainment industry in the mainland is in an uproar. Chen Shiping won an Oscar. This is simply amazing. The first Chinese director to win an Oscar. When the mainland newspapers were reporting on it, Hong Kong and Taiwan were also reporting on it at the same time. However, it was also reported that Chen Shiping received the award without saying a word and walked down the stage at the award ceremony. So many people began to speak out. Chen Shiping is so uncultured. He is so rude on such a world stage. It's a disgrace to the Chinese people. We are a country of etiquette. How can we be so arrogant? Chen Shiping was sitting at home reading these newspapers. He couldn't help but cursed a dog and was about to throw the newspaper away. But he glanced at it and found that there was another report about Chen Cage. He picked it up and took a closer look and found that Chen Cage had returned to China, and it seemed that he was on the same flight as him. So it turned out that the person I felt familiar with that day was him. Chen Shiping smiled and shook his head and threw the newspaper aside. Director Chen was worth at most a few seconds of his time to glance at the newspaper, and then he would forget it. They were not people of the same level, so there was no need to target Director Chen. After all, he was also an employee of the factory, and as a leader, he should take care of him more. I just don't know if Chen Cage came back to make a movie this time or to visit his father. Old man Chen has been ill for a long time, and Chen Cage hasn't come back to see him for more than a year. He is also an unfilial person. After Chen Shiping put down the newspaper, he forgot about Chen Cage. As for the scolding of himself by those Western worshipping dogs, Chen Shiping thought it was quite funny. On the one hand, they pinched their noses and praised Chen Shiping for being awesome and winning an Oscar and how great he was. On the other hand, they would shout a few times for their master, scolding Chen Shiping for his lack of quality. He had to praise, otherwise how could he highlight how awesome and great Yang Di was? He also had to scold, otherwise how could he highlight that the Chinese people had low quality and Yang Di was magnanimous? Look at how Chen Shiping disrespected the Oscars, but they still gave you the award. This is Yang Di. Husband, are these people so bored that they go crazy on the newspapers all day long? Tao Human was a little angry. These people were simply too shameless. Well, they make a living from this. It's all business. Chen Shiping said with a smile. Just remember these names and ask someone to check them later. 90% of them are problematic. Tao Human immediately opened her eyes wide, looked around, and whispered, "Is it Jiandi?" Chen Shiping looked at Tao Human's nervous and gossipy appearance and couldn't help but knocked her head and said, "Just kidding. Don't think about it, but I really want to fight back against these people. I haven't written a short story for a long time. Then I'll make tea for you and prepare banknotes." Tao Human immediately ran to make tea for Chen Shiping and went to the study to light sandalwood and fill the pen with ink. Chen Shiping came to the desk, took a sip of tea to adjust his thoughts, and then picked up the pen to write. Me and the Puppy. Chen Shiping wrote the title and began to write. Talhuman stood by and watched quietly. At first, she thought Chen Shiping was going to write the story of himself and Hachiko. But she didn't expect that the content of the novel had nothing to do with Hachiko. In the novel, a friend gave Chen Shiping a puppy, saying it was an American breed. But Chen Shiping didn't believe it, pointing at the dog and saying, "This is obviously a Chinese native dog." But the friend said, "This is a modified breed, called Muang dog." Chen Shiping was very curious and raised it, but after raising it for a while, he found that this breed improved by foreigners had a lot of bad habits. He liked to eat bread, not buns, not ribs, but raw beef. When he took it out for a walk and saw a person with yellow hair, he would wag his tail and beg for mercy and circle around the person and bark when he saw a person with black hair. There are many stories about Chen Shiping and this dog, but in the end he really couldn't stand this dog and wanted to find a friend to exchange it for one. But his friend told him that this kind of dog is now common, very valuable. In desperation, Chen Shiping planned to give it away. Since it was a breed bred by Americans, he would give it to his American friend. But when he gave it to someone, the person was very disgusted and said that this kind of dog that should not be sent back was worthless. Chen Shiping thought about it and wanted to take the dog back, but the dog refused to leave the American's house. He had no choice but to leave the dog there. But the American didn't like the dog, so he tied it up in the pile of debris in the yard and occasionally gave it some food. After a long time, Chen Shiping thought of the dog again and went to visit his friend's house. But he found that the dog was dirty and only skin and bones were left. But when he saw Chen Shiping was going to take him away, he showed his ferocious fangs. Talhuman sat in the study and read for several hours until Chen Shiping stopped writing. She couldn't help but say, "Husband, you scold me so tactfully. It takes too long to update once, and I'm not used to updating twice." In the middle, I went to the author group to watch others quarreling and wasted an hour. Eating melons really wastes time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.